Chapter 1 He is not in the sea, his legend is everywhere in the sea. For decades, I didn't expect Laozi to return in the end. On the bow of the mobile, Whitebeard was looking at the Sphinx Island ahead. He didn't know what he thought of, and his sharp eyes were suddenly covered with vicissitudes. From the moment he stepped out of his hometown, he hadn't planned to come back again. I never thought that today, decades later, he would return to this birthplace in the end because of fate. Father, there is still half a month before Ace will be executed. If we don't hurry up and convene the New World Pirate Group, how come we come to this humble and impoverished island? As the captain of the first team of the Whitebeard pirates, Margot found for the first time that he couldn't understand Dad's thoughts. Yes. Daddy. Time is running out, we should hurry up and convene the big pirate groups to discuss countermeasures to deal with Marine. The captains such as Diamond Jaws and Foil Vista are also puzzled. Is there something more important to come here than to rescue Ace? Or, compared to the big pirate groups that convened New World, there is something Whitebeard takes more seriously? Goo la la la, boys, why are you in a hurry? What do you think Naval Headquarters is? Will it be possible to gather dozens of pirate groups casually and discuss countermeasures? When Whitebeard heard the words, he woke up from the memory. What do you mean, Daddy? Diamond Jaws suspiciously. Having dealt with Marine countless times, he naturally knows Marine's background. Aside from Marine 3 Admiral, anyway, in the eyes of the old man, they are a kid. But Garp and Sengoku is not the same. Attacking Marineford, these two legends Marine are absolutely indispensable. Could we be able to bite the bone of Marine when we come here? Foil Vista also asked. He was also full of curiosity for Whitebeard to put down his great cause of saving Ace and ran to this place where the birds do not shit. You are right. Dad brought you here this time because he begged to come out alone. As long as he nodded and agreed to go out, then Marineford, nothing to worry about. Whitebeard smiled happily, then said astonishingly. What? All the crew members were shocked when they heard this. What did they hear? Whitebeard took the whole group of pirates to this place where the birds do not shit, actually begging to get out of the mountain alone. Yes, they all noticed the main point in Whitebeard's words. Not please, but please. And still begging. Whitebeard. Edward Newgate, who is it? A well-deserved handle among the pirates. The first of the 4 emperors. Command the most powerful Whitebeard pirates in New World. The existence of this waiting in the Grand Line called the Wind and the Rain, unexpectedly used the word Gaikiu. How can this not shock everyone? Father, I heard that right. Margot looked at Whitebeard blankly. You are the head of the 4 emperors. Does it need to beg? Diamond Jaws was shocked. Stop kidding, old man. No one at Grand Line is qualified to let you go and beg him. Bermank, the 6th Division captain, took a sigh of relief. Have. Whitebeard saw the huge reaction from the sons, and there was no surprise on his face. After all, in the eyes of the world, he, Whitebeard, is the strongest man directly. He is synonymous with being superior among pirates, absolutely invincible and so on. But only he knew it. The so-called strongest man in the world, the so-called head of the 4 emperors, the so-called living legend, how ridiculous and insignificant is in front of that person. This. Margao and others saw Whitebeard saying this, and their scalp numb again with shock. No matter how good the old man is, how amazing, but in front of that person, the old man can only kneel down and beg him. Whitebeard let the Bhutan not notice that the mentality of Margot and others had completely burst, and continued to speak to himself. But father, you are the strongest man in the world. Can this unheard person who stays in a place where birds do not shit like Sphinx deserves your begging? Margot murmured. He is the person Whitebeard trusts most and the person who knows Whitebeard best. But just like that, the shock in his heart was more violent than everyone else. Ji-jun has nothing to say? Gu la la la. When Whitebeard heard the words, as if the Buddha had thought of something, an old face suddenly showed a very complicated smile. Isn't it? Diamond Jaws asked. My sons, do you know that although Luo Feng and others are not on the Grand Line, the Grand Line is full of his legends? Whitebeard shook his head and burst into laughter when he heard how his children were saying this to the legendary man. Impossible. Foil Vista shook his head. Father, it's not that we suspect you. But if it is really like what you said, this is called Luo Feng really so awesome, how come we haven't heard his legend? Marga was so shocked to see Foil Vista that he even dared to deny his father's words, and quickly added a sentence. That's because he represents a nightmare and despair for the world government. In order to eliminate his existence, the world government spent nearly 100 years before erasing all the legends about that man from the world and history. Whitebeard swept across Margao and the others, and uttered a heavy news that was enough to shock the world every word. Asterisk. Chapter 2 Whitebeard, Father, Son, I'm back. Silence. Since Whitebeard confided in front of everyone that the purpose of this trip was to go to the Sphinx and begged for someone to come out of the mountain, the Moby Dick of the great number fell into silence because of everyone's silence. This depressing silence, even if the pirate ship drew ashore, everyone followed Whitebeard to the island without being broken. Along the way, Marga, Jaws, and others who followed Whitebeard looked like you looked at me, but none of them spoke. Whitebeard didn't say anything about this, but quietly walked ahead. Along the way, he let the Buddha fade away all the halo on his body. Changed back to the worthless poor boy on Sphinx Island in the past. Obviously everything here is very strange to him, but it makes him very peaceful. Decades of surging years of the sea fighting for supremacy, as well as the heaviness and fatigue caused by the old sick body, have left him. It wasn't until Whitebeard reached the top of the mountain at the foot of the mountain and his side touched the thatched cottage on the top of the mountain that the silence accompanied by everyone for a while was only broken by him. Father, I'm back. Whitebeard fixedly looked at the thatched cottage in front of him for a long time, until his old eyes became a little muddy before he spoke. On weekdays, everybody uses Laozi's he used me for an unprecedented time. The eldest son of the sky, the second child of the sea, the third child of the land, and the third Laozi, Whitebeard, has become a filial son of the four emperors returning home and visiting relatives. Whitebeard didn't say anything yet. When he opened his mouth, Marl and the others were immediately frightened and gasped. What did they hear? Dad. What a familiar name. But isn't this what they call Whitebeard in their daily lives? Now what? It has become what Whitebeard calls another person. Regardless of whether the two are related by blood, Whitebeard's daddy sound is strong enough. In their opinion, if there is a blood relationship between the two, that's okay. At least when they call Grandpa, it won't be so embarrassing. But if not, then this man who can make Whitebeard willingly call his daddy, how awesome. What's more important is this Grandpa, they are so embarrassed. Just when Margao's face was overcast and unsteady, and their hearts were in turmoil, a figure that was not tall, only 1.8 meters tall, but stood upright like a mountain, had already walked out of the thatched hut. FK. Daddy's daddy is too young. It's not easy to call Grandpa. When Marga and the others saw the old daddy's daddy walking out of the thatched house, they immediately exploded on the spot. Not half the old guy who stepped into the coffin as expected. On the contrary, he was still a handsome young man younger than all of them present. Such a man who doesn't seem to be in his early 20s, how can the old man be called out? At this moment, their gazes towards Whitebeard were filled with admiration like the waters of the Yangtze River. The 70-old man is called the 20-young father. Then they don't want to call this young man, Grandpa? As soon as they thought of this, their scalp was numb by Whitebeard's old show, and their expressions were as wonderful as the freshly baked Siang who had eaten 10 pounds in the same breath. "It's my son Newgate." Unexpectedly, when I was goodbye, I almost couldn't recognize you when I saw you. Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard. His face showed a touch of vicissitudes that was seriously inconsistent with his appearance. "Gu la 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 la. I didn't expect that, after decades, you will still be beautiful, Daddy. But I have become a dead old man stepping into the coffin with 1.5 feet. In front of Luo Feng, Whitebeard removed the identity of the 4 emperors and the strongest name. Although when the two stood together, they seemed very peaceful, and when Whitebeard spoke to each other, the picture was extremely strong, but neither of them cared about it. "Haha, you don't know, I have had an ageless operation. Time has long been meaningless to me, it is just a word. If you don't want to drag this old sick body, then I can also help you return to the peak." Luo Feng smiled lightly. Obviously, he was very happy that Whitebeard came back to see him exclusively. But he didn't know that a sentence that seemed to him sparse and common, fell on Margao and others but was full of compelling taste. In a short time, an invincible image that is extremely compelling, grand-lined, and invincible has been created. This pretends to be in place. Although not deliberately pretending to be force, but invisible and unintentionally pretending to be forceful, it is even more deadly. "Father, let's talk about this later. Son, when I come back this time, apart from visiting you, I actually have one more thing to ask for." Facing Luo Feng, who had not changed his appearance at all, Whitebeard didn't feel ashamed. "I knew you old boy wouldn't really come back to see Laozi specifically." Luo Feng heard this, although he smiled and cursed, but he was not angry in his heart. Asterisk. Chapter 3 Whitebeard begged me to get out of the mountain. For Sphinx, the identity of Whitebeard, the 4 emperors, is too sensitive. The world's strongest man came to this poor island where birds don't shit for no reason, and it's strange that he didn't attract the attention of the world government, Marine, and the big pirates. Some imaginative pirates may even suspect that Whitebeard learned Gold Roger and hid his life's wealth in the Sphinx. As time goes by, Sphinx will inevitably bring countless disasters. As for him Luo Feng, not to mention. Once news about him appeared on the Grand Line, let alone 5 elders, even Eam would not feel comfortable eating underneath. So Whitebeard hadn't visited him once in decades. Once he asked for something, he didn't blame the other party. After all, Whitebeard did it for the sake of the people on Sphinx. Gu la 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 la. Whitebeard touched his head, revealing an extremely rare smirk. "Okay, let's talk. What is it that made you, an old boy, come back specially?" Luo Feng waved his hand. He knows the character of Whitebeard. If it was not enough to rewrite the pattern of the times, Whitebeard would never be able to disturb him. After all, he has been harvesting the mountain for many years. It's like this. Whitebeard put away the smile on his face and put on a serious expression. Immediately afterwards, under the dull and stunned expressions of Margot, Jaws, and others, his knees sank. The strongest man in the world. The first of the 4 emperors. The captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Such a man who watched the Grand Line horizontally and overlooked the existence of countless kings unexpectedly knelt down in front of Luo Feng in front of his sons. "Father. Is he here for real? This, old man, he really knelt down. What shall we do?" Margot, Bista and other captains look at me with a look of looking at each other. Although before coming, Whitebeard told them the purpose of the trip. Hearing Whitebeard said, it was totally different from witnessing Whitebeard kneeling. As the head of the 4 emperors, the indomitable existence, actually begged Luo Feng. This made them shocked, and at the same time, they couldn't help but wonder what kind of existence Luo Feng really was. They can't imagine. There are people in the sea that can afford Whitebeard's kneeling. "What are you doing?" Seeing this, Luo Feng frowned slightly. Father, listen to me. Whitebeard knelt on his knees and looked down at Luo Feng. No way, with his height, even if he is kneeling, he is much taller than Luo Feng. You say it? Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard. Father, go out of the mountain. Whitebeard met Luo Hao's gaze, and said every word. What? Luo Feng raised his brow slightly. I came back this time to beg you to come out of the mountain. Whitebeard hesitated, then spoke again. The world government wants to do you. Luo Feng's tone was cold. Not just me, but also your grandson Ace. As soon as Whitebeard said this, the corners of Margot's mouth not far away twitched. At this moment, they couldn't help but mourn in silence for Ace, who had an extra grandfather for no reason. But when they think that they and others are the same as Ace, besides the father of Whitebeard, now there is also the grandfather of Luo Feng, their expressions become more exciting. Father, Marine not only deceived my old age and couldn't carry a big knife, but he actually executed Ace publicly. In my opinion, they clearly didn't put you Luo Wudi in their eyes. This time my son came here, hoping to beg your father to come out of the mountain and be the master of his son and grandson. Whitebeard saw that Luo Feng's expression became a little bit colder, and he quickly hit the iron while it was hot. He had no confidence in whether Luo Feng could get out of the mountain. Looking at Luo Feng's current expression, it is clear that there is a play. My son, Newgate, your father, I have already seen through the world, and I have harvested the mountain for many years. Now I don't want to worry about the grievances of Grand Line anymore. What only made Whitebeard feel a little bit cold is that although Luo Feng's face became cold, he did not agree. Father, if you don't agree to my request to go out of the mountain, that sun will never get up even if I kneel and die here today. Whitebeard's silver teeth bit him, then knelt down with a stubborn expression on his face. He certainly knew that asking Luo Feng to come out of the mountain was not easy. Otherwise, he wouldn't bring all his sons this time, and then he bowed to his face to beg. After all, he also knew the reason why Luo Feng retired back then. It is impossible without a little sincerity to invite the father of the family out of the mountain. At this time, he only hoped to touch his father with his father-son love accumulated over the past 100 years. What is the origin of the father's father? It can actually make the old man bend his waist to this point. I don't even think about it. Margiao and the others were anxious, distressed, and puzzled when they saw their father Whitebeard kneeling down and begging for him. They really can't figure it out. How can Luo Feng and he be the father of Whitebeard? Looking at the difference in height and appearance between the two, it is clear that they are not the biological father and son. This made them want to break their heads, but they couldn't understand why the young man in front of him who was respected by Whitebeard as the daddy was capable of convincing Whitebeard to such a degree. Asterisk. Chapter 4 The sea is not fighting and killing, it is human beings. Although Margot didn't want to see Whitebeard begging Luo Feng like this, they didn't dare to intervene rashly. Not to mention the relationship between Luo Feng and Whitebeard, it's just that their sons really understand the character of their father. Do you know, the sea is not about fighting and killing, but about being so worldly. Luo Feng looked at himself and said, he was kneeling on the ground, and Whitebeard refused to get up. He couldn't help but feel a little helpless. Marl and the others understand the old man Whitebeard. How can his father not know the character of his son? If I don't let go today, then Whitebeard would really kneel here often. But, he can't help it. It was really a matter of fighting and intrigue in the ocean. He had experienced too much and was tired of it. Otherwise, he would not close the mountain and live in seclusion in the Sphinx. After all, he in front of the mountain was the one who made 5 elders and even Yim restless, and the food below was not good. Father, I still said that. If you refuse to go out, I won't get up. Although Whitebeard knew that he was a bit unkind to do this, it was related to his son's life and the life and death of the Whitebeard pirates. Anyway, Kneeling is kneeling for a while, and kneeling for a lifetime. Yo. I've got a lot of skills. How dare you threaten me? If you like to kneel, then kneel, and die here. I still said that, other things are easy to discuss, but the matter of going out of the mountain is not to be discussed. Facing Whitebeard's begging, Luo Feng was not moved at all. It looks like a posture of a worldly expert who sees through the world. What's more to come out of the mountain? What's so good about going out of the mountain? What's so good about the sea? Isn't it Tenten who fights and kills? Is it not good to live in seclusion here to raise fish? Although I am not in the sea, but the sea is everywhere with me. Isn't the legend fragrant? Why did you agree to Whitebeard's kneeling begging to go out of the mountain to fight and kill? Ding. Promise to my son, Whitebeard, begging, go out of the mountain and reward the world's strongest haki, physique, and physical skills. Rejected his son Whitebeard's kneeling begging, go out of the mountain and reward the sunflower treasure. Break the system. If you don't usually bubbling, just jump out at this time. Threatening me? Just kidding, Lao Zi is a dad, and I'm afraid you will reward sunflower collection? Facing the threat of the system, Luo Feng curled his lips in disdain. But when the corner of his eye glanced at Whitebeard's bleak old face, his damn heart couldn't help but soften. Hey, idiot, your bad temper is still the same as before. Luo Feng looked at Whitebeard, who was kneeling, first sighed, and then said. Well, for you, Dad makes an exception. I'm getting older, but I'm still softened after all. Anyway, he would not admit that he was afraid of the sunflower collection, nor would he admit that he was worried about the world's strongest haki, physical skills, and physique sent by the system. He was simply moved by Whitebeard. Promise to come out? That's right, that's it. Unfilial son Newgate, thank you father for fulfillment. Whitebeard froze for a moment, then said with a look of ecstasy, but with a little guilt. You also know that you are not filial? Dad, I retired to the sea and harvested mountains for decades. You also brought a group of grandsons to force me out of the mountain. Humph, if I don't agree to your kneeling begging, you will let my grandsons kneel with you? As Luo Feng spoke, he glanced at Margiao and others behind Whitebeard. Boys, what are you still waiting for? Come over and call Grandpa. Whitebeard, who begged Luo Feng to leave the mountain, saw Margiao and the others standing still stupidly, and suddenly lost their breath. Come and call Grandpa. Father, are you talking human words? How does this make us shout? When Marga, Jaws, and others heard Whitebeard say this, their faces suddenly turned blue and purple. It looks extremely exciting. Don't blame them. If Luo Feng is the same as Whitebeard, with an old man's face, then they can scream for the time being. But every time they saw Luo Feng's extremely young face, the word grandpa couldn't rush to their lips. At this time, they couldn't help but envy Ace, who was locked in Impel Down. At least, they would rather be locked up by Marine than face this embarrassing situation. Why? One by one twisted, who are you doing this for? Is it difficult for Grandpa to make you yell to Dad? Or, do you think I am an old man? Whitebeard couldn't help crying coldly when he saw that Marga and others were still motionless like sweet potato. In his opinion, since Luo Feng is his father, his son will naturally follow him to call his grandfather. As for Luo Feng's youthful appearance, Whitebeard doesn't care about it. No, father, don't be angry. Marga was so angry when he saw Whitebeard's beard, he hurried forward. Father, we didn't mean that. Jaws also followed. Then what do you mean? Whitebeard said solemnly. Luo Feng on the side saw this scene. Although he didn't say anything, he was laughing inwardly. He wouldn't say that he has waited for the scene for many years. After all, when Whitebeard was accepted as his son, he had already expected this day to come. Asterisk. Chapter 5 Boys, Come over and call Grandpa. Call, we can't call it yet. In the face of Whitebeard, who was like a furious lion, Busta and other captains were forced to be at a loss. Then come over and call Grandpa. When Whitebeard heard this, his face was slightly better. Margot, the captain of your first team is also our big brother, please first. Jaws pushed Margot. Yes, yes, yes. Margao is the eldest brother, of course the eldest brother invited first. When Bista and others looked at it, they all agreed. Since they always want to be called Grandpa, they can't be the first grandson to be called Grandpa to death. With that, everyone reached out and pushed Margao in front of Luo Feng and Whitebeard. Mar was so angry that his mouth was crooked. Do you know that I am the eldest brother? Why don't you usually call big brother? Goo la 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 la. Just when Margot was very angry and wanted to talk to Jaws and others, a huge shadow had completely enveloped him. At the same time, the iconic laughter swept across his ears, making him stiff. In the past, whenever he heard this laughter, he would feel heroic, free and easy, hacky. But now, he is threatening, murderous, and awe-inspiring. Master, Grandpa, Grandson Margot says hello to you. Margot glanced at Whitebeard, who was holding a naginata and staring behind him, and squeezed a few words out of his mouth with great difficulty. Whitebeard nodded in satisfaction, then turned his murderous eyes to Jaws, Bista and other sons. Grandpa, my name is Jaws, and the seaman gave him the nickname Diamond Jaws. Grandpa, I am Foil Vista, you can call me Ziobi. With Margao as the leading brother, coupled with Whitebeard's coercion, Jaws and other captains stepped forward to ask Luo Feng for peace. Good, good. You are all good. Luo Feng smiled happily, then praised Whitebeard. My son, Newgate, the most correct thing you have done these years is to find me such a bunch of good grandchildren. As soon as he said this, he instantly offended all the captains. However, Margao and the others can only smile. No way, Whitebeard's naginata had already revealed a white mask. The surrounding atmosphere began to creak, and was shattered by him at any time. Of course, these kids are my greatest achievement in my life. When Whitebeard heard the words, he suddenly laughed. For him, what is the strongest in the world? What four emperors are all imaginary? All he wants is a complete home. Dad has it. After all these years of hard work, my son has a lot. Now only Ace is left. After successfully begging Luo Feng to leave the mountain, Whitebeard was in a good mood and decided secretly that as long as Ace was rescued, he would be forced to call him Grandpa in front of Luo Feng as soon as possible. Ace, who was in prison at Impel Down, didn't know. Before and after, Marine arranged for him to be executed. Later, his favorite dad arranged for him a grandfather. Look at you. Luo Feng also shook his head and smiled, thinking of Whitebeard's ability to accept sons as the number one in the world. That old man, can we go out of the mountain? Whitebeard said cautiously. He was afraid that Luo Feng would change his mind and would not come out again. Look at you, who do you think of, Dad? Since I promised you to go out of the mountain, then I will definitely go out of the mountain. Luo Feng grinned and cursed. Stay here. I go back to the house to pack up some things and come out with you. As he said, he turned and walked towards the thatched cottage. Father, just let your grandchildren do these rough jobs for you. Whitebeard took a look and said quickly. No, Father, I'm not too old to even have to help carry my luggage. Luo Feng waved his hand and walked into the thatched cottage without looking back. When he appeared in the sight of Whitebeard and others again, he had already had a pistol, a long knife, and a slender shawl with the word invincible embroidered on the back. That. Grandpa. On the way out of the mountain to the Moby DK, Mal Gao's eyes fell on Luo Feng from time to time. To be precise, it was his shawl embroidered with invincible characters. Margiao Fang Buddha was hesitating and hesitating. But in the end he still spoke with difficulty. What's wrong? Good grandson. Luo Feng turned his eyes slightly and looked at Margiao. Puff. Kiazi, Izang and other captains couldn't help but burst into laughter upon hearing this. Grandpa, you still call me Margot? When Margot heard it, his expressionless face immediately turned red. He was certain that if Whitebeard weren't watching him, he would definitely have a grandfather-grandson battle on the spot. However, even if the seniority between their captain and Luo Hao has been fixed by Whitebeard, he does not want Luo Feng to be a grandson at every turn. Even if a good word is added in front, he is not willing. In any case, he Margiao is a person with a face and a face on the Grand Line. If other emperor lieutenants learned that his Tenten was called shortly by his grandson and grandson, where would he put his face? Asterisk. Chapter 6 Luo Chu, Whitebeard. Okay, dear grandson. Since it was the request of his grandson Margiao, Luo Feng would certainly agree. I really appreciate it. Grandpa. Malgao's face went black. No, since it's a good grandson's request, of course my grandfather will not refuse it. Luo Feng waved his hand, looking very generous. At this time, Margot's face was darker than the bottom of the pot. Ha ha. Foil Baista and others on the side saw the scene and couldn't help but burst into laughter. Margot's crippled picture is rarely seen on weekdays. Not to mention that after Malgiao deflated, he still couldn't attack. This picture is even more exciting. That grandpa, I don't know whether to talk about it or not. Margot said so, but in his heart he was saying that I have a sentence that my mother is selling critics, and I don't know if it should be said or not. Then don't talk about it. As soon as Luo Feng's voice fell, Margiao's body ignited a cyan flame. I don't know if the internal injury was abruptly suppressed. Then let me talk about it. Malgiao Qiang was holding back the blood from his throat. Since you are so persistent, let's talk about it. Luo Feng expressed that he was willing to listen hard. Grandpa, you embroidered the invincible characters on your shawl so arrogant and ostentatious. Don't you worry about being beaten right out of the mountain? The cyan flame on Margot's body burned more vigorously. Okay. Frankly speaking, seeing Luo Feng come out, he really wants to be the first person to beat Luo Feng. Not afraid. Luo Feng shook his head. Why? Foil Baista couldn't help but ask. Because no one can beat me. Luo Feng paused slightly and looked up at the sky 45 degrees. In an instant, a sense of loneliness and invincibility of the master came out. Grandpa, can't even Dad beat you? Diamond Jaws, who had been filled with Whitebeard in his heart, was the first to express his dissatisfaction. The other captains also stared at Luo Feng. After all, Whitebeard is recognized as the strongest man in the world. In their opinion, even if Luo Feng was begged to leave the mountain by Whitebeard, he could not be better than Whitebeard. At least it's impossible to be stronger than Whitebeard when he was young. After all, their captains have basically seen Whitebeard's peak period. Then you are going to ask your father. Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard with a smile. Father. When the captains heard this, they all looked at Whitebeard like curious babies. In fact, when they learned that Whitebeard was here to beg Luo Feng to come out of the mountain, they wanted to know everything about Luo Feng. How can this man become Whitebeard's daddy? How can this man become their grandfather? All of this, they want to understand clearly. It's a pity that they broke their lips along the way, and Whitebeard just didn't speak. Father, is it really okay? Whitebeard did not answer immediately, but looked at Luo Feng. Everything about Luo Feng is taboo in Grand Line. Otherwise, Yim will not do it himself, and he will erase everything about Luo Feng at all costs for 100 years. Even the slightest rumors never left. Since I have agreed to go out of the mountain, everything that Eam's wife has erased must no longer be concealed. Luo Feng shrugged. Father, you don't think Grandpa objected anymore? Yeah. Just say it. We all want to know the legend of Grandpa. Seeing that Luo Feng did not object, Marga and Jaws hurriedly urged. Thinking of knowing everything about Luo Feng right away, they even screamed at their unspeakable grandfather. Never mind. Since you idiots want to know so much, then Laozi will give you some popular science about the legend of the old man. Everything about Luo Feng began to emerge in Whitebeard's mind. At the same time, various complex expressions appeared on his face. There is admiration, awe, and shock. What kind of legend does Grandpa have? Seeing that Whitebeard hadn't even spoken, there was such an expression on his face, and the hearts of Marga and others immediately raised. Can make the world's strongest man show such a reaction? They can hardly imagine what legend Luo Feng once created. Margiao, didn't you just ask the old man to go out of the mountain wearing a shawl embroidered with the word invincible, so he is not afraid of being beaten? Whitebeard glanced at Marga. Margot nodded. Actually, Dad was right just now, no one on Grand Line can beat him. As far as I know, those who wanted to beat him and even dared to beat him were basically beaten to death by him. The rest of the people only dare to dream about it in their minds. When Whitebeard spoke of Luo Feng's tone, his tone became excited. At this moment, he immediately became Luo Mi. No, it was Luo Chu. Then Daddy, can't you fight Grandpa? Izzo asked cautiously. Hit. And Dad was beaten by your grandpa since he was a kid. Whitebeard nodded naturally. Asterisk. Chapter 7 Cape cut and embroidered by 5 elders and Eam. Then Daddy, why are you still alive? After hearing the words in Tibet, he blurted out subconsciously. Father, I didn't mean that. As soon as I said this, Izang regretted it. Stupid boy, how could the father blame you? Whitebeard smiled broadly, and then pressed a big hand on Izang's shoulder intimately. Seeing that Whitebeard's hand pressing on Izang's shoulder had a white mask, the captains took a step back tacitly. Thank you, Daddy. Yizang's face was deformed. He could feel that at the moment of Whitebeard, his bones were conservatively estimated to have been cracked. In fact, Laozi is an alternative. Among those beaten by his father, Laozi is the only one who can survive. But this is not because Laozi is better at playing than Dad, but because Laozi is his son. Whitebeard waved his hand, then continued the topic. Father, can you simply tell us who were among those who were beaten to death by Grandpa? Diamond Jaws asked a good question. Everyone opened their eyes wide and stared at Whitebeard intently. Hearing this, they are all considered products. Emotional Daddy is just like them. The only difference is that they play Whitebeard, and Whitebeard plays Luo Feng. Marshal Marine before Sengoku, 3 Admiral and the General Commander of the World Government, CPO, the old Gai Kong was not beaten to death by his father. As soon as Whitebeard said this, the whole audience was silent. For a while, I suspected that Whitebeard was a roaring Marl Gao and everyone was dumbfounded. Can't say a word at all. Old Daddy, did you say it wrong, or did I hear it wrong? Diamond Jaws was a little trembling when he spoke. Are you questioning Laozi? Whitebeard glanced sideways at Diamond Jaws. Don't dare. Diamond Jaws shut up immediately. Father, how did Kong survive? Is he more fierce than other Admiral and Marshal? Marga groaned, then asked. That old boy fierce? He is simply out of shit luck. If the world government and marine and celestial dragons encircled and suppressed the old man, he hadn't happened to be arranged to guard him at the headquarters, the old boy's grave head would have been 3 feet tall. Whitebeard said disdainfully. Is Grandpa so fierce? Izang made his scalp numb. Maybe the news Whitebeard confided was too shocking. He found that the 7 or 8 bones he had shattered just now by Whitebeard didn't hurt anymore. Grandfather? Everyone turned their heads to look at Luo Feng, who had been walking silently since just now and hadn't spoken a word. After tasting that Whitebeard is not Luo Chuan, and De Chuan, their eyes have changed when they look at Luo Feng. Like Whitebeard, when they look at Luo Feng, their eyes and faces are full of awe, admiration, and fear. It's like looking at gods and people. Before, they thought that Luo Feng's cloak with the word invincible when he went out of the mountain was too arrogant and easy to be beaten to death when he went out. But now, they all think this cloak is too low-key. Obviously, these captains have already begun to move closer to the old man Whitebeard. Gradually become a new generation of master blowing. Don't be six for basic exercises. Facing the fiery eyes of the grandsons, Luo Feng smiled lightly. The person who was blown by Whitebeard was not the same as him. By the way, didn't Margot talk about this shawl just now? Whitebeard glanced and found that everyone looked at Luo Feng's shawl from time to time. He let the Buddha think of something shocking, and a substantive surprise flashed in his eyes. Father, is there any legend about Grandpa in this cloak? At this moment, when Margot called Grandpa again, it was very smooth. It's hard to tell before half a minute. Now, I guess if he is not allowed to call him Grandpa, he would still be unhappy. This cloak and the embroidered characters on it are legendary. Whitebeard nodded, and then said astonishingly. Actually, this cloak was neither embroidered by your grandfather nor bought by him. It was cut by 5 elders himself, and a leader of celestial dragons named Yim embroidered the word invincible by himself, and then gave it to my father. As soon as the words came out, the audience was silent again. Looking around, all the captains on the scene were shocked and their faces were so open that their chins were about to hit the ground. They had never heard of who Yim was. But the leader of celestial dragons, they still understand. As for 5 elders, they are no strangers. The supreme ruler of the world government. Belongs to Marine Admiral, the Marshal will call Dad when he meets. But the 6 leaders of the Grand Line actually joined forces to cut the cloak for their grandfather and put the sleeves on the cloak? How could this not surprise their eyeballs? How dare they? Malgau's teeth trembled. Is this still the arrogant celestial dragons he is familiar with? Is this the 5 elders that he is familiar with, turning his hands into clouds and covering his hands into rain on the Grand Line? I think of 5 elders cut cloak, embroidery. No. It's so graphic. Asterisk. Chapter 8 My son Newgate has 4 emperors. 20 celestial dragons families, after 8 were knocked down by the old man, they dare. Whitebeard played the old man Luo Feng lightly again. Grandpa is terrifying. The captains such as Margot and Baista made a sincere sigh. After Dad played Whitebeard's effort, they were completely washed into the master's blow. When this group of freshly baked picnics looked at Luo Feng again, some of their eyes were just looking up at the mountains, and some were just fascinated. At this time, they all hate that they were not born in the era when Luo Feng wrote the legend. Not being able to see Luo Feng's legendary writing style like Whitebeard made them feel endless regrets. This boat is not bad. It seems that Newgate, you have been doing pretty well outside all these years. Maybe my grandpa is too strong, or Whitebeard is blowing too hard. On the way, all the captains of the Whitebeard pirates did not speak. Until Luo Feng boarded the Moby Dick, the silence was broken again. So. He also casually became the head of the 4 emperors, accidentally became the world's strongest man, and easily formed a world's strongest pirate group. Compared with the old man, you are really so, not worth mentioning. Whitebeard said nonchalantly. Although these words fell in the ears of others, I heard Luo Feng's legend, even Margot and the others agreed with Whitebeard's words. Compared with their grandfather Luo Feng, Whitebeard's achievements are really so. Compared with me, this is your fault. You are already pretty good, at least I didn't let my daddy miss you. After all, I saw it before I left. My son Newgate has no one piece, but he also has 4 emperors. Luo Feng comforted. Whitebeard was silent. Can you speak? My son Newgate has the 4 emperors funding, which is very good. But there is no need to add one more sentence to the front, although there is no one piece. Although he also thinks Luo Feng's remarks make sense, but frankly speaking, if it weren't for the defeat, plus the fact that he was beaten by Luo Feng that year, he admits that he wants to beat Luo Feng now. Grandpa, Daddy, are we going to convene the Pirates of New World? Margot saw Whitebeard wanting to do it, but he didn't dare to do it. For fear that his father was hammered on the ground by his grandfather, he quickly walked over and asked. The other captains on the ship also looked over. After all, they have not forgotten that the purpose of begging Luo Feng to leave the mountain this time is to preserve the Whitebeard pirates and save Ace. My dear grandson who hasn't met yet, when will he be executed? Luo Feng looked at Margiao. After half a month, Marine will publicly execute Ace at Marineford. Margot said honestly. After hearing the legend of Luo Feng, he admired his grandfather. Half a month? No hurry, go to Dressrosa first. It's hard to tell, of course I have to visit my old friends. No matter how bad it is, look at the offspring of those old friends. Luo Feng thought, and then said. Grandpa, it's important to save people. Visiting relatives, let's postpone it. We should go and convene the Pirates of New World right now. Yi Zhang heard it and said quickly. Are you teaching me to do things? Luo Feng glanced at Yi Zhang lightly. Then there is no more. With just one look, Yi Zhang, one of the 9 heroes of the Scarlet Sword, couldn't bear it, and passed out on the spot. Conqueror's haki. What a mighty spirit this is. Can't even captains like us take it? The pupils of Marl Gao's pupils shrank. Luo Feng has the qualifications of a king, and they are not surprised at all. What really shocked them was that Luo Feng's kingly spirit was so strong that even Yi Zhang couldn't bear it. What makes them even more shocking is the degree of Luo Feng's control over Conqueror's haki. If Luo Feng Conquerors is fully opened and the surrounding environment is upset, then they are more likely to accept it. But with a slight glimpse like just now, the operation that will stun them on the spot without the slightest smell of fireworks, unintentionally makes them even more frightened. You also want to teach me how to do things. Luo Feng retracted his gaze at Zhang, and then turned to look at Captain Marl Gao. No. Even if you give us 10 courage, we dare not teach Grandpa what you do. We will never be as rebellious as Zhang, dare to question your grandfather. As soon as this word came out, all the captains shook their heads unanimously. At the same time, they also drew a clear line between Israel and Tibet simply and neatly. As for Zhang, let him lie on the deck to calm down. If you say, they heard the legend of Luo Feng from Whitebeard just now. The power of Luo Feng is limited to personal imagination. Now they intuitively felt Luo Feng's strength. Even though it was only the tip of the iceberg, it was enough to make them feel appalling. Dressrosa, set off now. Without waiting for Luo Feng to speak again, Margiao and the others have already lost their lives. At this time, they finally understood why, just like their own dad, when facing grandfather, they all looked like love and hate, and suffocated. Asterisk. Chapter 9, My View of Shichibukai, like inserting the label to sell the first year. Father, how did you think of going to Dressrosa? I remember correctly, that should be Dover Kid's site. With the lessons learned from the past, only Whitebeard was the only person on the mobile to dare to talk to Luo Feng like this. He seems to be the one called Shichibukai. When Luo Feng heard this, a long-lost memory popped into his mind. What Shichibukai? That's a running dog raised by the world government. When Whitebeard talked about Shichibukai, his tone was full of contempt and dismissiveness. 4 emperors have a common problem with putting Buddha. Whenever Shichibukai is mentioned, everyone is disdainful. Shichibukai, who is as famous as the four emperors and naval headquarters, is not in the eyes. Kaido is so, Whitebeard is so, and so is Charlotte Linlin. Even if it is red-haired Shanks, he just looks at Dracula Mihawk differently. So, does Marine's execution of my good grandson have Shichibukai's share? The corners of Luo Feng's mouth raised slightly. Good. Whitebeard nodded, then let the Buddha think about it, and looked at Luo Feng suddenly. Father, do you want to move Shichibukai? As soon as he said this, the grandsons of Margiao, who were originally serving as the background, stood aside and dared not take a breath, also looked at Luo Feng. Is there a problem? Luo Feng did not answer the question. Grandpa, I want to get inflammation. Before Whitebeard spoke, Marga had raised his right hand. At this time, he was not at all like the emperor, on the contrary, he was no different from a student who raised his hand to speak to the teacher in class. My dear grandson, speak up. Luo Feng gave Margiao an admiring look. This grandson is sensible. Know that you have to be polite when you talk to your elders. It's not like Izang who is dressed like a Wakuaza lying on the deck. Grandpa, you just came out of the mountain, maybe you have a misunderstanding about Shichibukai. Please allow grandson here to help you Popular Science 1 or 2. Although Shichibukai is a running dog of the world government, it is also one of the three major forces of the Grand Line. You must not be light. Margiao was interrupted by Luo Feng before he could finish speaking. I view Shichibukai, like a label to sell the first ear. Luo Hao glanced horizontally at Margiao. Grandson, do you have a different opinion? How about telling me to Grandpa? Without seeing him making any movements, the Moby DK of the Great had sunk by as much as 5 or 6 meters. Grandpa, I don't have a place to get inflammation. Margiao directly suppressed the enemy before calling out to underestimate the enemy. When he discovered that the sinking Moby DK had returned to its original condition, he realized that his grandfather was different from his father. Grandpa and Dad are completely different. The old man is just gang, at least he is reasonable to his son. But Grandpa is so stubborn and domineering, he only talks about physics to his grandson. Izang, who was still lying on the deck and did not wake up, is the best proof. Use Shichibukai to announce to Grand Line that you are coming out of the mountain? After all these years, Dad, you are still the same as before. Not only the appearance, even the style has not changed a bit. But I am getting old. This time, maybe it will be the last time I have fought with you, Daddy. Whitebeard saw through Luo Feng's thoughts at a glance. From the day he became Luo Feng's son, he knew that his father was not a peaceful, low-key person. There is an old man, even if it is sickness and time, I can't take you away. Luo Feng glanced at Whitebeard, whose face and body were suffering from illness. Gu la 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 la. When Whitebeard heard the words, he turned up to the sky and laughed. Luo Hao didn't say a word about this. Whitebeard really knew him well. But after he came out of the mountain, he went to Dressrosa as soon as possible. Is he really just planning to use Don Quixote da Flamingo to pretend? It really seems to be. Don Quixote da Flamingo, dressed in sunglasses, a pink feather coat and cropped trousers, on the dock of Dressrosa, surrounded by his men, walked towards a warship not far away. Young master, are you really planning to go to the headquarters alone? Toripole followed closely beside Don Quixote da Flamingo. Yes. Young master. This time I was going to confront the monster Whitebeard. Why don't you take us with you? Pika suggested with a worried look. We are a family. The most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. Diamante said excitedly. The other members of the Don Quixote family all expressed their opinions as soon as they heard that they wanted to go to Marineford with Don Quixote da Flamingo. The most important thing for a family is neatness. Originally walking at the pace that the 6 relatives did not recognize, and tasting the loyal Don Quixote da Flamingo from the family, the pleasant smile on his face not only disappeared in an instant, even the flat face went black. Diamante, who taught you this just now? Don Quixote da Flamingo paused, then turned his head back and stared at Diamante. At the same time, a terrifying figure emerged in his mind. Asterisk. Chapter 10 Words written into the genealogy by celestial dragons. Young master, no one taught me this. I just saw you go to the battlefield by yourself, young master. Diamante was frowned upon by Don Quixote da Flamingo. I'll give you another chance to reorganize the language. Don Quixote da Flamingo still didn't relax, his eyes under the sunglasses stared at Diamante. No way. Although he was not from that era, he did not witness that unforgettable history. Even Grand Line doesn't even circulate everything about that man anymore. But as celestial dragons, even if the wings are broken, he knows many secrets that ordinary people don't know. The man 100 years ago. That is regarded by the world government as being even more taboo than the 100 years of blank history. And the most important thing about the family that Diamante said just now is neat and tidy, and it comes from the man's handwriting. As far as he knows, the man said this when he slaughtered 8 celestial dragons' families. This is also true, for celestial dragons, this sentence will never be forgotten. So the only remaining celestial dragon's family directly wrote the words that the man said into the genealogy. It is said that even Lord Yim's study and the office of 5 elders, the supreme ruler of the world government, hang this sentence. Young master, what do you want me to say? Do you want me to say that what the family wants in the end is not tidy? Facing Don Quixote da Flamingo's stern eyes, Diamante almost burst into tears. Such a terrifying young master, he had seen it for the first time. He promised that young master had never been so scary when he died of his family. Young master, what's wrong? Is he doubting our loyalty? When Pika and others saw this, they were all at a loss. Not only Diamante, but Toropol and the others have never seen Don Quixote da Flamingo show this expression. They all see clearly. That is the expression of fear and jealousy until ultimate. Forget it, I should have been over-concerned. How could Diamante have something to do with that demon? Don Quixote da Flamingo also reacted after seeing the expressions of the members of the family. He is simply too sensitive. Not to mention that Diamante watched him grow up, it is impossible to betray him. Just talking about Diamante's age and level, it is impossible to come into contact with that man. Well, no one is allowed to mention that the most important thing about a family is neatness. Whoever dares to mention, I will kick him out of the family. Don Quixote da Flamingo has no good airway. Also, I am Shichibukai, and it's not that you are Shichibukai. What are you doing so actively? Is living impatient? Or is the One Piece buried in Marineford by One Piece? He went to the top of the war just a beating of soy sauce. Had it not been subject to Shichibukai's mandatory call, he would not even go. After all, that is the strongest man in the world, even if he just wants to hit the edge of the battlefield, it is risky. The ghost knows if old man Whitebeard suddenly sees him unpleasantly, and kills him directly. He went on his own, seeing that the situation was wrong, there was a great chance that he would slip away. If the whole family went there, wouldn't it be true that Diamante's words would have been answered, and the family would be tidy? Young master, then we are not going. You must be safe when you go to the battlefield by yourself. Our family is waiting for you in Dressrosa. Although I don't know what Don Quixote da Flamingo was crazy about just now, Toropol and others dare not commit any more taboos. At this moment, no one said to follow to Marineford. Don Quixote da Flamingo nodded, and then took a step that the 6 relatives did not recognize, letting the Buddha go on the runway and boarding the warship that had been docked at the pier. But just as he raised his front foot high and was about to step onto the warship, he found an old acquaintance standing on the warship. Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Chief Staff Officer, Crane. At the same time, he was the enemy of his life. It's just that, the Chief Staff Officer who had been working against him as soon as they met each other, but at this time he didn't look at the enemy of his life. "Hey, Mrs. Crane, are you dim-eyed? Laozi is here." When Don Quixote da Flamingo saw that Crane was indifferent to himself, he suddenly became displeased. Wasn't Crane's attention always given to him alone? Didn't I go out for a stroll in the sea during this period of time? Grandma Crane would have a new object? Thinking of someone robbing his mother-in-law Crane, Don Quixote da Flamingo, like a child abandoned by his mother, immediately provokes Crane. "Of course I know you are here. Also, it is not me who is dim-eyed, but you. If you haven't seen what happened, you'd better take your sunglasses off for me." Crane looked at the sea behind without looking back. Don Quixote da Flamingo who still ignores love and kills for half a lifetime. Asterisk. Chapter 11 Laozi has a father, the fiercest kind. I want to see, that guy dared to snatch the crane with Laozi. Don Quixote da Flamingo, who lacks love, is even more upset. Of course he won't take off the sunglasses. However, he followed the crane's gaze and looked towards the distant sea. At this point, he was just like the crane and the other marines on the warship. His head was motionless, staring at the distant sea intently. To be precise, it is a huge ship sailing on sea level. Looking at it from a distance, Don Quixote da Flamingo with strong eyesight saw at a glance that this was a pirate ship. He even recognized which pirate group's ship it was. The Moby Dick. Don Quixote da Flamingo's pupils tightened. The 4-foot that was about to step onto the warship immediately settled firmly in the air. Why did Whitebeard suddenly come to Dressrosa? Crane stared at the Moby Dick, which was getting closer and closer to them, and his mind turned at high speed. "Mrs. Crane, what should we do?" Huo Xiaoshan looked at the Moby Dick getting closer and closer, with fine beads of sweat gradually appearing on his forehead. This is Whitebeard, the recognized leader of the 4 emperors. As far as the 4 emperors are concerned, it is a monster that no 2 admiral can fight against. And Whitebeard, the head of the 4 emperors, is even more of a monster among monsters. In the peak period, even if 3 admiral came out, still can't win the big Poseidon. See how much the marine prepares and deploys in order to clean up Whitebeard to know the horror of Whitebeard. Marine hero Garp, Buddha Sengoku, Marine 3 Admiral. It's not enough for these high-end lineups to come together to beat the 70-year-old sick man. Akainu has to play another wave of big Uzumaki spiders before they can play Whitebeard. But now, what do they have on this warship? A Vice Admiral Crane mother-in-law, plus his Vice Admiral Burning Mountain. Where's the opposite? The Whitebeard pirates came out. Headed by the Moby Dick, 4 pirate ships are approaching vigorously behind them. No hurry. Although the old man didn't know why Newgate came to Dressrosa suddenly, there was no need to panic too much. Let's stay still for the time being. Although Crane, who has seen too many big scenes, is uncertain in his heart, he is calm on the surface. Show off the General Marine style. Why did that old guy suddenly come to me? Could it be that he wanted to get rid of Crane and Huashaishan in advance, so as to reduce the pressure on the battlefield? Don Quixote da Flamingo's eyes turned. Wait, Shishibukai is forcibly summoning this matter, and Whitebeard must know it too. If this old guy is really here to cut off Marine's power in advance, isn't he also an idea to take care of Laozi, Shishibukai? Thinking of this, Don Quixote da Flamingo's face not only became extremely dignified, but he even retracted his 4-foot when he was lifted into the air and was about to step on the warship. The meaning of drawing a line is obvious. Regarding this, neither Crane nor Huashaishan had the intention of paying attention to it. At this moment, their attention was all on Whitebeard who was in sight. Whitebeard, what do you mean by coming here? Do you want to start a war with our marine in advance? The crane glanced at marine on the warship without a trace. After finding that their hands with rifles and long knives were shaking, and even Hwashaeshin was so nervous that their bodies were shaking slightly, they immediately took a step forward. If you have the idea of keeping us here, the old man advises you to think clearly. Once we die here, the headquarter will inevitably execute Fire Fist Ace. Crane said every word. Obviously, she was reminding Whitebeard not to break the tacit understanding between the two parties. Put away your shameful thoughts. Laozi is Whitebeard. Marineford is where we settle the bill. Whitebeard dismissed it. He naturally knew what Marine was thinking. The execution of Ace is real. But the real purpose is to lead him to Marineford and eat the entire Whitebeard pirate group. Otherwise, I really should be so kind to Marine and give him enough time to save people at Marineford? You really think so? It is naturally the best. He heard the words, the surface was light and the clouds were calm, but inside he was squeezing sweat quietly. Regardless of what she just made, in fact she was panicked. After all, the initiative is not in her, but in Whitebeard. If Whitebeard gets angry, he will kill their ship Marine. Then she and Huo Xiaoshan could only bravely confront Whitebeard. Then, and die with dignity. Since you are not going to fight with our Marine here, why did you come to Dressrosa? He breathed a sigh of relief, but Huo Xiaoshan did not dare to take a breath. After all, he is facing Whitebeard. Laozi can't answer you anymore. Whitebeard stared sharply at Hwashaeshin. Frankly speaking, he was really murderous at that moment. He bet that even if the ship in front of him was sunk, Sengoku would not dare to kill Ace. However, when the corner of his eyes swept to Luo Feng, who was silent, sitting in his seat with a sword in his arms, the killing intent in his heart immediately disappeared. That's right. I am not alone. There is also a father behind Laozi. And it's the toughest daddy in the entire Grand Line. Asterisk. Chapter 12. Doflamingo freaked out? What do you mean? He frowned slightly. Could it be that you were so nervous that you brought the Whitebeard pirates to Dressrosa for a stroll? Then you have to ask my father himself. After all, it was his idea to come to Dressrosa. Whitebeard looked at Crane and Hwashaeshin with a smile. Your father? Whitebeard, do you have an old man? Whitebeard, don't you only take your son? When did you take away the old man? He and Hwashaeshin heard this, their first reaction was dumbfounded. Not only them, but even the Marines on the warship who had been panicked were dumbfounded. But whoever comes out into the ocean and doesn't know that Whitebeard's group is relying on his son. But Whitebeard is really unheard of doing this job of collecting fathers. However, there was one exception. That's Don Quixote Doflamingo. This heavenly yaksha, who was still jealous of the crane incident, was not only as quiet as a quail at this time, but also a face that was almost arrogant and filled with terror. This expression is nothing different from ordinary people hell. Can't Laozi have a father? Without father, how did Laozi come from? Whitebeard's face became cold, and the Marines on the general's ship were immediately oppressed with a terrifying aura. For me to be frank, who is your father? Although Crane was oppressed to breathe a little bit, he still couldn't hold back his curiosity. Who is it? Actually let Whitebeard, the head of the four emperors, put down his body like this, willingly admit his father. You don't want to know him. Whitebeard gave a smile that made Crane feel strongly uneasy. Grandpa, someone wants to know you. Margal looked at the Crane with a smile. Grandpa. Crane and Hwashaeshin looked at each other, and his heart suddenly rose with intense anxiety. Whitebeard admits daddy. Margao recognizes grandpa. What does that mean? The Whitebeard pirate group has a presence above all the pirates. Moreover, this person makes Whitebeard, the captain, and Marga all agree with it. He even agrees to the point where he can recognize his father and call him. Even if he is hailed as a great staff member, Crane, who has always been contented and resourceful, can't figure out if he wants to break his head. Who can let the four emperors recognize his father and the emperor's deputy to call his father? When Crane, Huashao Mountain, and Don Quixote da Flamingo on the side felt embarrassed, Whitebeard, Margot, Jaws and others who stood on the bow of the Moby Dick suddenly gave up their way. Crane looked around and found that a young man was sitting on the big chair that only belonged to Whitebeard. Who is this person? Huashao was frightened. The man who made Whitebeard call daddy and the captains call grandfather is too young. It's him. When Don Quixote da Flamingo saw Luo Feng clearly, he staggered and sat on the boarding pedal. There can be nothing wrong. Every celestial dragons has seen this photo. Every celestial dragons will recognize this face. But celestial dragons will never forget this man. Even his celestial dragons, who has broken wings since he was a child, is no exception. Because this is an order issued by Im himself. Let celestial dragons remember this face, not for celestial dragons' revenge, all day long. It is so that celestial dragons can run as far as possible when they see a man with this face on his neck in the ocean. Brother Ming. Crane's eyes widened. What did she see? Heavenly Yiksha, who walked 6 relatives who didn't recognize it, had his forehead arrogant, and talked arrogantly forever, was actually scared by a man and fell to the ground. Damn it! Much. Da Flamingo freaked out? Huo Xiaoshan stared at Don Quixote da Flamingo in amazement. To be precise, this heavenly Yiksha's pants. Under his gaze, Don Quixote da Flamingo's pants were not only wet, but even the petals were soaked in urine and slightly changed color. Even in the face of death, he believed that Don Quixote da Flamingo could face it with a smile. But now, a king of Shichibukai is scared to diapers just because of a man, just seeing the man. Who would believe this? Even though Huashao had already witnessed it with his own eyes, he couldn't help but suspect that what he saw was an illusion. Dover, do you know him? Crane reacted instantly. Don Quixote da Flamingo knows the youth in front of him. At least know the identity of the other party. No. Impossible. All these years have passed, why is he still alive? Even if he was alive, how could his face remain the same as before? It's not true, that man is definitely dead. Don Quixote da Flamingo whispered divinely for a while, and suddenly jumped from the floor like a wind. He always pays attention to appearance and is extremely compelling, but now he is like a lunatic. While he kept chanting words that others could not understand, his right hand suddenly pointed at Luo Feng, who was surrounded by Whitebeard, Margiao, and others. Asterisk. Chapter 13 He is out. Brother Ming, who is he? He saw Don Quixote da Flamingo's emotions get out of control to this point, he couldn't help asking. Who are you? Say, did you find it on purpose by old man Whitebeard? If you really are him, you can't be like this. Even if you are not dead, you should be too old to step into the coffin. But Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has always fallen in love with Crane, ignores her. Have you heard my story? Luo Feng looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was scared to pee in front of him, did not have the arrogant and domineering attitude in his memory, and his 6 relatives did not recognize Don Quixote da Flamingo, with doubts on his face. Yes. You should know me. After all, I killed your grandfather and grandfather Zheng. So you should have listened to my stories since childhood. Before Don Quixote da Flamingo could speak, Luo Feng suddenly said. What? Crane's expression changed again and again. Don Quixote da Flamingo's identity is unknown to others, don't you know that she fell in love and killed each other for half a lifetime? That is celestial dragons. The genuine kind. It is totally different from the celestial dragons with folded wings like Don Quixote da Flamingo. Everyone in the Sea of Grand Line knows that any fight against celestial dragons will attract Marine Admiral's crusade. As for the kind of killing celestial dragons and killing two at a time, the scene was unimaginable even Crane himself. It's really you. Just now, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was still holding a trace of fluke, instantly wiped out the last trace of fluke in his heart. This incident has long since been buried by the world government in the long history of Luo Feng's retirement. Apart from celestial dragons and 5 elders, only a few pirates and marines can know this. At least he doesn't even know about Vice Admiral Crane. Being able to say such a thing in person, Luo Feng's identity is completely confirmed. Unexpectedly, not only did you not die, but you actually came out of the mountain. Don Quixote da Flamingo took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. But facing this existence who fears even celestial dragons and doesn't even eat under Yim. He, the heavenly Yaksha, celestial dragons with folded wings, really couldn't face it with a normal heart. Who is he? Crane's tone also showed signs of anxiety. She is keenly aware of the horror. Not only is there a big problem with her here, but even the top war that Marine has deployed for a long time will have a big problem. Thinking of this, she wanted to figure out Luo Feng's identity even more eagerly. Don't tell her. Luo Feng looked at the CP pair Don Quixote da Flamingo and he, with a hint of playfulness in his eyes. You don't want to know. Don Quixote da Flamingo's mouth pulled out a terrified, bitter smile. Tell me. Crane stared at Don Quixote da Flamingo and said coldly. It took nearly 100 years for the world government to completely erase everything about him from the Grand Line. Anyone who tries to track down and understand him is more damned in the eyes of the world government than uncovering that 100 years of blank history. Do you still want to know him now? Don Quixote da Flamingo glanced at the Crane. His gaze seemed to be the same as looking at a person who didn't know the heights of the sky and wanted to find death. What on earth is Whitebeard his father? Huashaishan was frightened. He suddenly realized that he seemed to have come into contact with the unknown side of Grand Line. It is also the most real side. No matter what the government is trying to cover up, now this man is just as you said, has come out. Then everything about him is no longer a taboo. Although Crane felt restless, his mentality barely stabilized. Since you want to know so much, just PK your ears to hear clearly. He was the man who slaughtered the 8 celestial dragons' families, the commander-in-chief of the world government, the marshal marine, and 2 admiral to death 100 years ago. Celestial dragons call him the God's Lair. The world government said he was the god of war. As for you, Marine and the pirates at that time respect him together as Luo Wudi. Don Quixote da Flamingo was talking, his body trembling unconsciously. Are you lying to a ghost? Luo Wudi. How can such a person exist? After the Crane, Huashaishan, and everyone present heard Don Quixote da Flamingo's words, they were not shocked at first, but felt ridiculous. Whether it's Marine or pirates, they don't believe that such a person exists in Grand Line. Partial ghost? Does not exist? Do you think that the invincible embroidered shawl on his body was blown by the strong wind? Don Quixote da Flamingo sneered. This cloak seems a bit familiar. He looked around and found that Luo Feng's cloak style was very familiar. I seem to have seen this cloak somewhere. Speaking of this, Huashaishan looked at the Crane unconsciously. To be precise, he looked at the shawl with embroidered words and justice on the Crane. Of course you feel familiar. Why are you not familiar with the shawl of the same style as Marine? How come you haven't seen it? Don Quixote da Flamingo sneered. Asterisk. Chapter 14 Dad didn't lie, Grandpa is really fierce. Is that cloak made by Marine? He Shen said. Whitebeard his dad, that should be the pirate. A pirate was actually wearing Marine's cape. With no problem in her mind, she smelled a terrifying smell for the first time. No. He was relieved by Don Quixote da Flamingo's words. You guys think too much. Marine is not qualified to do this cloak. This is a cloak cut by 5 elders and embroidered by the leader of celestial dragons. As for you, Marine? It's just a little character giving a cloak. But the next second, when Don Quixote da Flamingo spoke again, everyone in the audience was appalled. What are you talking about? Huashaishan furiously said. These words are simply trampling on the justice and dignity of their marine. How? Don't believe it? Then go back and ask your Admiral Kong Kong. No, it should be the Commander-in-Chief of the Army now. Ask him how he gave the shawl to Ludo Woody on behalf of all Marines back then. Don Quixote da Flamingo said yin and yang weirdly. In front of Ludo Woody, all beings are equal. Even their celestial dragons and world government had a miserable life. Is it possible that you Marines still want to play a powerful role? FK. The old man didn't lie. Grandpa was really tough back then. Marine and the pirates respect Ludo Woody. What a hacky. Margot, Jaws, and the other captains heard Don Quixote da Flamingo's words. All of them were excited and proud. Obviously Don Quixote da Flamingo is not talking about them, but it still makes them feel proud and proud. You, Granny Crane, you don't really believe this guy's nonsense, do you? He is humiliating us Marine. Compared to Margot and the others, the honest man Huashaishan was furious. But before he could do anything, Crane had already pushed him on the deck of the warship first. Is it true or not? I will judge it. He Shen said. Mrs. Crane, believe it or not, I don't believe it anyway. But you'd better just press me like this, or I will definitely kill Da Flamingo. Huo Xiaoshan stared at Don Quixote da Flamingo gritted teeth. Puff. Everyone turned their heads, and immediately found that the person laughing was Luo Feng. Sorry. Under normal circumstances, I will not laugh. Unless I really can't help it. When Luo Feng saw Margio's face confused, he said. Are you sure that Xiaohizi is pressing you? Aren't you afraid that Brother Xiaoming will kill you? Puff. When everyone heard it, they first glanced at Don Quixote da Flamingo, and then when they looked at Huashaishan, they all laughed. Obviously, they all got to the point of laughter. You. Huashaishan heard the joking laughter of Whitebeard and others, and the bearded face immediately turned red. After all, they are the honest people in Vice Admiral. Dover, why do you know so clearly? Before Huashaishan could speak, he had already said first. Mr. Crane, you don't want to be there to understand and pretend to be confused. Others don't know who Laozi is, don't you know? Don Quixote da Flamingo sneered. Crane was silent. Indeed, the identity of Don Quixote da Flamingo is clear to her. But what the other party said was too appalling. She had to expose Don Quixote da Flamingo's scars. Don't you just want to hear me in person? Snort. Don Quixote is one of the 8 celestial dragons families that he wiped out that year. Don Quixote da Flamingo said this and couldn't help but look at Luo Feng. His eyes have hatred and anger, but more fear and anxiety. Crane opened his mouth and wanted to ask how Don Quixote da Flamingo survived. But when she saw Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was in love and killed with her, that was in agony, but looked panic and helpless, she still shut her mouth. You seem to be scared. Suddenly, Luo Feng stepped on the warship and walked up to Don Quixote da Flamingo as if no one was there. Do you want to kill me this time when you go out of the mountain? Don Quixote da Flamingo's body stiffened and his expression was extremely tense. The reason why he was so mad in front of Diamante before was that he was worried about this. He is the only one left in the Don Quixote family. He is afraid. He was afraid that Luo Feng, who had disappeared for many years, would suddenly appear, and then said to him that the most important thing for a family is to be neat and tidy. Immediately afterwards, I sent him the only orphan of Don Quixote to see his great-grandfather, grandfather, father, younger brother, and others. but he never expected that the existence he regarded as a nightmare would actually come out of the mountain. And it really came to him. Only you are worthy of my going out? Do you feel worthy? Luo Feng said with a smile, but not a smile. Don Quixote da Flamingo heard this, although his face was ugly, but his panic and uneasy heart calmed down a lot. Luo Feng's words are very ugly, and what can be said is also a fact. Celestial dragons is good too. Whatever Shishibukai. Nothing is qualified to let Luo Feng out of the mountain. Asterisk. Chapter 15 Xiaoming, I heard that you want to touch my grandson, right? Don't breathe so quickly. Before coming, my son Newgate told me about it. Do you want to touch my grandson? As soon as Luo Feng said this, Don Quixote da Flamingo's heart almost didn't jump in his throat. I dare not. Don Quixote da Flamingo shook his head hard. Don't dare? I think you are quite dare. Xiaoming. Who are you not good at? Why do you want to learn from your grandpa? Do you know? You have narrowed the road. Luo Hao stared at Don Quixote da Flamingo's eyes, staring at him with horror. No, I didn't even know that Whitebeard was your son. Not even knowing that Huoquan Ace is your grandson. If I knew, I would lose the name of Shishibukai, and I would not agree to the mandatory convening of naval headquarters. Don Quixote da Flamingo's feet trembled slightly. It's not that he is unworthy. In fact, changing any celestial dragons to stand in front of Luo Wudi will not be much better than him. It is estimated that celestial dragons can also speak normally when the maiden Yim stands in front of Luo Wudi. Other people, whether five elders or Kong Kong, these old guys all knelt before this man. As for those grave heads that are not kneeling, they are already 3 feet tall. Can you still dare not? Luo Feng stared at Don Quixote da Flamingo and asked playfully. No. Don Quixote da Flamingo said quickly. No way. Don't dare. People have to pay for their choices. Your great-grandfather and grandfather are like this, your father and you are no exception. Luo Hao shook his head gently. Wait. If you don't believe me, I will immediately give up the name Shishibukai. Don Quixote da Flamingo was horrified. Da Flamingo, what do you mean? Hearing these words, Crane and Huashaishan suddenly showed an expression of anger. And, the marine on this warship, I can sink them all to the bottom of the sea right now. Don Quixote da Flamingo does not care about the feelings of Crane and Huashaishan, and he begs Luo Feng to himself. I believe it. Luo Feng nodded, then said. But I believe it's useless. People have to pay for their choices. His words instantly sank Don Quixote da Flamingo's heart to the bottom. No, listen to me. Don Quixote da Flamingo wanted to say something, but Luo Feng interrupted him. When I decided to leave the mountain, I was already thinking. What kind of posture am I going to come out of the mountain? Then my son Newgate told me about Shishibukai, and I thought about it. Use Shishibukai, one of the 3 major forces, to pave the way for me to go out of the mountain. I have accepted the mandatory call, dare to move the head of my son Newgate and my good grandson Ace's Shishibukai to announce to the Grand Line that I am out of the mountain, as if it's pretty good too. Luo Feng looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose face was gradually covered by the grey color, and his mouth was authentic. Am I finished? Don Quixote da Flamingo slumped down on the deck. Ha ha, da Flamingo, you are in vain. Even if you are exhausted, it is useless to give up everything. They didn't even plan to let you go. Huashaishan saw the tragic situation of Don Quixote da Flamingo and couldn't help laughing. Dover, you still have a choice now. Join us and stand firmly on Marine's side as Shishibukai. What you just said, I can treat it as if I haven't heard it. A hint of joy flashed in the depths of Crane's eyes. Known as the chief staff officer, she immediately realized that this was a good opportunity to tie Don Quixote da Flamingo to the naval headquarters ship. Join up with you? Stupid, You guys have not figured out the reality yet. Laozi has made it so clear just now. You don't even know what kind of existence the man in front of you is. He originally thought that Don Quixote da Flamingo would definitely be moved by her. But what she didn't expect was that Don Quixote da Flamingo actually put on the look of being slaughtered. Heavenly Yiksha, are you willing to catch and let others slaughter? Although Huashaishan was also angry about Don Quixote da Flamingo's abandonment of Shichibukai and even wanted to kill them, he never expected that Don Quixote da Flamingo would be driven to an end, and he didn't even have the courage to resist. Fur. When Don Quixote da Flamingo heard the words, his pale face pulled out a smile that was hard to see ultimate. Regarding Huashaishan, he remained unmoved. Isn't it good to die like this? After all, the most important thing for a family is neatness. Xiaoming, am I right? As Luo Hao spoke, he stretched his hand towards Don Quixote da Flamingo. Am I still going to see Grandpa and them? A flash of panic flashed in Don Quixote da Flamingo's eyes. Revolt. Of course he has such an idea. But when he thinks of Luo Feng's horror, think of the desperate history of celestial dragons 100 years ago, the idea of resistance he has just risen has been wiped out by himself. Asterisk. Chapter 16 Crane, you narrow the road. Grandpa is too fierce. Nothing was done, just a casual fight in front of Da Flamingo. This heavenly Yiksha almost collapsed. It turns out that this is what Grandpa said when he came out of the mountain to visit the offspring of an old friend. Feelings, he is here to cut the grass and roots and completely kill the Don Quixote family that hadn't been killed that year. Margot, Jaws, and others on the side looked at each other, and they all saw shock and awe in each other's eyes. Looking at the Grand Line, Don Quixote da Flamingo is definitely a pirate. But such a pirate king was defeated without a fight in front of Luo Feng. I don't even have the idea of resisting. Mrs. Crane, what should we do? Huashaishan saw Don Quixote da Flamingo behaving so unbearably, waiting for Luo Hao to kill, and couldn't help asking Granny Crane. Save or not? Crane looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo, his eyes flickering. For public and private, Marine shouldn't save pirates originally. But the current situation made Crane a little hesitant. There is the Whitebeard pirate group before, and Luo Feng the God's lair afterwards. Save people. But after rescued, immediately withdraw. Crane has made a decision in the flashlight. People want to save. But they have to go even more. It's cheaper for you, Da Flamingo. Huashaishan is the same as Crane thought. In normal times, even though Don Quixote da Flamingo was 100 times miserable, he remained unmoved, let alone rescued. Seeing now, he had to save. Not to mention whether the things about Luo Feng are true or false, he must be rescued if he fights for the top of the war after half a month. Don Quixote da Flamingo can't die before destroying the Whitebeard pirates. Chien. In an instant, the long knife in the burning mountainside was pulled out by him. In the next second, the light of the knife flashed, and a blue slash that was 100 meters long and soared like a dragon for 9 days flew in front of Luo Feng. At the same time, he stepped on Marine 6 styles, shave. The speed is almost synchronized with the slash. However, instead of continuing to attack Luo Feng, he rushed towards Don Quixote da Flamingo, and then reached out and grabbed it. Idiot! Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was paralyzed on the ground, saw Huashaishan's actions, not only did not have the slightest gratitude, but spit out 2 words with sarcasm on his face. Crane, you narrow the road. Facing Huashaishan's slash, Luo Feng's eyelids did not shake. His right hand continued to reach Don Quixote da Flamingo, but his left hand was slowly raised, and then he put up a finger and looked at the oncoming slash with a light jab. Puff. With one finger down, the 100-meter slash that Vice Admiral, the elite of the division, swipes a knife with all his strength, is like a bubble blown out by a child, and it breaks at the touch of a touch. Nanny. Huashaishan was so shocked that his whole body was taut, and even the hand reaching Don Quixote da Flamingo froze. Huashaishan, leave Dover alone, run right away. The crane not far away saw this scene, and his color changed in horror. Looking around, her old face was no longer bloody. Others don't know, isn't it clear that she has worked with two legendary marines, Garp and Sengoku, for many years? One finger smashed an elite vice admiral slash. What this record represents, she knows better than the Fire Yamamoto people. What makes you courageous to save people in front of me? What makes you have the courage to dare to speak in front of me, then do it, or leave it when you say it? Just as Huashaishan made a decisive decision to give up Don Quixote da Flamingo and withdraw and retreat, a playful voice suddenly came out of his ears. Before he could react, a pair of forests was so cold that the blood in his whole body stopped flowing, and the eyes of his heart stopped beating were reflected in his line of sight. Is this the gaze that humans can have? When Huashaishan touched these eyes, there was only time to come up with such a thought in his mind, and then it went blank. His thoughts let the Buddha stop working as the blood and heart stop. Fur. I knew it would be like this. Don Quixote da Flamingo watched the Huashao mountain that was close at hand suddenly stagnated in place, his body motionless, as if the Buddha had been stunned, and there was no hint of surprise on his face. Fire Mountain. He called out a few times on his face, and found that Huashaishan still had no response, as if he had lost his soul. He couldn't help but be anxious and angry. Dover, Burning Mountain, what's wrong with him? In desperation, she could only turn to Don Quixote da Flamingo for help. After all, the other party is one of the people who know Luo Feng best besides Whitebeard. What's the matter? Don't you know how to see with your eyes? Even if you are so dim that you can't see clearly, observation haki will always use it. Don Quixote da Flamingo showed a mocking but terrifying smile on his face. After burning the mountain, it was his turn. How desperate Huo Shaoshan was when facing Luo Feng, then how desperate he was when facing Luo Feng. Asterisk. Chapter 17 Yizang, I don't dare teach Grandpa to do things anymore. Observation haki. Hearing this, he took a deep breath and forced himself to calm down. She still knows that observation haki cannot be used when she is emotional and irrational. Cheat. But when she performed observation haki, her pupils suddenly shrank to the size of a pinhole. Mrs. Crane, now you should understand what kind of man you are facing, right? Don Quixote da Flamingo laughed mockingly. How come there is such a thing? After he recovered, when he looked at Luo Feng again, his wrinkled old face was full of horror and unbelief. Before this man appeared, there really was no such thing in Grand Line. But after he turned out, Grand Line will be there. An elite vice admiral was scared to death. It is really the only one of Grand Line, there is no semicolon. When Don Quixote da Flamingo thought that he was going to be like a mountain of fire, deep in his eyes suddenly flashed a real despair. Is he really like the burning mountain and the crane just said that he will be captured and slaughtered by others? No, he thought about resisting. But whenever he remembered that period of history 100 years ago, he couldn't bring up any thoughts of resistance. A vice admiral stared to death. The captains such as Margot, Jaws, and Baista were also shocked to hear. But immediately, their eyes all turned to Izang. What are you looking at me for? Izang was taken aback by everyone's actions. Izang, it's great that you can live. Baista took a deep look at Izang, and then said something like this. Izang was a little dazed at first, but he reacted immediately. Before Luo Feng came out of the mountain, didn't he just because he dared to teach his grandfather to do things, he was glared at by Luo Feng's grandfather and then fainted on the deck? After returning to his senses, he saw the death of Huashaishan, and suddenly felt a coolness rushing from the bottom of his feet to his forehead. At this time, there was only one thought left in his mind. I was glared at by my grandpa, And I can still live, it's great. My boy, now you know why Laozi is begging for daddy to come out of the mountain, right? Not to mention Marl's grandson, even Whitebeard, who already knew how terrifying his father was shocked and chilled when he saw the scene again today after many years. A burning mountain was stared to death at a glance. This is really hell. If you didn't witness it with your own eyes, who would believe such a ridiculous thing? 4 emperors like him want to beat a vice admiral like Huashaishan to death. Although it is also a matter of snapping a finger, they have to stare at Huashaishan to death like Luo Feng did. That is to eat a daddy wise. The captains of the Whitebeard pirate group like Marga and Baista put Buddha after countless rehearsals, and they all said in unison, "Child, remember. Don't confront your father in the future, let alone ask him to do things wisely." After Whitebeard laughed at the rainbow farts of the sons, he reached out and patted Yizang on the shoulder, and spoke earnestly. "Father, I remember. I will definitely show my filial piety to my grandfather, and I will never do it again." Izzo nodded his head like a chicken pecking at rice. Teach grandpa to do things. What a joke. After seeing the burning mountain where the corpse was lying on the warship, Izang felt that he had taken his life back. Now even if someone puts a knife on his neck, he doesn't dare to teach his grandpa to do things. Huashaishan, how did he die? Is it unknown fruit ability or hacking? While the captains such as Whitebeard and Izzo staged a warm scene of loving father and son filial piety, the side of the warship was shrouded in gloom and gloom. Whether it's cranes or other marines, they all looked at the burning mountain on the deck with horror and bewilderment. "Dover, do you know anything else?" He suddenly raised his head, his old eyes were no longer at peace. "Some are just as cold as a knife. Even if you know what." Don Quixote da Flamingo can't help but curl his lips when he sees that the crane is still dying at this time. Crane was silent. Indeed, what can she do if she knows it? Stop Luo Feng in front of you? Can she stop a man who can stare an elite vice admiral to death with just his eyes without having to shoot? Maybe she can't do it. But if she is to be slaughtered like Don Quixote da Flamingo, like a lamb to be slaughtered, she is even more unable to do so. Conquerors. Huashaishan was shaken to death by conquerors hacking. A trace of determination rose in Crane's eyes, and when he was about to give his life, Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been laughing at her, suddenly spoke. Conquerors. Hearing this, Crane looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo in amazement. A picture came to her mind. That is Luo Feng's unparalleled scene in Marineford. If it's really conquerors hacking. So once this man arrives at Marineford, won't he just rely on conquerors hacking to kill the marshal, admiral, and all the marines under admiral's alternate in an instant? Thinking of this, the decisive and desperate thought that Crane had just raised was like a broken vase, it was shattered. Asterisk. Chapter 18 Grandpa, if you don't close the mountain, there will be nothing with Roger. Crane couldn't imagine how strong a person's courage would be to instantly shake the mountain to death. In her cognition, even if the superior conqueror's haki can affect the material world, it is impossible to say that it can kill an elite vice admiral. But the scene before me. Huashaishan's death is letting the Buddha have a voice constantly talking to her. There is a problem with her cognition. Huashaishan was indeed shaken to death by someone using conqueror's haki. And this person is standing in front of her. Luo Feng. Luo Woody. Crane whispered. The voice is full of despair, powerlessness, and fear. She began to believe. She finally believed what Don Quixote da Flamingo said just now. Now you know how Huashaishan died. Then please tell me, what is your mother-in-law going to do now? Don Quixote da Flamingo slumped on the ground without an image, looking at the crane like a beating hen with a playful face. He told Huashaishan to conqueror's haki that he was not out of good intentions. He did it just to get back in revenge. Just now Huo Xiaoshan and Crane laughed at him for preferring to be slaughtered by others and not having the courage to resist, but he remembered it in his heart. Now he would like to see what kind of excellent performance he will have after he gradually understands the horror of Luo Feng. You are right. I really narrowed the road. He ignored Don Quixote da Flamingo's ridicule, but turned to look at Luo Feng. At this moment, she remembered what Luo Feng said to her just now. She narrowed the road. Yes. She really narrowed. If she doesn't intervene, Hua Xiaoshan will not die, and she will not die, at least neither of them will die so fast. It's a pity that Grand Line has all kinds of weird things, but there are no ifs. Anything to say? Luo Feng quietly looked at the same as Don Quixote da Flamingo at this time. His face was full of slumped, feeble, and his eyes were no longer a bit of wise and fighting spirit. He knew that the chief staff officer was the same as Heavenly Yaksha on the side. Started to collapse. The more she knew, despair also enveloped her body and mind. Is what Dover said just now is true? Crane knew that the next few words should be the last words she could stay in this world. Which do you mean? Luo Feng said calmly. Did you kill the 3 Marine Admiral, Marshal Marine, and the Commander-in-Chief of the world government from that era? He was silent for a few seconds before asking. I killed it all. Luo Feng said lightly. This said that it was not Marine 3 Admiral, the Marshal, and the Army Commander who killed the Buddha, but was killing a chicken. Why did Saru survive? Crane asked with a hint of luck. He has a good fate, so he drew one and signed it. Before the war, he was arranged to guard Marine Ford. Luo Feng couldn't help but chuckle when he talked about Kong Kong. To say good fate, Kong Kong's fate is really good. In the era before Roger, all his enemies who dared to trample in front of him were basically killed by him without exception. Only Marine Admiral at the time, Kong Kong was an exception. Not only was this admiral not dead, but he had stayed so far to the present, and he had become the military commander. Is it just for this reason? The last trace of luck in Crane's heart disappeared. Originally, she thought that Kong Neng had been in Luo Feng for several times, and he was the only man who was named invincible in the 100 years since the establishment of the world government. Feeling Kong Kong is purely good luck. Otherwise, what do you think? Luo Feng looked at Crane with a funny face. This little marine really dared to think about it? I actually thought that Kong Kong had something to rely on, so he could survive from his own hands to this day. The last question. In those days, you obviously had overwhelmed the entire Grand Line. Whether it was Marine, World Government, and Celestial Dragons, all respected you as Luo Invincible. Logically speaking, even if you want to rule the world, it won't be a problem to accomplish things that even rocks can't do. Then why did you choose to retreat and close the mountain suddenly at the most glorious time? Crane knew that this was her last word. 3 things. After this time, she won't even have the opportunity to speak again. I have to ask a good question. Luo Hao glanced at he with a faint smile. Originally, he just wanted to send the crane to the west. He's words evoked his dusty memories for many years. Yes. Grandpa beat the world's invincible hands back then. Why did you suddenly close the mountain? If Grandpa confiscated the mountain back then, nothing would have happened to Roger. When Margiao and others listened, they were also interested. They had also thought about this issue before. Even on the way to Dressrosa, their grandson still discussed in private. In their opinion, if Grandpa Fan is late to harvest the mountain for a year or 2, nothing will happen to Roger in the back. Asterisk. Chapter 19. Kill all the pirates and defeat all the marines, and the world has no resistance. Father, do you know why Grandpa wants to take the mountain? Margot was puzzled and could only throw the problem to Whitebeard. After all, Whitebeard is different from them. The captains of them just called Luo Feng to be his grandfather for a few days. But Whitebeard called Luo Feng to be his father for many years. Although your grandpa was very anxious to harvest the mountain, he seemed to have told me the reason before he left. Whitebeard remembered it seriously, and realized that there really was such a thing. What is it? The captains asked after hearing this. For more than 30 years in the sea, kill all the pirates and defeat all the marines. The world has no resistance. There is no alternative, but the Sphinx is secluded and the eagle is a friend. Alas! It is embarrassing to be honest and lonely if you want a rival in your life but you can't get it. Before Whitebeard could speak, Luo Feng's voice was already floating. Floating with the sound, there is a lonely, empty, and invincible haki. His. No wonder Grandpa is called Luo Woody by the world. If you ask for a rival, you can't get it? What an invincible and astounding haki is this? As soon as Luo Hao said this, whether it was Whitebeard who had heard it once or Margot, Jaws, and others who heard it for the first time, they felt a tingling scalp. In just a few words, the goosebumps of all the people present have been aroused. Yes. That's why. That's what the old man told me when he was harvesting the mountain. I still remember the picture of my father riding an eagle flying away after saying this. Whitebeard clapped his hands with excitement. What about Grandpa's sculpture? Why didn't I see him put the carving on this time? After Luo Feng's question about closing the mountain was answered, a new question appeared in the hearts of Margao and others. So where did Grandpa Eagle go? Since Grandpa talked about making eagles his friends, it is logical that there should be a big eagle beside him. Why didn't I see my grandfather take it this time out of the mountain? The invincible loneliness in the world. Pray for an emptiness that an opponent can't get. After listening to Luo Feng's words, Crane only felt that his scalp was blown up on the spot. At this moment, she believed it. Everything Don Quixote da Flamingo said before about Luo Feng. She believed it all. Not truly invincible. Anyone who can say such monstrous, lonely, and unbearable words like haki? Not really asking for an opponent but not getting it. How can I have such an invincible haki who is proud of the heroes and the king of the world? Get on the road. Luo Feng glanced at he last. Since he came into this world, too many people have died in his hands. Crane is not the first, nor is it the last. After he emerges from the mountain, he will be more like cranes in the future, and even more famous and familiar characters will be in his hands. As a marine, you should die in the battle with the pirates. The shroud of horse leather is the glory of marine. Being able to die under Luo Woody, who has no resistance in the world, is the highest glory of the old man as a marine. He said that, the old and weak body that seemed to be blown down by the strong wind burst out in vain with an aura of daring to compete with the invincible. Dover, didn't you just ask the old man what he planned to do? This is the old man, this is how I do. After saying that, she didn't take a look at Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was shocked and unbelieving. Instead, she reached out and picked up the burning mountain-long knife that fell on the deck. When armament haki came out through her body and wrapped around the blade, she rushed towards Luo Feng with an indomitable will. Stupid! What about resistance? This is just a dying struggle. No, this is not even a struggle. It can only be regarded as a tramp before death. Don Quixote da Flamingo looked at the old crane, but let the Buddha force the back of Marine to hold up a blue sky, even though he snorted disdainfully. But no one knew, his heart shook violently as if he was struck by a bell. Suddenly he was a little envious, and even admired Crane. At the same time he, also had an idea. If he really wants to die, then he has to emulate the crane in front of her. Die on the road of charging, not lying on the ground, waiting like a lamb for Luo Feng's slaughter. Amazing. Ever since I lost all Marine senior management, no Marine has dared to do anything with me. Unexpectedly, today after I came out of the mountain, you, an old woman, would have such courage. I admit that you are a rare powerhouse. Luo Feng looked at the crane rushing towards him with a knife, his eyes flashed with appreciation. Ha ha ha, if you can get the praise of Ludo Woody, the number one in the world, your old body will not be worthy of this life. Hekang laughed. The heroine does not let the awe-inspiring Haki show up. Just for your courage, I will do it myself and send you to the west. Ludo Feng's plain words are full of cold murderous intent. As soon as he said this, the eyes of all the captains on the Moby DK lit up. Even Whitebeard, the strongest man in the world, stared at Ludo Feng intently. How long? He almost forgets how many years he hasn't seen his father make a shot. Asterisk. Chapter 20 Blow out the special effects of shock fruit in one breath. Can't ask for it? He saw that Ludo Feng wanted to do it himself, and the pressure in his heart became even stronger. However, she did not shy away from her life and death for a long time. At the moment, she faced Ludo Feng's horror that almost crushed him physically and mentally, and slashed out with a knife. Armament hacking. The ability to find fruit. Swordsmanship. The three are displayed at the same time, all converging on this knife. Under Ludo Feng's oppression, this is her peak cut. It was also the last cut she could cut in her life as Marine. As for whether it was life or death after the cut, she no longer cared about it. Come. Margot, Jaws and other captains opened their eyes. Grandpa made the shot himself, such a scene is rare. At least, they haven't seen the scene of Grandpa's shot. This also made them curious. Only Conqueror's Haki can shake Ludo Feng to death. How earth-shattering it would be if Ludo Feng personally shot it. Call. Under the gaze of expectant and curious eyes, when Crane's long sword swung in front of Ludo Feng, this Ludo Woody, who had no resistance several times before, finally moved. But he didn't do what Margao and others had imagined. Instead, he moved his mouth. Facing the strongest sword of the Crane, Haki, and the ability of fruit, Ludo Feng just opened his mouth and blew gently. Click. Obviously it was a light breath, but everyone clearly heard a sound of atmospheric breaking in their ears. Especially the captains of the Whitebeard pirate group, this voice is too familiar to them. Every time Whitebeard started shock fruit, they would hear this sound. Grandpa, he broke the atmosphere in one breath. When Margot heard this sound, he was stunned on the spot. Daddy uses shock fruit to shatter the atmosphere. Grandpa can actually do it with a light blow with his mouth. Jaw's eyes widened and his face was full of horror. Damn it! Baista was shocked to take a few steps back uncontrollably. This famous swordsman in New World almost tripped himself up because of shock and gaffe. In fact, it was not just their captains at this moment, even Whitebeard, who had witnessed Ludo Feng's shot more than once that year, was overwhelmed by the scene before him. They all imagined Ludo Feng's shot in their minds. They have all fantasized about cutting off the sea and tearing the sky apart. If these fantasies become reality, they can accept them calmly. But even if they wanted to break their heads, they didn't expect Ludo Feng to blow out the special effects of shock fruit in one breath. How? Ludo Fangfo did not see the dumbfounded look of Whitebeard and others. After taking a light breath, he didn't move his hands. Instead, he looked at the crane that had suddenly stopped moving in front of him. Number one in the world? So this is the number one in the world? Granny Crane fixedly looked at Ludo Feng, who was close at hand. After a while, she squeezed such a sentence out of her mouth with great difficulty. But at the moment when the voice fell, the long knife wrapped around armament Haki in her hand suddenly turned into dust that was indistinguishable to the naked eye in an ashes posture. At the same time, there was a cracking sound from her neck. In the next second, under the gaze of shock, sluggish, and unbelief, the crane with the name of the great staff, her neck slowly fell to the ground. However, even if it was the head of the owl, the head fell to the ground. But the hero of the female middle school still maintained the posture of standing and wielding a knife. She let the Buddha go to pass a message to Ludo Feng through the standing upright posture. The head can be broken, the blood can flow, but Marine's hairstyle and glory can't be lost. Crane. You old lady is still dead. But being able to die in the hands of the old man is the best way to die for you as Marine. Seeing this scene, Whitebeard couldn't help sighing. Deep down in his heart, he agrees with the Crane. Not agree with the justice of Crane, but the view of death. Marine should have died in the battle with the pirates. Similarly, the pirate should die in the battle with Marine. Whether it is a Marine or a pirate, dying in battle is the best way to die. In comparison, death from illness and death is the greatest shame. Dead. Still dead. Blew the Crane to death in one breath. Don Quixote da Flamingo stared blankly at the Crane whose head had moved. In an instant, a sharp chill swept through his body and mind, causing his body to tremble. Originally under the encouragement of Crane, the idea of taking a fight emerged in his heart more or less. But this kind of thought, this kind of courage was blown to dust under Ludo Howe's breath, just like the long knife that he was holding just now. After witnessing Crane's death, he could no longer have any thoughts of fighting. At this moment, his Shishibukai was like a soft snake whose last bone in his body was taken away, and he collapsed on the deck weakly. Asterisk. Chapter 21 Life is short, but you have to take shortcuts? Crane Vice Admiral. Ah! Give revenge to Granny Crane. It is different from Don Quixote da Flamingo, whose spirit has collapsed. The death of Crane extinguished his spirit. But for the Marines who witnessed the death of the Crane on the warship, the death of the Crane is indeed the fear of Ludo Howe in their hearts. At this moment, they were all inspired and influenced by the Crane's will to release the Buddha. Life is short, but you have to take shortcuts. Facing the hordes of Marines rushing towards him from all directions like bloodthirsty wolves, Ludo Howe's gaze did not fluctuate at all. Such a look is no different from looking at a group of dead people. Is it bad to be alive? Why can't you think about learning from Crane like that? Narrow the road. Margot shook his head. He knows that Ludo Feng's purpose in coming to Dressrosa is to visit the descendants of his old friends to reminisce about the past. Although after the visit, he will immediately send Don Quixote da Flamingo, the descendants of his old friend, to see Don Quixote's ancestors. But whether it is Crane's or Huashaishan, or even the group of Marines in front of him, obviously are not within Ludo Feng's target range. It's just that Crane narrowed the road from the beginning. If Crane and Huashaishan believed in Don Quixote da Flamingo from the beginning, they would withdraw as soon as possible, then they would be able to stay out of the matter. At least before you can live to the top of the war. These Marines are over. Izang looked at these Marines who had forgotten their lives, and knew their fate in his heart. Death is certain. The difference is just how to die. Bang bang bang. Just when Izang was thinking about how this group of Marines would die to meet the two bosses, Crane and Huashaishan, the Marines on the deck had already fallen on the deck one by one. Did you die under the shock of Grandpa's Conqueror's hacking? Seeing this scene, the captains such as Baista and Jaws were shocked in addition to their hearts. All of them who own observation haki clearly perceive it. These Marines, who had maintained a charging posture a second before, had no breath of life anymore. After witnessing the death of these Marines, they immediately thought of Huashaishan. These Marines die in exactly the same way as Huashaishan. Without exception, they all died under Ludo Feng's invincible Conqueror's haki. This class of Conqueror's haki simply broke their past inherent perception of Conqueror's haki. In their opinion before, even if Conqueror's haki is powerful enough to affect reality and shock the island, it is difficult to shock a person alive. Not to mention a fierce battlefield like Huashaishan. But now, Huashaishan and other Marine corpses that have not yet cooled down have helped their captains reorganize their knowledge of conquerors. Well, all the guys who got in the way are resolved. Now it's you, Xiaoming. Before thinking about it, Ludo Feng of Marine who killed the entire ship with Conqueror's haki turned his attention back to Don Quixote da Flamingo. Fur. What a familiar picture. Although I hadn't been born yet and didn't witness it with my own eyes, the celestial dragons who were lingering and panting have written this into the genealogy. Exhale into a sword. My grandfather died under this kind of swordsmanship back then. Unexpectedly, Mrs. Crane would be able to win this honor, a way to die exactly like my grandfather. Don Quixote da Flamingo leaned against a boat pole, took a deep look at Crane's body, and said with a complicated expression, "Xiaoming, in fact, you don't have to be so envious. For the sake of you and me, I can let you choose the way you want to die. Don't worry, there is no additional charge." Luo Feng's words decided the life and death of Heavenly Yiksha, the most powerful in Shichibukai. In fact, from the moment he decided to leave the mountain, Don Quixote da Flamingo's death was fixed. The orphan of the Don Quixote family. The identity of Shichibukai. Promised to convene forcibly. Dare to move his son Newgate, grandson Ace. This is enough to just pull out one of them as a reason to kill him. Now the four add up, he can only say one thing to Don Quixote da Flamingo. "Xiaoming, even Jesus can't keep you now. Is the only choice left to die? That being said, I must die today." Don Quixote da Flamingo's whispering air showed unwillingness and begging. "You, like Crane, narrow the road." Luo Feng chuckled and shook his head. The leader of celestial dragons, 5 elders, has not all narrowed the road. But didn't they have a chance to go again later? I can also buy an opportunity like this. Don Quixote da Flamingo reached out his arm to support the pole and stood up from the deck with difficulty. Up fruit. If I remember correctly, 5 elders used this devil fruit to get a chance to live again from you. This devil fruit. I have it too. Now I want to use up fruit in exchange for my life. After speaking, he looked at Luo Feng nervously. Asterisk. Chapter 22 Xiaoming, Jesus can't keep you today. Up fruit. Luo Hao glanced at Don Quixote da Flamingo, his eyes flashed with thoughts. Yes. I think you must have undergone an ageless operation. Only in this way can you stay young forever and survive to this age. An up fruit should be able to buy back more than my life. Don Quixote da Flamingo quickly said when he saw Luo Feng seemed to be moved by himself. Not enough. You will also say that I have had no age surgery. So the value of up fruit has already been greatly reduced to me. Luo Hao shook his head. After 5 elders narrowed the road back then, there was still a chance to look back. But that was not an opportunity given by Jesus, it was given by him. The price is up fruit. In that era, his prophet had little effect. He didn't know whose hands up fruit was in. Just in time, 5 elders happened to have up fruit in their hands. This is a chance to look back. But to this day, although up fruit still has great value to him, it is no longer as good as it was in the past. This. Don Quixote da Flamingo looked at it and panicked. This is already his last support. He originally thought that up fruit should be able to buy his life back, but he didn't expect to be able to impress the current Luo Feng. What's more, the situation now is completely different from that of the past. In that era, I couldn't find up fruit. But now, unfortunately. Not long after I came out, I got the news of up fruit. The talents of this generation of up fruit have been raised by your side long ago. Trafalgar Law, I'm right? Xiaoming. Luo Hao's words made Don Quixote da Flamingo change again and again. He is very familiar with this era. Even if you really want to find Trafalgar Law, you don't need Don Quixote da Flamingo's help. As a result, the value of the chips Don Quixote da Flamingo holds is even lower. Wait, I can still increase the price? I still have healing fruits. Your son Whitebeard is not only old, but also sick. Even if you find up fruit and perform an ageless operation on him, you will still not be able to get rid of the pain and illness from his body. But with the healing fruits, these are not problems. Don Quixote da Flamingo raised his hand quickly for fear that Luo Feng would do it. At this time, he was very fortunate that he understood the value of the other person when he first saw the person with the ability to heal fruits, and he has been raising him. Otherwise, today he won't have the slightest bargaining chip, and can only wait to die like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Grandpa? Before Luo Feng could speak, Margot, the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates, opened his mouth with excitement. Woohoo! Before Margot could say something to his lips, Izang and Jaws on the side had already blindfolded and quickly covered Margot's mouth with one hand. Calm down. Margot, you must calm down. Did you forget it? Never teach Grandpa to do things. Izang covered Margio's mouth to prevent him from making a sound, and whispered in his ear. Life is waiting. Margot. Do you still want to learn from the old lady crane and take a shortcut like those Marines just now? Or you want to learn from Tibet and teach Grandpa how to do things? Fearing that Malgao would care too much about Whitebeard's condition, Jaws kept persuading Malgao to get hot, so he knelt on Malgao's spine with his knees, and held him firmly on the deck of the mobile DK. Teach Grandpa to do things. When Margot heard the words, the death of the crane and the Huashaishan immediately appeared in front of his eyes. Hiss. All of a sudden, his hot head was as if it were being drenched in a basin of ice water. Good brother. You saved your brother's life. Margot, who had awakened, immediately cast a grateful look at Izang and Jaws. When Luo Feng heard Margio's voice, his brows frowned slightly, then he turned his head to look at the Moby DK. Grandpa, you can be the master, don't look at us. We all listen to you. No matter what decision you make, those of us grandchildren will always love you. When Luo Feng saw Margio in this way, he only felt that his heart shrank. At this moment, his potential was fully stimulated. Rainbow Fart opens his mouth without thinking about it at all. Master. Seeing this scene, Jaws, Bista, and others secretly gave Margot a thumb. Hi. It's really high. Relying on the operation of this wave of God's rescue field, none of them, the captains, would accept Margio. If I had Margot's magical operation back then, I wouldn't have to suffer from Grandpa's conquerors. Izang's eyes were full of admiration. When Luo Feng saw that Margio was so well behaved and sensible, his frowning brows were smoothed. Then, he turned his gaze to Whitebeard. Father, you can make up your mind. I'm old enough, and I have tried everything that should be lived, experienced, and enjoyed. Coupled with seeing you again at this time, Lao Zi's life is worth it? Whitebeard met Luo Feng's gaze and said freely and boldly. Asterisk. Chapter 23 The whole family needs to be neat and tidy. From the beginning of the era of Luo Feng, first the era of rocks, then the era of Roger, and finally the era of the Great Pirate. Whitebeard has gone through so much. Even if he is now the head of the 4 emperors, he still does not forget his original intention. Fame, wealth, power, and life are nothing but a passing moment to him. From beginning to end, all he wanted was a home. A home made up of old father Luo Feng, son Margio, and others. Whether it is old surgery or the fruit of healing, this is not what he cares about the most. Don't talk about these sensational things as soon as you get old. Luo Hao smiled and cursed Whitebeard, then turned his head to look at his Don Quixote da Flamingo with hope. Xiaoming, it's all this time, you're still playing this kind of tricky trick. What do you think I should say hello? Don Quixote da Flamingo, who had been hugged because of his own life, suddenly froze when he heard it. No, I don't have this idea. Man Sherry. Just when Don Quixote da Flamingo tried to explain something with excitement on his face, Luo Feng made him struck by lightning. Looking at it, his face was completely defeated, and there was no trace of blood at all. A pair of eyes that were still showing hope also quickly became dull. With Luo Feng's cry, letting the Buddha take away his last hope, and also shattered his last support. Fur. Are you still going to see your father and grandfather in the end? Don Quixote da Flamingo was silent for a few seconds before suddenly laughing. His laughter is no longer the arrogant and violent voice of the past, but is full of loneliness and sadness. It's like a dead end, the king who was driven off the throne. Gives people an indescribable sense of sadness and powerlessness. Is this bad? The whole family must be neat and tidy. Luo Feng saw the tragedy of Don Quixote da Flamingo, and he was not moved at all. The whole family has to be neat and tidy. Upon hearing this, Don Quixote da Flamingo's face became a bit hideous, a bit scared, and a bit desperate. Is this how Grandpa Zeng and Grandpa felt when they heard these words? In the end, he actually has to go through it again. Choose. Luo Feng said lightly. Choose it? It descended on Don Quixote da Flamingo like a fate. Sword. Don Quixote da Flamingo opened his mouth with difficulty and said tremblingly. Young master. Run. The Don Quixote family can't live without you. Go. As long as you are still alive, there must be hope. Just as Don Quixote da Flamingo was about to finish speaking, a blast of mucus rushed. Entangled Don Quixote da Flamingo's body between the sparks and flints, and then flung it back. It was Toripole who helped Don Quixote da Flamingo to the throne of Shichibukai. We have always believed, you will definitely be the king who becomes One Piece. With a bang, a rock giant towering into the clouds, the size of an island slammed into the sky. Pika who has eaten the stone fruit is a big move. At the same time, dozens of figures burst out all around the warship. Each of these people is a member of the Don Quixote family and an absolute faithful of Don Quixote da Flamingo. To rescue Don Quixote da Flamingo, they all made the same choice. Take the shortcut of life. Stupid. What are you all doing? Get out of me. This has nothing to do with you. Don Quixote da Flamingo's face changed in horror when he saw this. Not only was he not grateful, but instead roared at Toripole and the others with a grim look on his face. It seems that the master is here. Fair enough. Without you and Xiaoming, Don Quixote would not be neat and tidy in the true sense. Luo Hao glanced at Toripole and others, still seeing Gujing Buobo in his eyes. Without the slightest touch. Killing a Don Quixote da Flamingo is killing a Don Quixote family is also killing. For him, there is no difference between the two. If you insist on finding out something different, you can only breathe more. Click. Luo Hao moved. Just like sending the crane back to the west. I saw him open his mouth and spit lightly. The Buddha in front of the atmosphere was cut open by an invincible army. A white crack visible to the naked eye stretched out in the void. The atmosphere was shattered, and a white light visible to the naked eye straddled the void like an indestructible sword, instantly slashing down on the rock giant that Pika had transformed. Boom! In the next second, Pika's rocky body, the size of an island, shuddered violently. Then, a crack stretched from Pika's heel all the way to the top of his head. Ah! A shrill scream sounded, and the body of Pika's huge rock body was not only divided into two, but even his body that was fused with the rock had a crack in exactly the same way. Obviously, not only his rock body was cut apart, but also his body. Stone fruit ability person. Pika. Die. Asterisk. Chapter 24 Luo Feng, who was written into the genealogy by Yim. Ah. At the same time when Pika was cut in half, the members of Don Quixote, such as Toripole and Diamanti who flew in, also froze in place, and then a series of sharp and painful screams sounded one after another. Immediately afterwards, they were like Pika, shrouded in splashing blood, their bodies split in two, and the corpse was on the spot. After a breath, except for Xiaoming, the Don Quixote family is completely destroyed. Hiss. This armament haki, It's exactly the same as that recorded in the genealogy. Even if you use your mouth to replace your hand and exhale into a sword, you can still overpower the great swordsman. Don Quixote da Flamingo stared blankly at Pica and others on the scene. The scene of Pica being beheaded reminded him of the detailed records of Luo Feng's various abilities in the genealogy. Conqueror's Haki. With a glance, the elite vice admirals such as Hua Shaishan can be shocked to death. Exhale into a sword. Swordsmanship powers the gods, and you can use your mouth instead of your hand to release an invisible slash that tears the atmosphere. Crane died under Luo Feng's swordsmanship. Armament Haki. Can only be described by a large number of words. With the unpredictable swordsmanship of exhaling into a sword, the power is still above the full-strength sword of the great swordsman. After witnessing Pica's death with his own eyes, Don Quixote da Flamingo immediately understood how his kata returned to the West. Obviously, he died under the exhaled sword of Armament Haki, who was fused with the exhalation. All this was clearly written into the family tree by the leader of celestial dragons, Yim. As long as it is Luo Feng's everything, no matter how big or small it was written by Yim into the family tree of celestial dragons, and it is to be read by later generations of celestial dragons. Even celestial dragons, such as Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has broken wings since childhood, have read all the records about Luo Feng in the genealogy. But even if he had long read the genealogy of celestial dragons and knew the various methods that Luo Feng demonstrated 100 years ago, when he saw the meaning of various abilities in the genealogy with his own eyes, he was beaten by Luo Feng one by one in Don Quixote. When the kata of the family was on him, he was still shocked beyond words. It's still the same as before. As powerful as a monster. After Whitebeard recovered from the shock, he immediately let out a long sigh. Even though he had seen Luo Feng's shot more than once that year, he was still shocked every time he saw it. Is this our grandpa? Margot quietly squeezed a cold sweat on himself when he saw his heart fascinated. Just now, he almost made a big taboo. Embarked on the road of peace with Izang. I really want to see Grandpa drawing his sword. A look of fascination flashed in Foil Baista's eyes. Although he did not read Celestial Dragon's genealogy like Don Quixote da Flamingo, but as a famous swordsman in New World, he naturally saw it. Luo Feng not only understands swordsmanship, but also the kind of mastery. The strongest, great swordsman, these words are not enough to describe Luo Hao's swordsmanship. If you should find a word, it can only be invincible. Luo Wudi. Conqueror's Haki, Armament Haki, and swordsmanship are just like the name. Overwhelm all kings. No one is invincible. You are thinking about fart. Diamond Jaw sneered. I think there are many grand line swordsmen, but no one is worthy of Grandpa to draw a sword. Izzo said. Even if the man named Hawkeye comes. Margot also said. The match between Dracul Mihawk and the red-haired Shanks was called yesterday by Whitebeard, and he was one of the witnesses. Although he is not a swordsman, he still knows how many caddies there are in the world's most powerful swordsmen. I'll just talk about it? Baista chuckled. Obviously, he also agrees from the bottom of his heart to Margot's words. Even if the world's most powerful swordsman is not worthy of Grandpa drawing his sword. Are these I'm written in the genealogy? After exhaling and sending the members of the Don Quixote family back to the west, Luo Feng regained his gaze on Don Quixote da Flamingo, who was dumbfounded. Have. Don Quixote da Flamingo said blankly. Compared with what Yim wrote in the genealogy? Do you think it is exaggerated? Still weakened? Luo Feng said lightly. Obviously, Yim wrote his deeds into the celestial dragon's genealogy, he knew it. In fact, it's not just Yim. Even 5 elders recorded everything about him and sealed it in the World Government Building, which symbolizes the supreme power. Without the permission of the 5 of them, even the commander-in-chief of the army has no right to consult. And all this, Luo Feng is also clear. It's even stronger than recorded in the Celestial Dragon's genealogy. A touch of panic appeared on Don Quixote Doflamingo's face. When he first saw Luo Feng's record in his genealogy that year, his first thought was that the girl Yim was bragging. The second thought is to doubt whether Yim, the leader of celestial dragons, is like Whitebeard, and is also a Luo Chu. Later, when he learned that his grandfather and grandfather had died at the hands of the man recorded in the genealogy, and died under the various abilities of the man recorded in the genealogy, he finally believed. Asterisk. Chapter 25. Feel sorry. I was in a hurry to leave the mountain and forgot to bring my nail clippers. Im did not brag in the Celestial Dragon's family tree, let alone Luo Chu. Everything that the Celestial Dragon's leader wrote in the genealogy has happened. It's just that Don Quixote Doflamingo didn't expect that the content recorded in the genealogy would happen again, and it would still happen to him. Heavenly Yaksha. Then have you figured it out? Xiao Ming. Whether it is based on the history of the past, or because Don Quixote Doflamingo is the first Shichibukai to be cleaned up by himself after he came out of the mountain, Luo Feng decided to give his face. What he wants is not only for the Don Quixote family to be neat and tidy from now on, but also for Don Quixote Doflamingo to walk decently, walk peacefully, and walk without regrets. Are you really reluctant to give me a chance? If you ask, I will do it for you. Don Quixote Doflamingo was unwilling. Obviously, he was still unwilling to die. I give you a chance, who will give my grandson and my son a chance? You. Dignified celestial dragons, or Shichibukai, who would you show it to them? How can you say that you are the only king among millions of people? As a king, be decent when you are alive, and even more decent when you die. Luo Feng shook his head, completely obliterating Don Quixote Doflamingo's last hope. Furu. I want to see the best man in the world drawing a sword. Don Quixote Doflamingo gave a very sad smile, then opened his hands. He didn't have to resist until death. Maybe it's because he knows so much more than Crane. This is also true, he also knows better than he how desperate it is to stand opposite Luo Feng. Do you want to watch me draw my sword? Luo Feng glanced at Don Quixote Doflamingo. This guy really dare to think about it? Brother Ming, Grandpa asked you to choose a decent way to die, and that's because he gave you face. Doesn't it mean that you can get an inch? You don't fail to see how many caddies you have. Just relying on you, Shichibukai, is not worthy of my grandpa to draw the sword. Before Luo Feng could speak, the Baista on the mobike had already jumped out with excitement, opening his mouth and roaring at Don Quixote Doflamingo. Although he speaks a little loudly, it is not very nice. Don't say it, even Don Quixote Doflamingo can't help but think that Baista makes sense. Seriously. Shichibukai is really unworthy to let the world's first man draw his sword. After listening to Baista's scolding, he even thought of changing the way of death for a while. Okay, dear grandson. Grandpa knows you are filial. But since Grandpa I agreed to let Xiaoming choose a death method, then I will definitely fulfill him. In the end, Luo Feng was considerate. After all, Don Quixote Doflamingo is also the offspring of an old friend. Not to mention that I am still sending Xiaoming to reunite with those two old friends. If he refuses this request again, it would be a bit too unkind. Isn't it just drawing the sword? Pull it out. Although Don Quixote Doflamingo is more or less unworthy, it is not unreasonable if you can bear it for a while. Thanks a lot. Don Quixote Doflamingo pulled out a strong smile with difficulty. Although it is embarrassing to say that, I must be killed by Luo Feng, and I still want to express my gratitude to each other. But he somehow said the thank you, but unconsciously said it. This made him too late to take it back. No need. It's not difficult anyway. Luo Feng raised an easygoing smile at the corner of his mouth, then reached out and found it in the pocket of his clothes. For a while, after searching every pocket of his body, he finally found an extremely pocket-sized knife from his trousers under Don Quixote da Flamingo's ugly expression. You. Don Quixote da Flamingo widened his eyes and pointed at Luo Feng. He wanted to say something, but he didn't know if he was too happy or something, and he was so excited that he couldn't say the whole thing in one fell swoop. Sorry. Xiao Ming. You have to be considerate of me too. I was a little anxious when I was out of the mountain this time, and I didn't have time to take all the belongings with me. This is the smallest knife I can find. There is no smaller one on me anymore. You will just take a moment and watch me draw this knife? Luo Feng looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo's excitement and thought the knife was still too big, so he was a little scared. This is normal after all. Shishibukai is not at the same level as himself. To Xiaoming, a breath is enough. Now he used a knife, and he had a small knife that was only smaller than the fruit knife. For Xiaoming, it was still a bit big after all. No way, he didn't expect that Whitebeard would suddenly come to Sphinx and begged him to come out of the mountain. Out of the mountain was a little anxious, he didn't have time to bring the nail clippers with him. Don Quixote da Flamingo saw Luo Feng completely misunderstood what he meant, and was immediately distorted by his anger. Asterisk. Chapter 26 Grandpa, Lu Ming under the knife. I don't know why. I suddenly felt that Brother Ming was a bit miserable. Aboard the Moby DK, Izang looked at Don Quixote da Flamingo's desperate look, suddenly a little unbearable. Izang, I can't agree with you. Don't you mean that Grandpa is cruel? Margot glared at Izang. Is this guy looking for death? When Grandpa first came out of the mountain, he didn't know how to teach Grandpa how to do things. Now I dare to say secretly that Grandpa's is not. Really, his grandson doesn't exist? Isn't it? Cut off a small shishibukai like Brother Ming, Grandpa actually took out such a big knife? Don't you think Grandpa is a bit too much? Izang said excitedly. This. Margot was startled. This makes sense. For a while, he really didn't know how to answer. Grandpa is really too. He doesn't have a smaller knife in his hand to tell me. Isn't the Grandpa's business my Yizang's business? Those of us who are grandchildren should help Grandpa out of our worries. Izang said to himself with a little admiration while disregarding Margot's disdain. I'm better than Izang. Looking at Izang, who was full of emotions, Margot could only let out a long sigh in admiration. After all, he was the one who had been beaten by Grandpa. This rainbow fart really caught him off guard. Let him have to be convinced by Yizang. Grandpa, Lu Ming is under the knife. With that said, Yizang flew up under the weird expressions of Whitebeard, Margiao, and others, ran to Luo Feng quickly, and before Luo Feng could speak, he had already offered a toy knife on his own initiative. Grandpa, what do you think of this knife? Is it suitable for Shishibukai to send Xiaoming back to the west? Yizang knelt on one knee and held up a toy knife with both hands. Good knife? My dear grandson, you have done a great job. Using this knife to send Xiaoming to see his grandfather couldn't be more suitable. Luo Feng glanced at the toy knife presented by Yizang, and his eyes brightened. This toy knife is about 1 finger long and weighs 10 grams. The craftsmanship is shrewd, and you can see that it is the best product from the master's hand. He knew at a glance that this knife was a must-have artifact for a master to go out. At the very least, there is no knife smaller than the toy knife in Yizang's hand among the powerful tools he collected back then. Even the nail clippers that he treasured at home and used to hack Marine Admiral back then were one size bigger than the toy knife presented in Izang. The sword goes with the hero. These famous instruments are considered to be owned by Grandpa. So take the courage to dedicate this knife to Grandpa. Grandpa, please accept it. Yizang said respectfully. My grandson Yizang, don't worry. This knife falls in the hands of Grandpa, and it will be carried forward. Luo Feng nodded, then reached out and took the toy knife. By the way, does this knife have a name? He played with the toy knife in his hand, and suddenly found that the shape of the knife was a bit familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. This is what I asked a famous craftsman to imitate the world's largest swordsman, the black sword held by Dracul Mihawk, made by there is no name yet. Since this knife fell predestined to Grandpa's hands, then Grandpa you bestowed its name on it. Yi Zhang was stunned for a moment, and immediately reacted. Is it imitated by Black Knife, made by Knight? Then we must respect this supreme sharp knife. From now on, this knife will be second generation Knight? Upon hearing this, Luo Feng immediately realized why he felt that the second generation Ye was so familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere. Feelings this is the high imitation toy of Black Knife Ye. Thinking of this, he didn't hesitate to give this high imitation Black Knife the name of second generation Ye. This is also his respect for the supreme sword of Hideo Ye. At the same time, it is also his respect for the craftsman who created the supreme great knife of Hideo Ye. Good name. Second generation Yuruaki enters Grandpa and cuts Shisabukai Xiaoming by your hand. Sure enough, it is a hero with a sword. After Zhang finished speaking, he immediately exited. After Luo Feng got one on it and stunned on the deck, he was consecrated when he let the Buddha go, and his whole person was completely reborn. Not only is it presenting a famous device at the critical moment, second generation Knight, but also very foresight. Know when to leave. This time I can successfully send the Dongquixote family to reunion, so I must remember to have a good job. Luo Feng gave Yi Zhang a credit in his heart, and then turned his head to look at the pale face. Dongquixote Doflamingo didn't know if he was angry or was frightened like this. Xiaoming, do you have any last words to explain? After speaking, his two fingers have pinched the handle of second generation Yes knife with incomparable precision. I want to apply for a knife. As soon as Dongquixote Doflamingo's voice fell, he heard a sound in his ears. Immediately afterwards, a frightening blade light completely occupied his pupils. This sound of knives. This burst of knife light. Everyone tells him a cruel fact. The first person in the world drew his sword at him. Just when this thought arose in his heart, a slash that was thousands of meters long, like a soaring deep-sea dragon, had swallowed his body and the warship under his feet. Asterisk. Chapter 27 Hastily. I haven't drawn the sword for too long, and I have not controlled my strength. Boom. With a loud noise, the sky burst. 10,000 meters of cracks, across the sky. A burst of light, the sea is faulty. The sea in the line of sight was divided into two halves, like a canyon, without bottoming out. A knife out, cut the sky and cut the sea. This is the first person in the world, holding the sword drawing style released by the second generation Knight. I refuse. You are going to die, so how can you ask for so much? With a loud cry, Luo Feng has inserted second generation Ye back into the mini scabbard. Regarding the knife presented by my good grandson Yi Zhang, he really became more satisfied with the use of it, and more comfortable with it. Not only is the size moderate, but it is also beautifully shaped. Although it is a high imitation toy of Black Knife Knight, it is still very thorough. Even the scabbard is imitated. This kind of pretender is coming to send Dongquixote Doflamingo and other Shisabukai to the west, it couldn't be more suitable. He couldn't understand why Dongquixote Doflamingo used the last words and asked him to change a knife. He didn't understand it, so he didn't hesitate to dismiss Dongquixote Doflamingo's request before his death, and then sent him back to the west with second generation Knight. Master. Grandpa, are you a bit heavy? Margot stared at the scene in front of him blankly. After Luo Feng pulled out of the second generation Knight, it was not only the sky that was cut off, but not the sea. That warship, as well as the marine on the warship, all evaporated from the sea. Crane, Huashaishan, they couldn't even leave a corpse. Huh? It seems to be. Luo Feng looked down and found that except for a crack in the sea that he had cut out and could not heal for a long time, everything else had disappeared. Crane, the amazing woman who can be praised by him, Marine is gone. Sloppy. It's all because I haven't drawn the sword for too long. Without a shot, he didn't even control his strength. He said that he was just sending Xiaoming back to the west, but he accidentally killed them all by the way. Luo Hao touched his forehead a little annoyed. He had thought about giving Crane a whole body before. After all, even Xiaoming didn't intend to let the other party die without a burial place, let alone a Crane. In the end, not only did he fail to give Xiaoming's body, but even the body of Crane was also taken away. Grandpa, I don't see a big problem. I think it's okay for Xiaoming or Crane. They won't blame you for being alive in the sky. To see you draw your sword before you die, they are absolutely dead without regret. Izang, who had already been promoted from Master Chuan to Master Licking, jumped out to comfort him for the first time. This is probably what the master can say. Yes. Luo Feng thought for a while, and agreed with Izang. Although they won't blame you, Grandpa, you have wiped out their bodies. Isn't that going against the original intention of Grandpa you came to dress Rosa? After all, if Don Quixote da Flamingo had no corpse, who knew it was Grandpa you came out and killed him? Margot reminded. Speaking of which, I was really a bit sloppy when I drew my sword this time. When Luo Feng heard this, he felt a little regretful. Sure enough, for him, as the number one person in the world, there is a certain risk in pulling the sword. After this battle, he secretly decided. You need to be cautious when drawing a sword, there is a risk in drawing a sword. From now on, you must not draw your sword casually. Father, don't worry. I can assure you that even if Crane and Xiaoming are all dead without a place to bury, Marine will have a way to get rid of the cocoon and find out that they are evidence of your murder and accidental destruction. Whitebeard said at this moment. What do you say? Luo Feng didn't understand. People have been killed so clean and thorough by him. How can Marine prove that he did it? It's about his show. He is more attentive. A child's toy knife can be used to cut a long unhealed crack in the sea. This kind of swordsmanship and armament hacking. Apart from the old man, I really can't think of anyone else who can do it. Whitebeard glanced at the sea crack ahead that hadn't converged until now. This sea can't actually converge. Look, not just the sea, the cracks in the sky have not disappeared. It's okay if Whitebeard doesn't say anything. That said, everyone in the Whitebeard Pirates of the Great Norwegian Group was shocked. Whether the sea or the sky? The two cracks cut by Luo Feng with second-generation Knight have not disappeared. The cracks in the sea and the sky put the Buddha with a gangrene-like force entangled in it, which caused it to be unable to recover and disappear. Faced with such a vision, all crew members couldn't help looking at Luo Feng with a divine look. They thought they knew enough about Grandpa. Unexpectedly, Grandpa did not stand on the third floor at all, but stood on the fifth floor. If you don't tell me, I didn't even notice it. Luo Hao's eyes flashed a flash of sorrow. That's because Daddy, you are really so fierce. So even if a crack that is difficult to heal is cut in the sky or the sea, it is just a sparse and ordinary thing in your cognition. But in fact, for anyone who is fortunate enough to see you draw a sword, but is not dead, the cracks are the mark of invincibility that belongs to you alone. Whitebeard looked at the two cracks in front of him, letting the Buddha go as if he had cut it with his own hands. An old face was full of excitement, and pride. Asterisk. Chapter 28. It's not unreasonable for Margot to be the eldest grandson. According to my son, isn't it sloppy when I pulled the sword just now? Luo Feng's heart moved slightly after hearing what Whitebeard said. He suddenly felt that his sword seemed to be fine again. Not only is it not hasty, but you can safely draw your sword in the future, Daddy. I assure you, in the name of Whitebeard, that you don't need to be cautious when drawing your sword, let alone risk. Pull it out if you want, don't worry. Whitebeard nodded. Then I'm relieved. Luo Feng smiled happily. He knew that his show was saved. He didn't pretend to fail because he drew the sword too hard. Grandpa, now that Xiao Ming is dead, can we consider taking over his inheritance? Margot suggested eagerly. It's just that when he said this, the captains around him couldn't help but look at him with weird eyes. Suddenly, Jaws and others felt that they recognized the real Malga today. Grandpa's side has just destroyed the corpse. You have already arranged Don Quixote da Flamingo's legacy. This operation really belongs to you. Pony. It's no wonder that Margot could be the eldest son of his father before Grandpa came out of the mountain. After Grandpa appeared, Margot could still be the eldest grandson. This is really not unreasonable. Speaking of inheritance. Margot. Luo Hao heard this and immediately said to Margiao. Grandpa, grandson is here. This grandson deserves to be decisive and quick. I met Luo Feng just now, and when he asked him to call his grandfather, he was like two people. You go to Xiao Ming's palace and take Man Shirley to me. Remember, she is a villain. Luo Hao ordered. Grandpa, is she the healer who ate the fruits of healing? An uncontrollable joy flashed in Margot's eyes. As soon as Don Quixote da Flamingo's front foot died, his back foot arranged the other party's inheritance, mainly for those who were worried about the ability to heal fruits. With Man Shirley. Although the old man can't live forever, but the injuries that have been entangled for many years will surely be eradicated. Yes, you go and bring her to me. From now on she will be the ship doctor of the Whitebeard pirates. Before the people arrived, Luo Feng arranged Man Shirley. Okay, wait. Grandpa, if she is a ship doctor, what will I do, grandson? Margiao, who was originally full of joy, suddenly felt uncomfortable when he heard that his position as a ship doctor was lost. Isn't it good to be the captain of the first team who is going to die? Just you who are not good at learning arts and want to learn to do two jobs. Luo Hao glanced horizontally at Margiao and kicked the eldest grandson directly from the position of the ship doctor. But Margot was a little reluctant. How? Do you have an opinion on my grandpa's arrangements? Or do you want to teach Grandpa what I do? Luo Hao stared straight at Margiao, staring straight at the phoenix in front of him. Grandpa, how dare I? Margot second stunned. Since you dare not, why don't you go? Luo Feng stretched out his hand and pointed in the direction where Man Shirley was. He is invincible, not only conquerors and armed color, but also invincible in the world. It's nothing to perceive the whole country of Dressrosa. Yes. Margot immediately spread his wings, transformed into a phoenix, and rose into the sky. This bird, although it is a new breed that has never been seen before, it looks really good. Not under the peak appearance of Brother Diao. Margiao, who had already broken through the air, didn't notice it. At this time, Luo Hao's gaze became brighter and brighter. Grandpa didn't want to. Diamond Jaws noticed that Luo Feng's eyes on Margiao suddenly became a bit wrong, and his heart suddenly tightened. That Grandpa, I heard that when you lived in seclusion in the Sphinx, you still made an eagle as a friend. Why didn't I see you bring Lord Diao with me this time? Is it because it is too urgent to get out of the mountain, so it is too late to bring Lord Diao? Diamond Jaws asked carefully while looking at Luo Feng's expression. You said Brother Diao. He was buried by me. When talking about Brother Diao, Luo Feng's tone was a little more depressed. The same is no resistance. It is also a deep valley of seclusion. The same is the eagle as a friend. But I don't know if there is something wrong with his method of raising vultures. Anyway, he was not buried by his brother Diao. On the contrary, the Diao brother who had been with him for many years was finally buried by him. So that's it? Grandpa, please be sorry too. I want to come to die out to be alive in the sky, and I don't want to see you sad and sad. After hearing this, Jaws suddenly let out a sigh of relief. He was really afraid that Luo Feng had taken a fancy to Margio's face, and arranged for Lord Diao. If it is true, he can only silently mourn for Margot, who told his brother to eat something. Devil fruit is not good, but he just ate the phoenix fruit. Maybe something. Grandpa, I have helped Brother Diao find a descendant. Thinking of Margot's posture when he became a phoenix, Luo Hao's face suddenly showed a meaningful smile. Successor. Diamond Jaws was dumbfounded. Although he didn't understand Grandpa's words at all, his instinct told him that Margot had already been arranged by Grandpa. Asterisk. Chapter 29. Grandpa speaks well, pretends to be forceful and beautiful, we like Grandpa the most. Click. On the bow of the mobile, Whitebeard jerked his hand forward. 10 fingers actually pierced the atmosphere abruptly, grabbing out a series of white cracks visible to the naked eye. Immediately afterwards, under a thunderous bang, the calm sea surface has rolled up one after another, with turbulent waves reaching hundreds of meters high. With just a gesture, you can trigger a shocking tsunami. No wonder Whitebeard will be called the strongest man in the world with such terrifying power. Father, how do you feel? Margot looked at Whitebeard nervously. Goo la la la. Lao Zi is now better than ever. Even if it is compared with when I was young, it is only a little bit less interesting. Whitebeard lowered his head and glanced at his hands, only to feel that the power in his body rested endlessly on the Buddha. As long as he thinks about it, either shock fruit or conqueror's haki can be used arbitrarily, and there is no longer any feeling of weakness or weakness before. Great. Father, your injuries are all healed. Margot, Jaws and other captains looked at the refreshed Whitebeard, and they all performed and laughed. As the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, they naturally know Whitebeard's physical condition. In recent years, things have gone from bad to worse. The infusion is even more important for a day. Now that Whitebeard is no longer suffering from illness, they are naturally happy. Huh. I have told you that Master Bai is cured. You still don't believe it? Especially your Captain Margot. I think you clearly didn't put this princess in your eyes. Manswilly stood up from Luo Feng's shoulder and glared at Margio and the others with a frenzy. Ouch. My little princess, please forgive us. Aren't we worried about Daddy? You have to be considerate of our difficulties in being sons. When Margot, Jaws, and Baista were angry when they saw Man Shirley, they hurriedly came around, and the deceitful ones only calmed Man Shirley's dissatisfaction. Judging from their appearance, there is not the slightest power of being the leader of the Whitebeard pirate team. There is no way. Although Man Shirley was just brought back by Margio, she not only cured Whitebeard, but was also a ship doctor appointed by Luo Feng. As soon as I got on the boat, I won the favor of Luo Feng and Whitebeard. Facing Man Shirley, who was standing behind her grandfather and daddy at the same time, Margot and the captains were hardened, and they could only speak with coaxes. Especially Margot, who was named by Man Shirley. Don't even dare to speak too loudly at this time. Man Shirley, since Margot is so damn it, I will help you punish him. Luo Feng glanced at Margio who was grinning, and a trace of joke flashed in his eyes. Okay. Grandpa, you must punish him. When Man Shirley heard it, she laughed and jumped. It was this grandfather who killed Margot and his grandchildren. Facing Man Shirley, who had been adopted as granddaughter and daughter by Luo Feng and Whitebeard just after boarding the ship, Margio and the others were completely intact. Newgate, since you are well, then I can leave without worry. Luo Feng didn't say what the punishment was, but instead said to Whitebeard. Father, are you leaving? Whitebeard was stunned. Grandpa, won't you go with us to rescue Ace? Margot also said. Did you go back so soon? Jaws thought that Luo Feng asked Man Shirley to cure Whitebeard, so he wanted to go back to the Sphinx to live in seclusion. Others also looked at Luo Feng with dismay and nervousness. "What are you thinking about? Grandpa, this mountain is out, how could he go back without seeing his grandson?" Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. "Since Grandpa, you are not going back to the Sphinx, why are you leaving?" After Margot heard that Luo Hao was not going back to live in seclusion, he was relieved a lot. "If I stay with you all the time, it is estimated that my good grandson's grave will be 3 feet tall, and this Shishibukai hasn't been cleaned up yet." As soon as Luo Feng said this, all the grandsons of the ship understood in seconds. Feeling's own grandfather is still thinking about coming out of the mountain show. But don't tell me. After witnessing the various Tianxiu operations performed by Luo Feng in Dressrosa with their own eyes, they were also very addicted to it, and the grandsons were completely conquered. If they can, they also want to follow Luo Feng and watch the whole show of Grandpa. After all, who in the Whitebeard Pirates doesn't know that Grandpa not only speaks nicely, but also pretends to be good-looking? They are grandsons who really like to follow his grandpa. Newgate's body was really bad before. I am not at ease, so I stayed on the boat all the time. Now that Man Shirley has cured him, I can leave without worry. Luo Hao said. I make you worry, Daddy. Whitebeard felt warm. He was a little strange before, and when he came out of the mountain with his own father's character, he was bound to make a world-shaking noise. How could you still get on the Moby DK all the way peacefully? Feelings are to take care of him. Thinking about it now, Luo Feng came to Dressrosa as the first stop when he came out of the mountain. In all likelihood, she planned to let Man Shirley heal his body from the beginning. Otherwise, Luo Feng can find other Shishibukai first. For example, that is the world's largest swordsman. This man with a black knife and knight is also in New World. Asterisk. Chapter 30 My little horse, you look good, you deserve to inherit the mantle of Brother Diao. Isn't it right for a dad to worry about his son? When Luo Hao saw Whitebeard, who was in his 70s, he suddenly became a little sentimental and couldn't help feeling amused. Goo la 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 la. Whitebeard couldn't help but laugh after thinking that he had been worrying about the sons on the ship all these years. Well, you don't have to worry about me. Do your own thing. While there are still more than 10 days before my dear grandson's execution, you go and gather all the pirate groups under the Newgate banner. At that time, I will go to Marineford to meet you. Luo Hao directly finalized the next action. Father, you haven't been out in the mountains for so many years, so you should not be familiar with today's grand line. How about you pick a grandson to take with you? One can be a guide for you, and the other can help you handle some trivial matters. Whitebeard suggested. If Grandpa took it on, wouldn't it be okay for Tenten to watch Grandpa pretend to be forced? When Margiao heard this, their eyes suddenly brightened. In the Battle of Dressrosa, they have learned from Don Quixote da Flamingo that their grandfather is full of legends. Fame is legend. Haki is a legend. Swordsmanship is also a legend. In addition, watching Grandpa pretend to be very enjoyable and exciting. This gave them the idea of following Grandpa. Grandpa, what do you think of me? Not only can I hit and carry, I can knock a diamond down and give it to you when I am short of money. Jaws raised his arms, showing his majestic muscles to the fullest. Grandpa, don't listen to him. We are all swordsmen, Jaws definitely doesn't understand you as I do. Baista is not far behind. Okay, stop arguing. Speaking of the person who understands the heart of Grandpa most, looking at a boat of grandchildren, I am the only one who can hide. Izang stretched out his hand and pushed Jaws and Baista away, then walked over with his head high. That's it? It was not long before Yizang gave Grandpa a second-generation knight. We are afraid we can't grab this stuff. The other grandsons originally wanted to fight. But when they saw Izang coming out, Their hearts were suddenly cold. Speaking of giving Grandpa a rainbow fart, looking at the Whitebeard pirates, Izang is really the leader. You don't have to fight anymore. This time I leave, only one person will be taken with Margiao. As soon as Luo Feng said this, everyone suddenly looked back at Margiao, who was standing beside Whitebeard with his arms folded from beginning to end. Me. Marga was startled. Happiness came so suddenly that he was a little caught off guard. You know the reason why he didn't fight is purely because he offended Man Shirley. In addition, Luo Feng just said that he would punish him. So he doesn't think he has a play at all. Margiao? Just rely on him. Grandpa? I'm not convinced. When the grandsons saw Luo Feng's appointment of Margiao, they suddenly expressed dissatisfaction. If it is in Tibet, they can still persuade themselves to accept it. But Margiao's words, everyone is Luo Feng's grandson, so why is this guy capable of overpowering the grandchildren without doing anything? I don't know if you are dissatisfied. However, there is one thing that only the eldest grandson Margiao can do, which can't be done with any grandson among you. So you don't have to grab it anymore. Luo Feng waved his hand. Grandpa, you say. What can Margot do that we can't do? If you can tell, we won't compete with Margot. Jaws and others said one after another. Little horse, come here. Luo Feng called Margiao to his side. Come on. Grandpa. Margiao saw his grandfather in the group of grandchildren, and he immediately followed Luo Feng with the steps of a winner in life. At the same time, he didn't forget to give Jaws and his younger brother a memorable look, and he gritted his teeth and his grandson with anger on the spot. Didn't you blame me for confiscating your marine doctor position? Now I grant you a new position. Luo Feng looked at his grandson Margiao with a smile. The expression is as kind as it is. My pony is finally transferred. Not only was Grandpa caught him, he also offered a job for nothing. This treatment, the position of the eldest grandson, is a real hammer. Marga was delighted to hear it. In the past, the position of the eldest grandson, he was self-proclaimed. The other grandsons are also selling his face, so they just admit it. But secretly, no grandson thought he was ranked behind Margiao. But now, with the position appointed by Luo Feng, he has properly become the eldest grandson of real power. Grandpa, I don't know what position you are talking about. Margot reluctantly didn't let the color of ecstasy overflow from his eyes. Mount. Margot's expression froze when he heard the words. Yes, it's a mount. I have observed it and found that although the phoenix you changed is a new breed I haven't seen, it looks really good. It's time to inherit my brother's mantle. So, starting from today, I have appointed you Margiao to replace Brother Diao. Luo Feng explained. I just said, how could my grandfather look so weird when he watched Margot turn into a phoenix just now? It turned out to be so. At the same time that Jaws suddenly realized, his gaze at Margot was no longer envy, but there was a hint of pity. Asterisk. Chapter 31 Margot, I paid wrong after all. Really? This is Grandpa? This is all routine. From the moment he saw Margot become a phoenix, Grandpa had arranged Margot clearly. At this time, Jaws suddenly realized a philosophy of life. The deepest way in the Grand Line is Grandpa's routine. Punishment is good too. Pick a grandson to take with you. Everything is just to pave the way for Margot to be a mount. Grandpa, we all think what you said makes sense. Margot deserves to be your mount. Baista and Izang are even more of you, and I directly pushed Margot onto the mount. Let him have no chance to come down at all. You guys. Margot stretched out his trembling hand and pointed at Izang and the others with a face full of disbelief. It is said that we share will and woe. Said good life and death brothers. You actually let your eldest brother be a mount? Is this still what a brother should do? Is this still what people should do? Could it be that you brothers have forgotten the mountain alliance with me back then? Big brother, don't blame us. Yeah. Just now you heard Grandpa say that only you can be qualified for this position. From today, I will regard you as the eldest grandson of your grandfather. I agree with Jaws. I have no problem with Baista. The words of Yizang and others made Malgao ignited a blue flame on the spot. It's not a fight, but an internal injury from anger. Need to use the flame of the phoenix to heal the wounds. How? Looking at you, I seem to have a strong opinion of my arrangement. If you have any comments, please tell me to listen. A fierce light appeared in Luo Feng's eyes. Boom. There was a thunder, and the calm sea stretched out crisscrossing sea cracks that were shocking to people's eyes. At the same time, the clear sky was shrouded in vain by endless dark clouds. Looking around, the sky is going to collapse at any time. No. No. Margot felt a chill, and he was shocked all over his body. He definitely didn't feel wrong. Conquerors hacking. Without passing Conqueror's collision, only Conquerors tore the sea and rewrite the celestial phenomenon. Then you mean that I have insulted you by letting you inherit Brother Diao's mantle? Luo Feng's face gradually became cold. Boom. The sky suddenly fell down with huge and incomparable thunders, which caused the sea to roll up a series of stormy waves? No. No shame. Margot stiffened for a while, and it took a while before he shook his head with great difficulty. Then it's so decided. Luo Feng smiled with satisfaction. The dark clouds and lightning faded quickly. Wanli returned in a flash of clear skies. The huge waves tumbling on the sea and the terrifying whirlpool that swallowed everything disappeared. Walk all the way, brother. Don't blame us for being cruel brothers. As the saying goes, brother is dead, brother is not dead. Jaws, Baista, and others were not convinced that Grandpa chose Margot, not theirs. But now, they are all very grateful that Grandpa didn't choose himself and others. At the same time, they were very fortunate, but fortunately they didn't eat any phoenix fruit. Father. Margot looked at Whitebeard eagerly. He knows that his father loves his eldest son most. Must not bear him, the son of dignified Whitebeard, the captain of the first team has become a mount. Margiao, since the old man chose you, that's your blessing. If Laozi knows that you are not serving your father well, then Laozi will take your hair off. Whitebeard glanced at his eldest son pityingly. He knew it at a glance from his father-son relationship with Luo Feng for many years. My eldest son was already worried by my father when he turned into a phoenix. Ride the phoenix Mal Gao. This thing really fits my father's style. Yes. Father. Margot cried a face. I originally expected my father to help me intercede, but now it seems that I have paid wrongly these years. Faced with his grandfather, his father couldn't be tough at all. In other words, when the weak father-son relationship between myself and Whitebeard is facing the extremely deep father-son relationship between Luo Feng and Whitebeard, it is simply vulnerable. No, he hadn't even spoken yet, and the old man had already sold himself cleanly. As if afraid of catching fire. Grandpa, although we can't fly you like Big Brother, but this is also our little intention. With Big Brother's flying speed and carrying weight, there is no problem with these things on your back. Jaws and others brought a big package. It was filled with water, food, permanent pointers, berry, and other nautical necessities. You bastards are deliberately trying to exhaust me, so that you can inherit my eldest grandson. Margot took a look and almost didn't spit out a spit of old blood. Good. You are all my good grandchildren. Luo Feng nodded with satisfaction, and then said to Margiao. Little horse. Yes. Margot walked over with a dull look. First he carried his luggage, and then became a phoenix under the jokes and teasing gazes of Jaws and other brothers. My son, and dear grandchildren, the green hills will not change, the water will flow forever. See you at Marineford. Luo Feng waved to Whitebeard and others, and then rode his new Diao son, Margiao, into the air. Asterisk. Chapter 32 Few Grand Line can tie my Hawkeye. Grandpa, where are we going for the first stop? I am familiar with this Grand Line. Which Shisabukai you want to find, just squeak it? I promise to send you to that Shisabukai quickly and steadily. Margot flapped his wings and carried Luo Feng soaring above the sky, while asking Luo Feng. Since you can't resist, then learn to enjoy. As the most famous person among the pirates, his mind is undoubtedly very powerful. In front of a group of brothers, when he turned into an undead bird to become Luo Feng's mount, he still looked unlovable and embarrassed. This doesn't, just flew Luo Feng, not only adjusted to the new identity, but also started to enjoy it. Even, he was already thinking about being a mount for the world's invincible grandpa. Anyway, it's just my grandfather, not other people. Do your filial piety as a grandson. This time when Grandpa came out of the mountain, he was alone by his side. In minutes, he will become a new legend of the Grand Line. Together with his grandpa, he will be written into the genealogy by celestial dragons. Thinking of this, Margot couldn't help but feel that he was still making money by inheriting the mantle of Lord Diao. Which are Shisabukai in New World? Luo Feng stepped on the Phoenix Margiao, squinting his eyes and enjoying the breeze on his face. Not counting Don Quixote da Flamingo, who has been killed by you, Grandpa. Currently living in New World is Dracul Mihawk and the Murloc Jinbei. But Jinbei has a good relationship with Dad. After Ace's accident, he not only refused Shisabukai's mandatory call, but also reportedly went to Marineford to make a big noise. In the end, like Ace, he was imprisoned on the 6th floor of Impel Down. As for the remaining Shisabukai, either the tortoises huddled in the paradise as a prestige, or they were cleaned up by Marine. Margot took Shisabukai's affairs one by one like a few treasures. That little guy named Hawkeye seems to be holding the Black Knife Night Bar. Luo Feng asked. Yes, Grandpa. Margot nodded. Then go to him first. It happened that Yizang gave me the 2nd generation knight. It's perfect to weigh how many caddies the world's #1 swordsman has in this session. Luo Feng directly finalized the next step to clean up Shisabukai. Stand firmly, Grandpa. When Margiao heard this, Luo Feng suddenly came up with the picture of Luo Feng using a toy knife 2nd generation Yexio to turn over the world's #1 swordsman. When he thought of this, he was so excited that he even fluttered his wings a little bit stronger than before. This is why Jaws and his grandsons are scrambling to follow Grandpa. They had never seen all the legends left by Grandpa several times ago. But if he can stay with his grandfather, he will not only witness the new legends written by his grandfather on the Grand Line this time, he will even become a part of the legend. In comparison, being Grandpa's mount is nothing at all. Thinking about it now, Lord Diao's mantle is really fragrant. Krakana. In the residence of the world's largest swordsman, Dracul Mihawk is holding cotton cloth in his hand, as if he is treating the lover who is most inspected. His expression is focused, his actions are gentle, and he wipes the Black Knife Knight in front of him. At this moment, the only thing left in his world to put Buddha in was the strongest black knife in the world. Not far away, Perona, who had been eating for free in Dracul Mihawk's accommodation for a long time, changed his usual twittering and sat on the sofa silently watching the most powerful swordsman wipe his favorite sword. Hey, do you really want to agree to Marine's mandatory call? After a while, when Dracul Mihawk stopped his movements and inserted the black sword knight back into the scabbard, Perona spoke. Is there a problem? Dracul Mihawk said blankly. The problem is big. Whitebeard is the strongest man in the world. You agreed to Marine's compulsory convening, didn't you want to fight him? Perona said excitedly. So what? Dracul Mihawk's face was still the same as Gujing Buobo's face. How can you calm down? That's Whitebeard. You thought it was a cat or a dog. Such a dangerous monster, it is very dangerous for you to confront him. In my opinion, you don't need to pay attention to Marine at all, just let them fight Whitebeard on their own. Perona didn't have a good air. It is precisely because he is dangerous that I will agree to this mandatory call. When Dracul Mihawk said this, a full-bodied stern shot came out. There are very few grand line that can tie me. What can beat me is even counted by one palm. Unfortunately, Whitebeard is in the hands of this number. Once I miss this time, I guess I won't have a chance to weigh my chance with Whitebeard again. Obviously, this is the real purpose of his Dracul Mihawk. He who has occupied the world's largest swordsman for a long time deeply feels the invincible emptiness of swordsmen, and at the same time he wants to go further. Asterisk. Chapter 33. Among the most powerful swordsmen I have ever seen, you are the worst in this class. In Whitebeard's lifetime, Dracul Mihawk wants to hit the throne of the world's strongest man. This is not his arrogance, but his confidence. After all, as he said just now, there are really few grand line that can tie him. With this level of strength, and sitting on the throne of the world's #1 swordsman all year round, he would have the idea of challenging Whitebeard. That was normal. You. Perona looked at Dracul Mihawk with a crazy look. Knowing that Whitebeard is so strong, he knew that he was not the opponent's opponent before even hitting him, but he still touched Whitebeard's beard. What's more, it's too late even if you want to refuse the compulsory call. When Dracul Mihawk said this, a pair of eagle-eyed eyes suddenly burst into cold light. Why? Perona looked puzzled at Dracul Mihawk, who suddenly carried the black knife on his back and walked towards the door. Because the Lord has come to the door. Dracul Mihawk stood in front of the gate, staring coldly at the sky. True Lord? Are you talking about Whitebeard? Perona's face turned pale with fright. No. Dracul Mihawk denied. But the first team captain, the Phoenix Margot, is here. But before Perona breathed a sigh of relief, the next words scared her to death again. What? Perona looked up in shock, and immediately noticed that a black spot appeared in the distant sky at some point. Under her gaze, this black spot quickly grew bigger as soon as it appeared. Almost in a blink of an eye, a phoenix with blue flames burning all over her body and a handsome young man on her back has surfaced above her head. No. Phoenix Margot. The moment Perona saw Margot, Hua's face faded. Who is this man? Actually let the deputy of the world's strongest man willingly serve as a mount? Unlike Perona, Dracul Mihawk's attention is more focused on Luo Feng, who was carried by Margot. The world's largest swordsman. Luo Hao stepped on the Phoenix Margot and looked down at Dracul Mihawk condescendingly. As for the Mononoke, Perona, whether he or Margot, they just ignored it. How can a small character be worthy of Luo invincible to remember? Good. Dracul Mihawk stared at Luo Feng with eagle-like eyes. It's not bad to look good. It's just a pity. Luo Feng looked at Dracul Mihawk. I have to admit that the man in front of him with the name of Hawkeye is indeed very compelling. Regardless of appearance, dress, and temperament, they are all top-notch. At least it can be remembered by him. What a pity. Dracul Mihawk asked blankly. The world's largest swordsman I have ever seen, you are the worst in this class. As soon as Luo Feng said this, Dracul Mihawk's eyes instantly became sharper and sharper than that of a blade. But you don't have to be so disappointed. Although in terms of swordsmanship, haki, and physique, you are the worst among the world's largest swordsmen I have ever seen, but if you look good, you are the best. Luo Feng didn't pay any attention to Dracul Mihawk's horrible sword force that gradually agitated. Your Excellency wants to say that the world's largest swordsman has a silver-like pewter spearhead, so I can't use it. Dracul Mihawk stared at Luo Feng, his mouth was authentic. Although you have to understand this way, it is not impossible. After all, for me, even those swordsmen who have the name of the world's largest swordsman come to me, they will end up dead. But what I just said to you did not mean that. In terms of swordsmanship, you are the second most famous swordsman I have ever seen. In terms of looks, you are the best among the great swordsmen I have ever seen with the first and strongest name. I don't know what I said, do you understand? Luo Feng corrected. The world's largest swordsman you have ever seen. Dracul Mihawk finally noticed the point at this time. Has a problem. Luo Feng looked at Mihawk, who had just reacted with a smile. Joke. I think you are in your early 20s. When my Dracul Mihawk was on the throne of the world's largest swordsman, I guess you were not born yet. Where have you seen the second world's largest swordsman? I think you are trying to humiliate me. Don't think that Margot is standing at your feet and Whitebeard is standing behind you. I dare not kill you. You can hear me clearly, I Dracul Mihawk has always been my own way, killing anyone who is not pleasing to the eye. Just like now, I want to kill you. The phoenix at your feet can't keep you. Dracul Mihawk's eyes were as cold as a knife, without any emotion. At the same time, the sword that lurked in his body that was so sharp that it could cut through even the atmosphere of Buddhism broke out completely. Although he has not drawn his sword, the momentum of the world's largest swordsman has swept away like a storm. Asterisk. Chapter 34 Bold Hawkeye, do you know who my grandpa is? Seeking flowers. Angry. Dracul Mihawk, who has always been incapable of emotion and anger, does his own way, and puts the Buddha in a bottomless abyss, is completely irritated at this moment. Even Perona, who has been a prostitute at Hawkeye's house for so long, has never seen a Dracul Mihawk like this. Is this guy crazy? Why do you come here for no reason to provoke Mao Yinjian? Really think that he, the world's #1 swordsman, is not a vegetarian? Under the sword of Dracul Mihawk's gaze, Perona was oppressed and had difficulty breathing, and she curled up behind the gate. At this moment, she only felt that she was like a small lone boat in the raging sea. At the first thought of Dracul Mihawk, she would be destroyed and killed instantly. Bold Hawkeye, I think you don't know the heights of the sky. Do you know who my grandpa is? Just when Dracul Mihawk's sword power rose to ultimate, and when he was about to draw his sword, Margot's sudden sentence directly dissipated his sword power, and even made his drawing of the sword froze. Your grandpa? Don't you only have daddy? The cold light in Dracul Mihawk's eyes quickly faded, replaced by a touch of amazement. Aren't you nonsense? If I only have a dad, how did my dad get here? Margot looked at Dracul Mihawk like an idiot. Wait. Let me stroke it? Dracul Mihawk let go of the hand holding the black sword and then reached out and touched his chin, with a look of serious reasoning. Tell me, who is he? After a thoughtful wave, he reached out and pointed at Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Margao glanced at Luo Feng and only reported his name after getting permission from his grandfather. I'm talking about his relationship with you. Dracul Mihawk asked. Grandfather? Mar shouted decisively and quickly. I'm not embarrassed at all. Even Dracul Mihawk and Perona can hear it. When Margao, the phoenix in front of him, yelled the word grandpa, he actually carried a sense of pride that was so full of ultimate. What about Whitebeard? Dracul Mihawk stared at Margot blankly. He is my father. Margot cast an idiotic look at Dracul Mihawk again. He is grandpa and Whitebeard is your daddy. What about the relationship between him and Whitebeard? If it was before, Dracul Mihawk had already drew his sword and hacked people. But now, he couldn't restrain the murderous intentions in his heart, and asked Margot very patiently. Aren't you nonsense? He is my grandfather and Whitebeard is my dad. That's my daddy's daddy. Margot didn't have a good air. With all due respect, Whitebeard knew that you recognized a grandpa outside. Did you recognize him a dad? Dracul Mihawk glanced at Luo Feng first, then at Margiao. He saw the two eyes look exactly the same. Seeing the eyes of the dead. I thought what you wanted to say? So this is it? Hawkeye, are you stupid? I didn't recognize my grandfather outside, but my father, who took our sons to ask him out of the mountain. Margot sneered. Whitebeard begged him to come out. Dracula Myhawk's pupils shrank. At this moment, in addition to buzzing in his brain, the sentence Luo Feng said just now came out again. Among the world's largest swordsmen I have ever seen, you are the worst in this class. If Luo Feng is really Whitebeard's daddy, instead of Margiao hiding Whitebeard from the outside world, then this person who can be Whitebeard's father, isn't it older than Whitebeard? If this is true, hasn't the man in front of him really seen the world's largest swordsman besides him? Have you met the world's #1 swordsman before me? Thinking of this, Dracula Myhawk looked at Luo Feng abruptly, and a pair of eagle eyes appeared with a touch of amazement. Didn't I just say it? And I told you more than once. If I have never seen the world's largest swordsman outside of you, why would I say that you are the worst swordsman I have ever seen? The corner of Luo Feng's mouth showed a touch of playfulness. Seeing the eagle eye, who has always been unpredictable and almost no mood swings in front of him, gobbled up in front of him time and time again, he thought it was really interesting. At least, it's more fun and much more fun than hacking to death the world's largest swordsman. Impossible. If you are really Whitebeard's daddy, why are you so young? Can you still stay old and not dead? Dracula Myhawk took a breath. At this time, his eyes on Luo Feng have changed. If all this is true, how terrible is the man in front of him? Lived through several eras. Witnessed the vicissitudes of life, the change of times and the everlasting prosperity. Can be regarded as a daddy by Whitebeard, and begs to come out of the mountain. He couldn't know how heavy this weight was. Asterisk. Chapter 35 The eagle at the bottom of the well knows how big the world is, please collect it. Do I need to explain to you? Luo Feng said lightly. Yes. Just relying on the Phoenix Malgao willingly to saddle you up and down, this is the best proof of your identity. Dracula Myhawk has seen the world after all, and is still one of the small group of people standing at the pinnacle of the Grand Line. Although Luo Feng's identity is shocking, it is not impossible. After all, if Luo Feng were not Whitebeard's daddy, how could Margiao be willing to act as a mount? Whitebeard would not allow his eldest son Margot to do such a thing. With these 2 points alone, Luo Feng's identity as the daddy of Whitebeard has been given a real hammer. Hawkeye, now you finally know how much my grandpa exists. Margot said coldly. So what you said just now is not just slanderous. Among the world's #1 swordsmen you have ever seen, am I really the worst one? After confirming Luo Feng's identity, Dracula Myhawk cares about this most. As a swordsman, he has stood on the top of this era. As far as swordsmanship is concerned, no one can beat the Grand Line. The only people who can compare with him are those who were born in a different era with him, who were not destined to meet, and even less destined to be the world's #1 swordsman. Otherwise, what do you think? Luo Feng chuckled lightly. I don't believe it. Dracula Myhawk shook his head. During my life, I have seen 3 swordsmen who have the name of the world's strongest swordsman. Luo Feng raised 3 fingers. Tell me, who is there? There was a flash of curiosity in Dracula Myhawk's eyes. Although he doesn't think he is really as Luo Feng said, the swordsmanship is not as good as the most powerful swordsmen of other eras, but it does not mean that he is not interested in these swordsmen who are indistinguishable from him. Hawkeye, it's best to pay attention to your tone when you speak. Margot is satisfied. He is your grandfather, not my grandfather. Dracula Myhawk is still going its own way, unmoved at all. He was so cruel that even Whitebeard dared to chop. How could he care about Luo Feng's identity? Humph. You better figure out something. You the so-called #1 swordsman in the world, are just a joke in front of Grandpa. Margot said with disdain. Is it a joke? Use it to weigh it? Dracul Mihawk's eyes were cold, and his right hand suddenly grasped the hilt of the black sword knight. I really admire your courage, dare to draw a knife in front of Grandpa. No. No, you are not courage at all, but ignorance. If you have half of what Don Quixote da Flamingo knows about Grandpa, then you know how ridiculous your current behavior is. Margot saw Dracul Mihawk's attempt to draw his sword, and his eyes were full of pity. Da Flamingo? What did you do to him? Upon hearing this, Dracul Mihawk immediately thought of Heavenly Yaksha, who was rampant and lawless in the ocean. Xiao Ming has been sent by me to reunite with his grandfather and father. As Shichibukai, you don't have to worry about him. He walked very peacefully along the way. Luo Feng said casually. In that tone, letting the Buddha send away a Shichibukai is no different from kicking away a small stone on the side of the road. That's it? I'll just say why you came to me on a phoenix. It turns out that your goal is Shichibukai. Whitebeard begs you to come out to fight the fire, Ace. And you are planning to kill Shichibukai before the day of Woquan Ace's execution, so as to reduce the difficulty of saving people on the day of execution. Dracul Mihawk took a deep look at Luo Feng. Shichibukai was indeed my first goal after coming out of the mountain, yes. But please don't judge me by your poor eyesight. Sending you Shichibukai to the west is just a show for me to announce my return to the Grand Line. As for what to kill Shichibukai in advance, what to reduce the difficulty of saving people. Sorry, I really haven't thought about it. Luo Feng shook his head and laughed. Yes. Dracul Mihawk said nonchalantly. Obviously, he didn't quite believe Luo Hao's statement. You might be unbelievable when I say that. But for me, there is really no difference between a group of Shichibukai and a group of Shichibukai. In Luo Feng's tone, there was a touch of scowling. Is it right? I will use this world's strongest black knife to personally verify it. As soon as Dracul Mihawk's voice fell, the hand holding the hilt of the knife jerked. Jian. One of the supreme knives? Known as the world's strongest black knife, knight out of the sheath. The sword that originally shrouded Dracul Mihawk was so sharp that it was so arrogant. Now as the black sword knight is out of its sheath, that one is different from Conqueror's haki, but the same powerful sword force also bursts out at this moment, like a flood of gate opening, leaning toward Luo Feng mightily. The eagle at the bottom of the well knows how big the world is. Facing the mighty sword power of Dracul Mihawk, Luo Feng remained unmoved like a red line standing on the sea, immortal. Old irons, Xiao San repeatedly begged for everything Kun collection, flowers, reminders, and I am grateful. Asterisk. Chapter 36 A mere eagle eye, not as good as me, please collect flowers. Draw your sword. Let me see the difference between monsters that have lived through several eras. After Dracul Mihawk heard Luo Hao call him the frog at the bottom of the well, although the ancient well did not wave in his eyes, he had already burst out cold murderous intent in his heart. You let me draw the sword. Luo Feng smiled. Since his debut, no one wants to see him draw his sword. Rocks are so. 5 elders is so. The same is true for the leader of celestial dragons, Yim. None of these people who knew him wanted to see him pull out the sword again in the Grand Line. Is there anything funny in asking you to draw your sword? Dracul Mihawk said coldly. Nothing. I just think of a group of people in the past, in order to let me close the mountain, in order to prevent me from closing the sword, they tried everything. Unexpectedly, after coming out of the mountain again, the people of this era would be so interesting. First, Xiao Ming asked me to draw a sword to send him on the road, and then your little eagle asked me to draw a sword to send you to death. Luo Feng looked at Dracul Mihawk with a funny face. As long as anyone who has seen him draw a sword, or has known him draws a sword, no one wants to see him do it. But now, Xiaoming begged him to draw his sword before he died. Kitty begged him to draw his sword and send him to death. Arrogant. Even if you are really Whitebeard's daddy, even if you have lived through several eras, you are just a remnant party eliminated by the era. Living long does not mean you are really strong. While talking, Dracul Mihawk raised the Black Knife Knight. Anyone who knows him knows it. His starting position means that he is going to be real. Obviously, Luo Feng's contempt over and over again and again, or even contempt, made him completely angry. I have given you the opportunity. Since you drew your sword, you just asked for it when you die. As soon as the voice fell, the black knife that was raised high by him, had already smashed his head. Scoff. The light of the sword flashed, and the atmosphere in front of him, in the space covered by Dracul Mihawk's sword power, the Buddha was also cut apart at the same time. When Black Knife completely fell, a slash of kilometer long, like a giant dragon flying into the sky, slashed straight towards Luo Feng in anger. It's really not a loss to inherit Master Diao's mantle. If I hadn't used Grandpa as a mount, how could I witness Grandpa's legend again? Seeing Dracul Mihawk's shot, Marga was also agitated. He knew that he could witness the birth of Grandpa's legend with his own eyes. Why do you need to draw a sword to kill you? Facing the shocking slash that broke through the sky, Luo Feng, let alone pull out the mysterious long knife that has created many legends at his waist, and even the black knife that was given to him by Zhang, the high imitation toy of the night. Second generation did not pull out at night. You are looking for death. When Dracul Mihawk saw Luo Feng facing his own slash, he stood in place without evasive, and had no intention of drawing his sword at all. It's ridiculous. The eagle at the bottom of the well opened his eyes to see clearly. Swordsmanship is such an inconvenience. Luo Feng smiled lightly. He finally arrived when the shocking slash that spanned thousands of meters arrived in front of him. Under Dracul Mihawk's unbelieving and angry gaze, he unhurriedly pulled out the right hand inserted in the pocket, and then stretched out two fingers to look forward and pinch it. Scoff. Enough to sever the iceberg and split the earth, the terrifying slash from the hands of the world's largest swordsman was actually caught by Luo Feng with two fingers. What? A pair of eagle eyes of Dracul Mihawk was taken by surprise in an instant. Even the supreme sharp knife in his hand almost couldn't hold it firmly, and it just dropped out of his hand and fell to the ground. A mere eagle eye, it's not as good as me. Luo Feng glanced at Dracul Mihawk indifferently, then used two fingers to force. Click. The huge slashes comparable to the super large sea kings shattered. Grandpa deserves to be Grandpa. It's so showy. Margiao was completely impressed by Luo Feng when he saw this scene. In his opinion, Luo Feng is strong enough, the most important thing is that his grandfather is still very good. Between the gestures, it's the world's best compulsion. This force, coupled with Grandpa's invincible strength in the world, is simply complementary. There is no need to watch Grandpa take action, just watch Grandpa pretend to be a worthwhile trip. This. How can there be such a person in Grand Line? Dracul Mihawk took a deep breath and barely suppressed his palpitations before raising his head to look at Luo Feng. It's just that if you pay attention, you can still see a touch of horror in his pair of eagle eyes. Even if the two four emperors, Kaido and Charlotte Linlin, who are strong and powerful, dominate the Grand Line, there is absolutely no possibility that they can take their own slashes with two fingers. Not to mention that he was still smashing his slash with two fingers. It wasn't there before. But after I came into this world, it was there. Luo Feng looked at Dracul Mihawk with a smile but a scalp tingling at the most powerful swordsman of the famous Grand Line. Asterisk. Chapter 37 Dragon Warrior? Killed by me. Seeking everything. Can you tell me your name? Dracul Mihawk tightened the black knife knight in his hand. Only by holding onto this supreme sharp knife can Fang Buddha have the courage to face Luo Feng. Luo Feng. Father of Edward Newgate. Luo Feng's mouth raised slightly. He knew that the world's #1 swordsman, who was so strong enough to say that he wanted to draw his sword, began to see how big the world was. If you want to show off this kind of iron-headed baby who can't even see the world, if you want him to cooperate with him to complete a grand show, simply killing it is not enough. At least before you kill, you have to beat and beat hard. Otherwise, who will he show to him? Who would he show him the world's strongest haki, physique, swordsmanship, etc. abilities? If you don't pretend to be forced out of the mountains, you might as well return to the Sphinx to plow the fields. In your eyes, my swordsmanship is really the worst among the strongest swordsmen ever. Before the change, Dracul Mihawk sneered at Luo Feng's words and didn't care at all. But now, after Luo Feng staged a wave of eloquence with 2 fingers, and after showing off his face, he began to believe. In other words, I have to believe it. Good. Luo Feng nodded. Who do they have? Dracul Mihawk is learning sword after all, not world history. In addition, the Grand Line is a place full of changes and miracles. Stunning and talented newcomers spring up every day. Similarly, every day the king who dominates one side falls. Even if it is the world's strongest in a certain field, it is just a small wave in the history of Grand Line. Unless it is absolutely invincible, the world is #1, no matter how many times in the past, it is a peak that no one can surpass and can only be looked up to. Only then can it be remembered by the world. Obviously, Dracul Mihawk, whether he has been the world's most powerful swordsman before, can't get to this level. In my life, I have met 3 great swordsmen with the strongest name. Luo Feng raised 3 fingers. Whether it's Dracul Mihawk or Margiao, his grandson who just wants to quietly watch Luo Feng take off and pretends, they all pricked their ears and listened carefully. The first one, Wanakuni's sword god, was known as the dragon horse of the dragon swordsman during his lifetime. Luo Feng said. Dragon swordsman. I have heard that he was the #1 in the world in any era, but most of the Grand Line swordsmen would not admit it. Now listening to you say that, his first name should be well deserved. Dracul Mihawk's eyes flashed with a sense of suspicion. He has heard of this person. It is precisely because of the existence of the Dragon Slayer swordsman that the world knows that Wanakuni has the existence of a samurai. Before him, the Dragon Slayer indeed had the name of the world's largest swordsman. However, because Ryoma has hardly left Wanakuni in his life, although he has the world's first strength in swordsmanship, his reputation is not as well known as the Dracul Mihawk in front of him. Simply put, Longma has this strength, but the name is not recognized. And Dracul Mihawk also has this strength, but the name is recognized by the world. At least his strength is above you. Luo Feng glanced at Dracul Mihawk. Above me. Dracul Mihawk's eyes flashed a strong warfare. Obviously, he is not convinced. Even if Luo Feng has shown strength beyond his reach, he will not be convinced before he fights Longma. In the profession of swordsman, strength is one thing, but actual combat is another thing. Even if Ryoma's strength is really above his Dracul Mihawk, he thinks he will lose. After all, swordsmen like Dracul Mihawk and Roronozoro often have the potential to break through in the face of adversity. You don't have to be convinced. Competing with a dead person is the most meaningless thing. Luo Feng said nonchalantly. How did he die? Dracul Mihawk moved in his heart and asked suddenly. You are asking the right person. If it is someone else, it may not be able to answer you. But I, just happen to know. Luo Feng glanced at Dracul Mihawk, then said. He was killed by me. The tone is an understatement. The swordsman of putting the Buddha and slashing the dragon is just a green onion, not the world's largest swordsman. He challenged you. Dracul Mihawk's heart shuddered. Born in the same era as Luo Feng, Longma, the world's largest swordsman, is indeed very likely to challenge Luo Feng. After all, he would do the same after changing him. But when this thought came up, he thought of another thing. If Longma is to challenge Luo Feng and die, what will happen to him, who is also the world's largest swordsman, meets Luo Feng? It goes without saying. Not a challenge. I had a little holiday with Wanakuni. So the world government let him be found, and let him fight against me with Marine Admiral, the Marshal, and the Army Commander at the time. Finally killed by me. Luo Feng's words not only made Dracul Mihawk horrified, but even Margot, who had heard about this battle of legends that were not recorded in history, was shocked. Asterisk. Chapter 38 Roger's death has something to do with Grandpa? The relationship between the world government and celestial dragons, jointly planned by the world government and the celestial dragons, is so deep in the legendary battle against Grandpa. Previously, Margot thought that the only forces participating in the war were the CP0 of Marine, world government, and celestial dragons. Unexpectedly, another Wanakuni dragon-slashing warrior appeared suddenly. If this is the case, in Grandpa's time, would there be more powerful men he didn't know were also involved in that war? After all, if Grandpa doesn't say it, it doesn't mean there is no one. As soon as this thought came up, it was deeply rooted in Margieo's heart like a bone gangrene. How many horrifying powerhouses did Grandpa kill back then? Margot only felt that he had goosebumps all over his body. Not to mention the powerhouses of the Marshal, Commander-in-Chief, and 4 Emperors, it is Admiral alone. In the current world, they are all pivotal and ruthless characters standing at the pinnacle. But such a ruthless character was actually killed by his own grandfather, I don't know how many slaughtered. At this moment, he really wanted to know how fierce his grandfather was. Although it is a siege, it is the best destination to die in your hands. Although Dracul Mihawk felt a bit horrible, he didn't feel a bit pity about Ryoma's death. People will get old and get sick. Even the world's largest swordsman can't bear the torture of aging and illness. Whitebeard is the best example. Instead of dying in Wanakuni from illness and old age, it is better to die in the hands of a stronger swordsman at the peak. You don't need to envy him. If nothing happens, the next one will come to you. Luo Feng glanced at Dracul Mihawk. It is my honor to witness the higher peak of the swordsman. Dracul Mihawk's heart tightened, and the hand holding black knife yet tightened harder. Admiral, he is not afraid. But it's just not afraid of one Dragon Slayer. He also thinks he will be inferior to the opponent. But if there is a group of Admiral, Marshal, Commander-in-Chief and other monsters around the dragon-slashing warrior, he will only end up with one. Taken away by a wave. This is close, he still knows Hawkeye. But the father of Newgate in front of him took away all such lineups in turn, and has survived several eras along the way. But before that, I would like to know the other 2 most powerful swordsmen in the world before me. Please let me know. Dracul Mihawk exhaled, there was no fear in his eyes. Life and death bearish, just do it if you don't accept it. Since you can't avoid it, just lift the knife and do it. But death to death, he still wants to hear all this before he died. After all, for him, who is in a solitary mood and has always been alone, there are few people who can communicate with him, and there are even fewer things that interest him. Only swordsmanship and swordsmen. The world's greatest swordsmen before him are undoubtedly one of the few things that interest him. The second one you should have heard. No, I should have seen it before. Luo Feng raised 2 fingers. Who? A suspicion flashed in Dracul Mihawk's eyes. It is possible to have heard it, but if he has seen it, he really has no impression. After all, he still doesn't remember who was the world's largest swordsman among the people of his time. It's normal that you can't remember for a while. Compared to his another achievement, the name of the world's greatest swordsman has become insignificant. Basically it won't attract anyone's attention. Luo Feng said. Could it be? Gordie Roger. Yes, he is the only one. When the world talks about Roger, they only think of him as the One Piece. The world's largest swordsman placed him on him, but few people would pay attention. Dracul Mihawk flashed a flash of light in his mind and blurted out his mouth. This is the same as Qin Wang's Han Wu. When everyone mentions them, they often only think of their status as an emperor through the ages, and their unparalleled achievements in sweeping the wasteland. As for whether they can martial arts, how high martial arts is, no one pays attention to things at all. Not bad. After the Dragon Swordsman, Gold Roger is the second most powerful swordsman I have ever seen. But I saw this after I closed the mountain. Luo Feng nodded. Speaking of which, not only does One Piece know you, but he also went to find you. Dracul Mihawk was surprised. Although he just glanced at the other side far away before Gold Roger was executed. But at this glance, he could see that the other party was a king who swallowed the sea with anger and dignified the crowd. With Luo Feng's reputation in that era, it is impossible for Gold Roger not to meet each other. Of course I have been found. Otherwise, why do you think he died so early? Luo Feng said astonishingly. What? Grandpa, wasn't Roger executed? Margao didn't expect that Gold Roger would have a relationship with Luo Feng. Even the other party's early death has something to do with Grandpa. The Pirate King suddenly disbanded the pirates at his peak and surrendered to Marine. Could it be? Dracul Mihawk's face changed again and again. Asterisk. Chapter 39. I once ended the peak period of One Piece. Thinking of the truth that he gradually touched, Dracul Mihawk suddenly felt an unprecedented horror. At the same time, the more he understands the man in front of him, the more uneasy he feels. In a daze, he thought of Luo Feng's evaluation of him before. The eagle at the bottom of the well knows how big the world is. According to this situation, it seems that he really became the eagle at the bottom of Luo Feng's mouth. As you think. After Gordie Roger defeated Rox, he took his crew to find my hiding place. As soon as Luo Feng said this, both Dracul Mihawk and Margaw's breathing became short. He challenged you. Although Dracul Mihawk was asking, his tone was full of affirmation. Even if Gold Roger is not a pure ultimate swordsman like him. As the one piece that dominates the Grand Line, Gold Roger will definitely not want to talk to Luo Feng. Not bad. Speaking of which, he is not only the world's largest swordsman, but also the strongest king I have ever met. Luo Feng talked about One Piece with a smile on his face. It can be seen that Gold Roger brought him a lot of fun back then. Compared to Whitebeard. Dracul Mihawk asked a sharper question. Aren't you nonsense? Hawkeye? Who didn't know that Dad had fought against Roger numerous times in the past, and it ended in a draw? Except for Grandpa, my father is invincible in the world, who can defeat him? Although Roger is strong, it is impossible to beat the old man. Luo Feng hasn't spoken yet. Margao, who is a die-hard fan and son of Whitebeard, has jumped out. Gold Roger, the One Piece, he approves. But if the old man is not as good as Gold Roger, he was the first to express dissatisfaction as a dad. Facing Margaw's dad, Dracul Mihawk chose to ignore it. His eyes jumped over Margao and fell straight on Luo Feng. He believed that his eagle eyes would not misunderstand people. Even though Luo Feng is the father of Whitebeard, he will never do the inferior things that uphold his son and debase his opponent. No, my son Newgate is strong, but Roger at his peak is still better. It's just that the One Piece ate too much and had nothing to do and came to challenge me. I rewarded him with a sword and chopped out an incurable disease. His body went from bad to worse. Luo Feng told a shocking secret. One Piece has an incurable disease. Or did Grandpa cut it out? Dracul Mihawk and Margaw looked at each other, and both saw horror in each other's eyes. It can't be said that I cut it out. There was an incurable disease lurking in his body, but he was at the peak of his life at that time, and coupled with his strong enough body, he has not erupted. But the sword I rewarded him not only allowed him to lie down in a hospital bed for 3 months, but also helped him through the peak period of a king. Luo Feng smiled lightly. For him, letting the Buddha go with a sword to send One Piece to a shortcut in the peak period is just a small matter at his fingertips. Grandpa, this is a bit too invincible. Margot was frightened. Life is short, but the peak period is even shorter. Luo Feng also made One Piece complete the peak of a king on the spot. This matter felt sensational even if he was just listening to it. I came to disturb my retirement life for no apparent reason. I didn't even cut him down. It was for my son Newgate's sake. If it weren't for you, Laozi Newgate interceded, what Gold Roger took was not the shortcut of the peak period, but the shortcut of life. Luo Feng glared at Margiao, and the eldest grandson shrank with fright. So it is. Dracul Mihawk suddenly realized. Soon after Gold Roger ascended to the throne of the Shanghai Pirates, the mystery of the Roger Pirates was dissolved. The mystery of One Piece's surrender. The mystery of the execution of One Piece. All this was explained by Luo Hao. Thank Your Excellency for solving such mysteries for me. Now let me learn how Your Excellency allowed One Piece to complete the peak period of the sword. Dracul Mihawk took a deep breath, and a pair of eagle eyes burst out with a touch of determination. Luo Feng is powerful, he understands. But he did not flinch. Instead, he gave birth to the life of the world's #1 swordsman with the black sword in his hand, yet and himself, a bet on Luo Feng's sword that made One Piece complete the peak period in an instant. Kitty, the third largest swordsman in the world, don't you want to know? Luo Feng looked at Dracul Mihawk with interest. No need. Not only did I know that, but I also met in person. Dracul Mihawk shook his head. Oh. The corner of Luo Feng's mouth showed a touch of playfulness. Isn't the third largest swordsman in the world yours? It is precisely because you closed the sword and closed the mountain that you have the birth of the two world's greatest swordsmen, One Piece and me. Dracul Mihawk said every word. Asterisk. Chapter 40. Want me to draw a sword? Kitty, how dare you? Since you know, you dare to draw your sword at me. A smile flashed in Luo Feng's eyes. Draw a sword at him, this is not a thing to be happy about. On the contrary, everyone who drew a sword at him, until he died, felt only endless despair. The purpose of every swordsman going to sea is to ascend the throne of the world's largest swordsman. In the past, I always thought that I was the #1 in the world. I didn't get it until today. My Chaker Mihawk, the #1 in the world, is nothing but a deception. Your Excellency is tired of playing it? Let me and One Piece. Dracul Mihawk gripped the black knife yet tightly, and walked towards Luo Feng step by step. Draw your sword. Dracul Mihawk, the world's second largest swordsman, is here to officially challenge you. When he walked only 2 meters away from Luo Feng, he stopped, and then stared at the invincible world in front of him for several eras, oppressing the king of these eras into a bleak, unreliable world. The first mountain. To be born as a swordsman, either to become the world's #1, or to die in the hands of the world's #1. This kind of desire to win is definitely not only available to Roronoa Zoro, who will challenge him in the future. His Dracul Mihawk can climb to the throne of the world's most powerful swordsman after Luo Feng sealed the sword and closed the mountain, and has been sitting on this throne for decades, and he has such a desire to win. You want me to draw a sword? Kitty, how dare you? Luo Feng smiled lightly. It takes great courage to draw a sword to him. It takes more courage to draw a sword from him than to draw a sword at him. Because there is a kind of despair, more terrifying than death. In Dressrosa, Crane only managed to draw his sword at him. But Dracul Mihawk in front of him not only drew his sword, but also begged him to draw his sword. This is totally different from Don Quixote da Flamingo's choice to be hacked to death with a sword. I hope your excellency will be fulfilled. Dracul Mihawk didn't give up on Gu Jing's eyes. Even if Luo Feng let him go today, he would not let Luo Feng go. Luo Feng's sword, he must understand. Complete you. Luo Feng took a deep look at Dracul Mihawk. Whether it was due to the etiquette of the swordsman or the recognition of the eagle-eyed spirit, he decided to perfect the opponent. Draw your sword. Dracul Mihawk's eyes flashed with joy. The real world first. Can he finally learn? That is the supreme swordsmanship that makes One Piece bend their waists. I still said that. Swordsmanship is such an inconvenience. Luo Feng saw what Dracul Mihawk wanted to say, so he added. When needed, this sword, I will draw it out. Instead of entangled in this, you might as well force me to draw the sword with the black knife in your hand. The respect of the swordsman is never obtained by the other party's observance of etiquette, but by the sword in his palm. As soon as these words came out, Kyojoukage followed. Let the challenger Dracul Mihawk and his grandfather boast that Marga is heartbroken. Teached. Upon hearing this, Dracul Mihawk was no longer entangled in whether Luo Feng drew his sword, but decided that Luo Feng had to drew his sword with a black sword in his hand. Go ahead. Otherwise, you will have no chance to make a sword. Luo Feng lost his back with one hand. The tolerance and oppression of the world's first person came out immediately. Drink. Dracul Mihawk no longer speaks much. Almost at the same time when Luo Feng opened his mouth to let him out of the sword, the black sword in his hand, had already swung out at Luo Feng. Dracul Mihawk, who knew exactly what an insurmountable mountain he was facing, had no temptations. One shot is to do your best. Swordsmanship, armament haki, and swordsmanship, the three are all in one, cutting out the strongest sword in the world before Luo Feng came out of the mountain. What a violent swordsmanship! Luo Feng sighed slightly, but his right hand stretched out a finger unhurriedly, and under the gaze of Dracul Mihawk's pinhole-sized pupils, he firmly held his black knife. What did he do? Such a thing, but it has never happened before. My full blow was actually blocked by him with a finger? How is this possible? Is it possible that the swordsmanship gap between us is really so great? Dracul Mihawk looked at the scene in disbelief. Although Luo Feng has already received his slash with 2 fingers just now, although his sword seems to be not as powerful and earth-shattering as the kilometer slash just now, it is far more powerful than the previous slash. On. Grandpa, still so invincible. Marga took a cold breath when he saw it. He can see it. This seems to be a flat A sword, but it is the full blow of the world's #1 swordsman. In addition, Dracul Mihawk also holds only 12 great knives in the world. Needless to say, how powerful this sword is. Asterisk. Chapter 41, Eagle at the Bottom of the Well. Let's see how big the world is. Nothing is impossible. Eagle at the bottom of the well, open your eyes and see how big this world is. Luo Feng snapped his fingers. A surging force like the shocking tsunami of New World swept through Black Blade Night, and then passed to Dracul Mihawk's body. With a bang, Dracul Mihawk had already flew upside down with a knife and knocked down the entire house behind it. Hawkeye. Frightened and turned pale, Perona, who didn't even dare to speak, couldn't help but let out an exclamation when she saw this scene. This is my long-term invoice. What should I do if I am hacked to death? In a dangerous place like New World, it is hard to find a stable long-term meal ticket like Dracul Mihawk. Even if there is, I guess she can't be like her now, tent and whoring for nothing. The world can't be that far away. Just as Perona hesitated to go there, a figure rushed out of the ruins of the collapsed house. Amazingly Dracul Mihawk. At this time, he was carrying an extremely violent aura. He is definitely different from the one who has almost no mood swings in normal days. It is conceivable that his mind has been subjected to such a huge psychological impact just now. This was even more shocking than Roronozoro, who was played between applause with a knife. After all, Roronozoro had never stepped out of East Blue at the time. He was a veritable frog at the bottom of the well. And he? At this time, he was already the world's #1, no, he was the world's second largest swordsman. With such earth-shattering swordsmanship, when he fought Luo Feng, he couldn't hold a finger. It's a pity. The world is so far away. When he felt the momentum on Dracul Mihawk that made ghosts and gods retreat, Luo Feng's expression did not fluctuate at all. I didn't wield my sword just to be teased by a finger of yours. Dracul Mihawk did not speak, his eagle eyes were cold and violent. Pudding the Buddha is an eagle that has been completely touched and has become bloodthirsty and crazy. I saw him holding a knife in both hands and slashing forward. It seems flat, but in fact it is a big move. The green slash was entwined on black blade and it hadn't been released yet, but the terrifying sword force had already swept the entire island. Either Marga or Perona, they felt that the world in front of them was attacked by Dracul Mihawk's black sword and night slash. The world in my eyes has lost almost all its color. Only a piece of green light that obscures the sky and sun is left. Boom. When Dracul Mihawk reached the ultimate sword power, he moved. I saw him holding a black knife in both hands, and night slashed forward. A huge roar sounded in vain, and what followed was that the green world invaded by the slash was shattered like a mirror. In the next second, a slash that covered the sky and the sun had crossed the void, splitting the ground in front of him into common ones, and then slammed straight on Luo Feng's body. You are not a fledgling swordsman anymore. The fight just now should be enough to make you recognize reality. The gap between you and me is insurmountable. No matter what you are carrying, what do you long for at the end of strength? There will be no change in the result. While talking, Luo Feng stretched out a finger and swiped it lightly. Putting his finger on the Buddha is the blade of an invincible sword. Even though it was just a light stroke, it had already made Dracul Mihawk seemingly flat, but in fact it was a big move, torn to pieces. There are only two results to challenge the world's #1. Either smash your sword and sit on the real world #1 throne. Either die under your sword and become one of the bones under the throne of the world's #1. But I'm not reconciled. No matter the former or the latter, I can't do it. Not to mention touching the hopeless throne, even let you sit on the throne, get up, come down, draw your sword. I can't do it. Dracul Mihawk stared at Luo Feng, both unwilling and stubborn in his eyes. To die under the world's first sword, he can accept it. But the problem is that the world's #1 did not draw his sword from beginning to end. Let Luo Feng draw the sword, is already his last persistence, and also his biggest obsession. As for winning, he was not a third-rate swordsman who was stupid and ignorant that he could not even recognize the reality. At this time, he continued to swing his sword. In addition to wanting to see the pinnacle of swordsmanship above him, he just wanted to maintain his final dignity as a swordsman. Then you decide. Luo Feng stared at Dracul Mihawk's eagle eyes. Betting on everything about me, including my life, will force you to draw your sword. Dracul Mihawk's eyes burst with determination. His black knife night burst out with black streamers circling like a black dragon. Night flash. With a cold and persistent voice roaring from Dracul Mihawk's mouth, he has merged with the black knife and night in his hand, turning into a green light that can penetrate the sky, and it bursts in an instant. In front of Luo Feng. Asterisk. Chapter 42 in Shisabukai, I would like to call you the strongest. Do you want to force me to draw a sword even if you bet everything? Luo Feng's eyes flashed faintly. It seemed that he was slightly moved by Dracul Mihawk's effort to defend his dignity as a swordsman, and his courage to force himself to draw his sword if he gambled on everything. Dying with regret, or dying by the world's #1 sword. Dracul Mihawk stared at Luo Feng, who was already close at hand, his eagle eyes flashed like never before. At the same time, the black sword that Fang Buddha had already integrated with him stabbed out brazenly. Puff! The green light that even cut a gap in the sky disappeared. Dracul Mihawk, and his stab with the knife also stalled. And the index finger that pierced his chest that put the end of it all. Doesn't you retire even if you die? Luo Feng glanced at Dracul Mihawk, who had been pierced by his index finger, but still did not retreat half a step. If I retreat, my past efforts, persistence, and even everything I bet on just now will become meaningless. Dracul Mihawk gritted his teeth and gave a low cry. The place where he was pierced by the index finger suddenly became like black iron. Obviously, he directly used armament haki to harden the pierced position, and then used his own armament haki's hardened flesh and blood to lock Luo Feng's index finger. Get out of the sword. The corner of Dracul Mihawk's mouth raised slightly, and he held the black knife right hand and picked it up from bottom to top. Chien. The slight smile just raised at the corner of his mouth instantly solidified. Facing the knife he gave his life, Luo Feng did not draw his sword to block as he thought, nor did he dodge. Instead, he stood upright on the spot, letting his black knife fall on his body. But in the end, his knife failed to leave a wound on Luo Feng's body, not even a trace of scratches. What a powerful physique this is! This man, how powerful is he? Dracul Mihawk gasped. He could see clearly that Luo Feng did not use armament haki. He took over his black sword knight with pure physique. This simply trampled on his inherent knowledge of Grand Line. You know, before Luo Feng came out of the mountain, he was the most powerful swordsman in the world. In his hand is the strongest black knife in the world. Adding the two together, no one in the world can take his slash without getting hurt. Kaido is not good. Nor does Charlotte Linlin. You are really amazing. Among the people I have met, you can also be regarded as one of the best. After this time I came out of the mountain, among the pirates and marines I have come into contact with, no one can compare with you except my son Newgate. Luo Feng glanced at the black knife that had been cut on his chest, and then he couldn't help but praised. In Shichibukai, I would like to call you the strongest. Not afraid of not knowing the goods, but afraid of comparing goods. Don Quixote da Flamingo is definitely number one in the Grand Line. It's a pity that compared with the Dracul Mihawk in front of me, it pales in comparison. I also understand his past, his identity, and his strength. One was scared to pee. One forced him to draw his sword with his life. Although they are both Shichibukai, the gap between the two is huge. It is my honor to be able to receive such comments as yours. It's a pity, I still failed to get your excellency to pull out the sword on my waist in the end. When Dracul Mihawk heard the words, his face was a little moved, but at the same time a trace of regret flashed past. Luo Feng's identity, status, and strength have been fully understood by him. In his opinion, it is definitely a great honor to get such an evaluation from this person. It's a pity that he still failed. Even though he bet everything about being a swordsman, he still failed to force Luo Feng to draw his sword. This is also his biggest regret. No need to regret. There is no need to cling to whether I draw the sword. Because I myself am the strongest sword. To me, all the so-called famous knives in the world are nothing but foreign objects. Even if it is the supreme sharp knife that all swordsmen in the world are eager for, it is not as good as a finger of mine. Luo Feng's tone was flat, letting the Buddha state a well-known fact. For what he said, I witnessed his Dracul Mihawk, Perona, and Marga, and the three of them all agreed with him. They are all convinced of Luo Feng. Very thorough kind. Your Excellency really deserves to be the most powerful swordsman in history. Regarding the world's famous sword as nothing. And only you are truly worthy of the name of invincible in the world. Dracul Mihawk served. He was completely impressed by Luo Feng's tolerance and swordsmanship. Not only does he admit that Luo Feng is the world's largest swordsman, but he is also the strongest swordsman in history. At Dracul Mihawk's admiration, Luo Feng just smiled indifferently, and did not make any comments. Without him. Similar words, what is invincible in the world, what is the strongest in history, he has been listening every day since his debut. Asterisk. Chapter 43 Hawkeye, the sword in the back is a shame for the swordsman. Although I felt a little uncomfortable if I didn't hear these words of admiration for a day, but when Tenten listened so, and Dracul Mihawk's admiration, Luo Feng would naturally not be moved by it. Smile indifferently, accept it in my heart. This is already a basic exercise. Grandpa deserves to be grandpa. Facing Hawkeye's admiration, he was unmoved. Margiao couldn't help sighing when he saw Luo Feng calm and relaxed, without any complacency on his face. The Grand Line is not only a place that emphasizes commercial mutual praise, but also a place where commercial reputation is concentrated. Otherwise, all kinds of people will not go out to sea to pursue the world's number one in their respective fields. Before his grandfather, he was the Hawkeye of the world's number one swordsman. He personally admitted that he was the strongest in history. This was enough to attract countless people from Grand Line and break their heads to fight for this reputation. At least, in his opinion, if he got this fame, he would have been ecstatic. How can I take it lightly like Luo Feng, and take it all with laughter? Click. Just when the grandfather Marga was praising the grandfather Luo Feng in his heart, Dracul Mihawk had put the black knife in his hand back behind him, and then stood up straight, with his hands open, facing Luo Feng. The sword in the back, but the shame of the swordsman. Although I bet that everything can't make you draw the sword, I don't want to bear such a shame before I die. At this moment, Dracul Mihawk, who has always been happy and angry, showed a smile. This is a smile to look at the situation and look at life and death indifferently. Although he is a solo traveler, he also has the demeanor not inferior to the king. One Piece was able to show a smile of contempt and contempt of life and death before dying, and so could Dracul Mihawk. What an eagle eye! What a Dracul Mihawk! What a great swordsman in the world! I now solemnly take back what I said before. Among the great swordsmen I have ever met, you are by no means the worst one. Swordsmanship is not. The tolerance is not. Not even bolder. Luo Feng took a deep look at Dracul Mihawk. At this moment, the fluctuation in his eyes became more and more obvious. Having lived in Grand Line for so many years, although he has been living in seclusion most of the time, he can still change him since he existed, looking down on the kings and heroes of the world with the posture of number one in the world. It is precisely because he has seen too many outstanding kings and heroes, there are too few people in this world who can move him. But he didn't expect that he met one in Shichibukai not long after he came out of the mountain. Dracul Mihawk? In his eyes, he was initially just the worst among all the great swordsmen ever. In the end, relying on his own courage and the supreme sharp knife in his palm, he forced himself to rewrite his opinion of him. Haha. Dracul Mihawk was originally a bit regretful. But now hearing Luo Feng's words, Yang Tianchang couldn't help but laugh on the spot. In the laughter, there is not only the aloofness of the laughing prince and proud Gong Qing, but also a kind of self-confidence and satisfaction of relief. Do it? After a while, Dracul Mihawk's laughter stopped. It's just that the face of life and death in the face of life and death in the chat and laughter is getting stronger and stronger. It is good. Luo Feng spit out in his mouth, and then pulled out the index finger that had just been pierced into Dracul Mihawk's chest. Although he still didn't draw his sword, he used his palm as a sword and slashed down at Dracul Mihawk. Click. There is a deep visible bone, a scar that is shocking to see extends from Dracul Mihawk's left shoulder all the way to his right leg. The hideous, scarlet blood spewed out like spring water at the moment the wound opened. But the face of Dracul Mihawk, the great swordsman, not only had a calm smile from start to finish, but his eyelids didn't even tremble at all. Putting the Buddha out, he was not the one who was beheaded. The beheaded body does not belong to him in general. The world is invincible, it really is invincible in the world. Dracul Mihawk turned his head with difficulty, and found that from his feet as the starting point, a crack with almost no end inside had forcibly divided most of the island in half. This slash, not to mention using his hands, even if he held the supreme sharp knife and tried his best, there was no way to release it. But what about Luo Feng? Using hands instead of knives, cut an island in half with every move. Between life and death, his mind couldn't help but recall what Luo Feng said to him before. I myself am the strongest sword. Only at this moment did he fully realize what this sentence meant. No wonder I gave up my life to force him, and he refused to draw the sword. For swordsmen like Luo Feng, his body is the strongest sword. If you draw a sword, it is equivalent to giving up your sword and taking scrap iron. Isn't this the biggest humiliation to yourself? The moment he fell in a pool of blood, Dracul Mihawk finally understood everything. But if Whitebeard were here, and could hear what he said, he would definitely say something. You fart. My father doesn't use swords, just to show off and pretend to be coercive. Asterisk. Chapter 44 Be My Grandson. Kitty, seeking collection. I don't know how long it took, Dracul Mihawk, lying in a pool of blood, suddenly opened his eyes. Am I dead? At this moment, he was a little confused and puzzled. He should have died in the challenge to the number one in the world. Why are you still alive? You're not dead. Just as Dracul Mihawk was uncertain, Margot suddenly walked up to him and looked down at him. Phoenix. Margot. When Dracul Mihawk saw Margot's face clearly, he seemed to understand something. It's just that the doubts on his face have not all been eliminated. Hawkeye, you really have it? I heard my father say that since Grandpa debuted, anyone who drew a sword in front of him has basically no life. Even if Gordy Roger, the One Piece King, could finish his One Piece road, it was the old man who pleaded with his grandfather. But what about you? He is Shishibukai, and he agreed to the mandatory convening of naval headquarters, but he dared to draw his sword to Grandpa. Anything is enough to make you die 100 times. But I didn't expect you to survive. Margot looked at Dracul Mihawk, his eyes seemed to be looking at a miracle. That's right. It's a miracle. The survival of Dracul Mihawk was a miracle in Margot's view. Why didn't you kill me? Dracul Mihawk sat up hard, his gaze wandered around, and then fixed on Luo Feng's body. Although Luo Feng is facing him at this time, all he sees is just a figure from behind. But it was just the back view that made him feel the visual and spiritual shock of the mountain, and Luo Feng, who defeated him only with the flick of a finger. You want to die now, it's too early. The life I left for you will only make you carry more things. Listen clearly. I am Luo Feng, the strongest swordsman in the world, the strongest haki in the world, the strongest physique in the world, and the strongest physique in the world at the same time. Referred to as number one in the world, nicknamed Luo Woody. Luo Feng turned his back to Dracul Mihawk and did not turn around. But his voice was like a twilight bell, straight into his mind. Young swordsman, don't rush to death, see yourself clearly, understand the world, and more importantly, understand me. Be stronger. No matter how many years have passed, I will be waiting for you in this strongest position. Try to catch up with me and touch the corner of my clothes. Dracul Mihawk. With these words, Fang Buddha carried infinite magic power, causing Dracul Mihawk's heavily wounded body to emerge a force out of thin air, supporting him to stand up again. Although these words were so familiar to him that made him feel a little weird, they still ignited the fighting spirit that Luo Feng had personally extinguished just now. How can I get to know you? Although Dracul Mihawk rekindled his fighting spirit, He still felt confused. He is not Rora no Zoro, although in Luo Feng's eyes, the difference between him and Zoro is the frog at the bottom of the well and the eagle at the bottom of the well. But eagles and frogs are different after all. He who has flew in the sky of Grand Line has already seen enough of the world. He doesn't know how to see himself clearly and to know the world. The most important thing is that he doesn't know how to get to know Luo Feng. Having experienced life and death in Luo Feng's hands, he deeply understands a truth. In the previous battle, Luo Feng's strength was just the tip of the iceberg. Such a statue of Luo Wudi, who could not hold his head up for all kings who had overwhelmed him for several ages, how could he get to know him? Be my grandson. Kitty. Luo Feng sensed Dracula Mihawk's confusion and turned around. Grandpa dare to say it? Marga and Perona glanced at each other, and both saw the shock in each other's eyes. Be your grandson? Do you know what you are talking about? Upon hearing this, Dracula Mihawk's grim face suddenly became extremely exciting. Suddenly, he had a thought of drew his sword and begged to die again. At the same time, he couldn't help thinking. Sure enough, there is a father, and there must be a son. Whitebeard likes to pick up his son everywhere. As Whitebeard's father, Luo Feng is very ruthless and likes to collect grandchildren everywhere. Hee. Luo Feng could see what Dracula Mihawk was thinking at a glance. But he didn't say much on this topic, instead he suddenly changed the topic. Li Jian has no intention. Dracula Mihawk's heart moved. The four words Luo Feng suddenly said put Buddha more shocking and more convincing than the most powerful conqueror's haki in the world. Originally wishing to draw his sword and begging for death, he felt his brain buzzed, and he was inadvertently occupied by the four words of sharp sword. Soft sword impermanence. Luo Feng saw Dracula Mihawk as if he had been subjected to a fixation technique. He stood there blankly, a smile flashed in his eyes, and then continued. The épée has no edge. Wooden sword has nothing to do. Two sentences in a row made Dracula Mihawk fascinated. Asterisk. Chapter 45 Grandson, I will never be a grandson in my life, but at most I will be your son, please ask for flowers. Dracula Mihawk got it? Luo Feng pointed him to swordsmanship. The world's largest swordsman is instructing him on swordsmanship. No, this is beyond the scope of pointing. It is completely to share his understanding of swordsmanship with him without any reservation. In the face of this sudden great kindness, Dracula Mihawk was stunned and at the same time feeling a bit at a loss. With just a few 16 characters, he felt a subtle and unpredictable swordsmanship rushing toward his face. This kindness is so big that he can't afford it. But even though he thinks so, his body and brain are very honest in accepting and figuring out Luo Feng's swordsmanship. He can feel that as long as he understands these 16 characters thoroughly, his swordsmanship will definitely go further. At that time, let alone the dragon-slashing warrior, even the pirate king in the peak period is not as good as him in swordsmanship. For swordsmen, especially for swordsmen like Dracula Mihawk, who could securely occupy the throne of the world's largest swordsman in the era of Luo Feng, the higher-level swordsmanship attraction is no less than the 3 words of One Piece. Attraction to pirates. Nothing. After thinking about it for a while, Dracula Mihawk saw that Luo Feng was not speaking, and his face suddenly showed an expression of unsatisfactory meaning. He could feel that these 16 characters were incomplete. Above, there should be 4 words, or even more. Have. As soon as Luo Feng said this, he completely confirmed his conjecture. But it also makes Dracula Mihawk look difficult. The 16 characters of sharp sword without intention, soft sword with impermanence, épée without front, and wooden sword with no sword are equivalent to a guiding light to the higher peaks of swordsmanship to him now. But it was precisely because he knew the preciousness of these 16 characters that he wanted to know the next 4 characters even more. The problem is that to learn the next 4 words, he has to call the young man in front of him, who looks much younger than himself, to be his grandfather, just like Margao on the side. How did this make him shout Dracula my hawk? When I thought of meeting the red-haired Shanks next time, the other party said eagle-eyed, I heard that you became the son of Whitebeard. Never let this happen. My eagle eye will never be a grandson. Dracula my hawk forcibly suppressed his greed for those 4 words, and kept saying to himself in his heart, I have gained enough. Not only did he survive the fluke, but he also got the 16-character swordsmanship bestowed by Luo Feng. He couldn't force it anymore. No. Luo Feng glanced at Dracula my hawk, struggling and tangled, and the smile in his eyes became more intense. Stop. Give up. I am eagle-eyed, grandson. I will never be a grandson in my life. Dracula my hawk refused with difficulty. Sword. Luo Feng ignored it and vomited the second word to himself. Be your son at most. That's right, this is my bottom line. I would like to be your son and respect you Luo Feng as your father. Dracula my hawk's face changed again and again. Grandson. He will never be a grandson in his life, this is his bottom line. But grandson can't do it, like Whitebeard, respect Luo Feng as his father, it's not impossible. In this way, even if the red-haired guy knows about it in the future, he won't be able to tease him if he wants to tease him. After all, his Dracula my hawk is the same generation as Whitebeard even if he is the son of others. He has an extra dad on his head and earned a Whitebeard as a big brother. Thinking about it like this, he suddenly felt that not only did the son have done it before, it seems that the son still has a bit of fragrance. Is this still the eagle eye who does his own way and is very arrogant? Luo Feng also said that Margao had seen his eyes straight. Isn't Hawkeye going to be stupid? Perona was dumbfounded. She knows how cold and arrogant the long-term meal ticket Hawkeye is. Such a person would actually recognize others as fathers in full view. Witnessing the scene of Hawkeye recognizing her father, she couldn't help but wonder if Luo Feng's hand knife cut Hawkeye's head just now. Wait. If Hawkeye becomes Grandpa's son, isn't there an extra dad on my head? What should I call Hawkeye from now on? Eagle Father? Margot suddenly thought of the seriousness of the matter. If Hawkeye is done, what will happen to the Whitebeard pirates, he will know with his toes. Not only did the crew have an additional eagle daddy, even the daddy Whitebeard also had an additional eagle brother for no reason. Dad and they naturally dare not question Grandpa, let alone teach Grandpa how to do things. But it's inevitable to take off his Malgauze skin. If you really want to investigate it, everyone will only blame him Margot for not being optimistic about Grandpa. No way. Even the old man dare not touch Grandpa's brows. You can only find him if you want to settle accounts. I'm sure about this pot. Thinking of this, Margot felt in advance that the day he saw Whitebeard goodbye was when he was cool. Even if Whitebeard is magnanimous and can forgive his stupid son, other brothers and sisters will definitely take his skin off. Normal people don't like having a father on their head for no reason. Not to mention that the group of captains on the Whitebeard pirate group are not normal people, they are all rebellious and lawless pirates. Asterisk. Chapter 46 Sengoku, is my shockwave not violent, or my golden body has fallen out of paint, please collect. Marineford. Marshal Marine's office. In this room, which symbolizes Marine's supreme power, it gives people a lively and weird feeling at this time. Lively. It's because the Buddha Sengoku, Garp, Aokiji, Akainu, Kizaru and other marine high-rises are not absent, all gathered in the room. Weird. It's because the high-level and top-level combat power of these marines are all sitting in a dreadful manner and silent. On weekdays, he laughed and joked, and not only did not put the Marshal Sengoku in his eyes, but even openly drinking tea and eating senbei in the Marshal's office, Garp had a very gloomy old face at this time. Put Buddha an active volcano that will explode at any time. Aokiji, who dared to wear a blindfold and slept openly even when he was in front of Sengoku, not only did not sleep, but he even sat on the sofa with his back straight, without the slightest sluggishness on his face. Kizaru was silent when he clocked in at got off work on time, and had nothing to do with him. Kizaru was silent, and even his favorite nails were not trimmed. Akainu, who is usually serious and rigid, now looks even more so that no one else enters. Even in the past, the character and style can be described as unconventional. Garp and others, who can be called naval headquarters, have beautiful scenery, let alone admiral candidates such as Momuzagi and T-Dolphin. What makes all the top of naval headquarters so abnormal is only because of one person. Chief Staff Crane. Since the news that Crane's life card burned out in vain half a day ago, the Marshal Buddha Sengoku became furious after the news spread at Marineford. The little golden body was directly revealed, and the peak record of his life was played. Garp, Kizaru, and Aokiji, who were boasting, drinking tea, playing cards, eating senbei, and sleeping around the table, blasted the office with one palm. Before the three of them could complain, they were overwhelmed by Sengoku's terrifying roar. I play your card, eat your senbei, sleep with you. Zaihi is dead. Are you still playing cards, sleeping, and eating senbei there? Is the shockwave of my Buddha Sengoku not violent, or is my golden body falling out of paint? Sengoku of the Buddha pointed to the trio of Garp and Aokiji with aggrieved and bewildered faces, a fierce Buddha with a fierce appearance. This roar not only stunned the three problems of Garp, Aokiji, and Kizaru, the senior executives and the old fried dough sticks. At the same time, it also stunned the next room in the next room, which was planning a war plan on the top of the battle, preparing for 10 days later. Marineford staged a punching. Akainu, who was in a 70-year-old man's outfit, was shocked. After Sengoku went crazy, less than 15 minutes, all the Marine senior officials in Marineford had already arrived at the Marshal's office to gather. No one is absent. As long as he was absent, Sengoku gave him no chance to be absent in the future. After waiting for the crowd, Sengoku immediately launched Marine and world government spy organizations to investigate the cause of Crane's death. During the period, all the Marine executives in the office had a gloomy face, just like the active volcanoes erupting at any time. No one left, and no one spoke. Everyone was sitting and standing in their place, quietly waiting for the information to come. Blue. This wait is half a day. As a phone worm on the Marshal's desk rang, Garp and others' eyes stabbed at the phone worm in unison. If it weren't for them to endure as hard as they could, not letting their aura leak the slightest, facing the gaze of all Marine senior executives, the phone worm probably didn't even have a chance to speak, and would follow the Crane on the spot. I'm Marshal Sengoku, say. With a cold face, Sengoku reached out and connected to the phone worm. Marshal Sengoku, after our investigation, we found that the Whitebeard pirates had appeared in Dressrosa during the time of the death of Vice Admiral Crane. Judging from the clues so far, it should be the Whitebeard pirates clashed with Crane Vice Admiral, Hwashaishan Vice Admiral, and Don Quixote pirates. In the end, the Don Quixote family and the Vice Admiral were defeated. At Dressrosa's dock, a member of CP9 reported on the phone with Wormhui. Whitebeard. Is this BD provoking me? Believe it or not, I just chopped off the Fire Fist in minutes. Ace's dog's head is down. As soon as Sengoku heard that this matter had something to do with his old enemy, one by one, murderous words were squeezed out of his teeth. Ace. Garp's face changed slightly. He didn't expect Crane's death to be related to the Whitebeard pirates. On one side is the grandson, on the other side is the best comrade in arms. This made his heart uncomfortable like a knife cut. Where are their bodies? Even if a person dies, the body must be brought back to me. Sengoku glared at Garp with an ugly face, and immediately ordered. Sorry, Marshal Sengoku, we searched almost every corner of Dressrosa, but we still couldn't find the corpses of Vice Admiral. Not only them, but even the body of the Quixote pirate group could not be found. Maybe Whitebeard asked them to take their bodies away. The members of CP9 whispered. Asterisk. Chapter 47. I'm telling you about Zaya. Are you telling me fairy tales? 5 more for collection. Impossible. Although Whitebeard was hateful and damned, he would never do anything despicable to desecrate their bodies. I know this old guy very well. At best, it will only kill people and set fires, and will never destroy the corpses. Sengoku retorted as soon as he heard the words. At the same time, his heart filled with anger suddenly moved. This thing, was it really done by Whitebeard? Without saying that Ace is still in my hands, it is impossible for him to do so. Even leaving Ace aside, it doesn't look like Whitebeard's style. Although Sengoku wanted to get Whitebeard on the spot, he didn't lose his mind. As a CP with Whitebeard, he knows what Whitebeard is. To kill, he would only kill honestly, and would never act on Marine's corpse. CP9 didn't say that Whitebeard moved Crane's body and said that as soon as he said, he suspected on the spot whether the culprit was Whitebeard. Regardless of whether Whitebeard did this or not, the deaths of Crane and Hwashaishin must be inseparable from him. Akainu's eyes lit up with raging anger. Although the justice he believes in is different from Crane, he and Crane are not as incompatible as Aokiji. On the contrary, Crane's prestige and contribution to Marine are deeply admired by him. For this 70-year-old woman, all he has is respect. Then what do we do now? Whitebeard broke the rules. Should we execute Huoquan Ace in advance? Doberman said coldly. Don't execute Ace immediately, instead give Whitebeard enough time to bring his son to Marineford to save people. This is the invisible understanding between Marine and the Whitebeard pirates. But now Whitebeard clearly broke this tacit understanding. Don't make a decision in advance. The top priority is to determine the true cause of death of the Crane. I always feel that the death of Crane, Fire Mountain, and the scum of Don Quixote pirates is not so simple. What role does Whitebeard play in this matter? It's hard to say for the time being. Sengoku waved his hand. Ace wants to kill, but not now. Killed? How did you catch Whitebeard and his sons, Marineford, and die? Not to mention, if he rushes to kill him, Goi knows whether Garp, who is immersed in grief because of Crane's death, will go wild. In the past, the two of them had tempers, and when they were facing each other, Crane's eased from it. Now that there is no Crane, I am using a knife on Ace again. The ghost knows whether Garp's head will be twitched, and a wave of heroes will save his grandson. In addition to these, what else have you investigated? Sengoku pondered for a while before picking up the phone worm again. This. The members of CP9 suddenly hesitated. What's the matter? Sengoku frowned slightly. We did investigate something, which may be related to the death of Vice Admiral Crane, but there is no definitive proof yet. The members of CP9 said. Say. Sengoku moved in his heart. We found a bottomless crack that was several kilometers long in the sea near the Dressrosa wharf. According to our investigation, the area where the crack is located is exactly where the Vice Admiral and their warships are anchored in Dressrosa. The members of CP9 report truthfully. 1,000-meter-long crack. Does Dressrosa have this weird sea vision? Sengoku was a little puzzled. The seas of New World are so strange that they will happen anytime. Not to mention the thousands of meters of deep-sea cracks, even if the sea flies up, he will not be surprised. But the problem is that he never remembered something like this happened near Dressrosa. No. This came out of nowhere after Vice Admiral and the others arrived in Dressrosa. And through our observations, the crack is not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one. We found an armament haki and sword power entrenched in that crack, and it didn't disperse for a long time. In other words, this was cut out with a sword. When the members of CP9 talked about human actions, their tone was a little more frightened. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, and even the crack hadn't disappeared until now, he would never believe that this matter was beyond the reach of human beings. What? When Sengoku heard the words, not only his expression changed drastically, but he suddenly got up from the chair. Sengoku, what do you do with such a big reaction? Huh? Garp reacted to Sengoku with a surprised expression on his face. A sword cut 1,000-meter-long crack in the sea, and it's still the kind that lasts for a long time. Sengoku put down the phone bug and said to Garp seriously. Sengoku, are you serious? Okay. I'm telling you about Zaihe. What mythical story are you telling me? Garp didn't have a good air. Who told you a fairy tale? The people at CP9 said, a deep-sea crack appeared in the sea near Dressrosa, and it was man-made. The most important thing is that the location of this crack is exactly where Zaihe and his warships are anchored. Sengoku shouted coldly. Asterisk. Chapter 48 Kyuzan, I treat you not so badly, why are you hurting me so much? Please ask for flowers. You also said that you are not telling fairy tales? Come on. I'll give you a sword. You chop me to see. It doesn't need the kind that stays for a long time, it splits 1,000-meter-long crack in an instant. As long as you can do it, I'm the name of the marine hero, Garp, you just take it. Garp was a little annoyed when he saw that Sengoku not only told himself a fairy tale, but also brought the cranes with him. How can I do it? If I could do it, I would have shaved you off. Sengoku was also a little angry. Doesn't Garp understand people? He has this ability, can you Garp linger till now? As early as 20 years ago, I had beaten you to my knees and begged for the Buddha. Since you say you can't do it, what story are you telling here? Let me tell you, Sengoku. It's okay for you to tell stories, but don't bring Zaihe with you. Don't tell myths in the eyes of such joints. Garp paused. You. Sengoku saw that Garp hadn't understood the human language yet, and became so angry that he became a little golden man on the spot. Why? Not convinced? Want to fight? Garp didn't shy away at all. It just so happened that Crane's death made him suffocate his stomach. Fight and fight, whoever is afraid of whom. Garp is upset, why not Sengoku? Over the past 50 years, Tenten has worked hard to wipe Garp's A. In the past, Crane was there, and she shared some of it with herself. Now even Crane is dead, thinking that in the future he will be alone with Garp, the troublesome Kabuto. This old immortal still doesn't believe his own words, so angry that Sengoku rolls up his sleeves on the spot and puts on a posture. Poor Asalino, the two old men are going to do it, why don't you go and persuade you to fight? Aokiji saw that Sengoku and Garp were at odds with each other, as if they were going to fight in the marshal's office, and quickly said to Kizaru on the side. Kyuzan, I don't treat you badly, right? Hati, Senbei, how can I miss you? Even if you sleep, I will give you less cover. Why do you harm me like this? Kizaru looked at Aokiji strangely. He hadn't noticed before, that Aokiji, who looked like Zhongliang, was actually full of bad water. Where did I harm you? Aokiji was dumbfounded. Is Mr. Sengoku slap strong? Kizaru asked. It won't be a problem to hit the three of us. Aokiji nodded and offended all three Admiral at the same time. Mr. Garp's fist is hard. Kizaru was not angry either, but asked again. Although not just before, hammering the three of us is no different from hammering a mole. Aokiji once again scolded three Admiral with one sentence. Then you told me to persuade me to fight? Do you think I can punch Mr. Sengoku or kick Mr. Garp? Caught between them, they slapped and punched, and you can give me a stick by the way when you put incense on Granny Crane next year. Kizaru didn't have a good air. You have a good point. Aokiji found himself somewhat unable to refute. Persuasion is also up to you. Facing the two Marines' battle strength ceilings, Garp and Sengoku, whoever persuaded him to die. 3 Admiral is no exception. Don't find me for this one anyway. If you want to persuade, you can let Sakazuki persuade. Anyway, in a few days he will be ready to hard Whitebeard, just to take this opportunity to warm up. Let him get familiar with the sealing power of the Grand Line from Mr. Sengoku and Mr. Garp. When Kizaru said this, his eyes turned to Akainu. Sakazuki. When Aokiji heard it, he also looked at Akainu. Akainu pulled the Admiral cloak behind him, his legs were rooting, sitting on the sofa as steady as a mountain. There is no sign of getting up at all. He is a fresh batch, but not a stupid batch. At Marine, everyone knows that Garp has always looked at him unpleasant and wanted to beat him for a long time. It's just that I haven't found a chance to start. Isn't going to persuade him at this time to be the same as sending his face to Garp and letting him beat him. Cut. Aokiji and Kizaru glanced at each other, and both curled their lips. I thought you were so stubborn. Feelings also dare to harden the 70-year-old man who is still bleeding and sick. Momuzaki, are you going to persuade you? Cha Dolphin carefully asked Momuzaki beside him. Did you not hear what Kizaru Admiral said? If you want to die as soon as possible, there is an opportunity right in front of you. Momuzaki glanced at the T-Dolphin, and then said nothing. Forget it, when you haven't seen it? T-Dolphin opened his mouth, and finally closed his eyes, when nothing happened. In the past, when Crane was still there, he could still persuade him. Now that Crane is dead, the two Marines have rolled their sleeves on the ceiling, and no one dared to step forward to dissuade them. After all, fighting against the pirates, if you are killed, you can still be eulogized. But he went up to fight, was killed by Garp and Sengoku, and died in a matter of minutes. No one will appeal for themselves. 3 Admiral did not dare to go, 2 Admiral alternates when nothing happened. The other Vice Admiral can only sit on the edge and stare, watching the 2 elders open the film. Garp. Under the gaze of many generals, Sengoku took off his martial shirt and showed off his golden muscles. Sengoku. Garp was not to be outdone, showing his trademark iron fist. Asterisk. Chapter 49 Kong, just press me like this, or I will kill Sengoku. Boom. Seeing that Garp and Sengoku were going to be like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara, in a fateful duel at Marineford, the door of the closed marshal's office was suddenly pushed open by a big hand. What do you two want to do? Rebellion. Stop it. Everyone turned their heads and looked, only to see an old man with an old face but an extremely burly figure with scary muscles. As soon as he entered the door, he pointed at Sengoku and Garp's noses and he was swearing. Kong? You old guy is not enjoying Marijoy's, how come out? Garp discovered that the person was actually Kong Kenshi, and the iron fist that came round was also slightly stopped. If I don't come again, you two are afraid that Marineford will be demolished? How? Crane just died, you two want to rebel? Then you can fight, why don't you avenge the Crane? Is it very prestigious to beat yourself up here? Kong yelled. It's not Garp to blame. I was telling him about Zaihe, and he said for no reason that I was telling fairy tales. Forget it, he still wants to hit me. Marshal Sara, you are also a knowledgeable person. You said, have I wiped this old guy's butt? He had just left before his feet, so he dared to hit me. Sengoku preemptively stated Garp's various crimes. Kong, don't listen to this guy Sengoku telling things. Obviously this BD didn't want to avenge Zaihe, and he was still telling myths to me. Do you think I can not beat him? I'm so sorry for the dead Zaihe if I don't beat him. Garp flushed with anger. Marshal Kong, have you seen it too? Shouldn't this BD Garp fight? I won't teach him a lesson today, he thought that Marineford was named Monkey. As Sengoku said, he was about to lift his palm. "Well, you all shut up and stop me." Kong Kong saw the two men ready to go, and they were actually preparing to fight in front of him, and immediately shouted like a furious lion. After he learned that he already knew it was bad. So he sailed over from Marie-Joy's the first time. No, they were ready to fight when they first arrived. "If I come a little bit late, I am afraid that Garp has already hit the other side." But Garp opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but was roughly interrupted by Kong Kong. "Garp, don't talk about it, Sengoku. I want to listen. The cranes have returned to the west. Are you still telling myths at this time?" Kong Kong reached out and pressed Garp. "Kong, just press it, or I will kill the BD Sengoku." Garp glared at Sengoku fiercely, but he was still not convinced. "Do you dare to kill me? Turn you back." When Sengoku heard it, his body instantly rose by 5 or 6 meters. "Do you want to even hit me?" Kong Kong breathed out with excitement. He still underestimated the damage Higaixi caused to Garp and Sengoku. He is not an idiot. After entering the door, he could tell at a glance. Sengoku and Garp are as angry as a rage lion, it's pure grief. After all, Crane, Garp, and Sengoku are Marine's iron triangle for more than 50 years. The friendship between the three people is closer than that of their own sons. Now the two men are blowing beards and staring, ready to blow up Marineford's posture, but the two are overwhelmed with grief, lose control for a while, and want to vent. "Don't dare." Sengoku's face was uncertain, and finally put down the palm of the Tathagata that he lifted up. "Don't dare not go to your golden paint, and then tell me what mythical story you told Garp just now." Kong Kong keenly sensed the fuse that caused the two centenarians to start the film. It's still the old Marshal fierce. "Finally, I suppressed Father Garp and Marshal Sengoku." Seeing that Garp and Sengoku hadn't done anything for the time being, the Marine executives present heaved a sigh of relief. If even Kong Kong can't hold them down, they can only change to a naval headquarters to entertain the Whitebeard pirates 10 days later. The people from CP9 just came back, saying that a crack in the sea with a field of several thousand meters was found at the place where Zaihe and the others stopped. It was confirmed that this crack was not a natural phenomenon, but a man-made one. The people of CP9 found armament haki and swordsmanship in the crack. So they judged that this was cut out with a sword. Sengoku suppressed the anger and grief forcibly, and slowly sent the information returned by CP9 one by one. How can this be done by humans? Even the world's largest swordsman can only cut cracks in the sea at best. It is impossible for the cracks to exist for so long without dissipating. Akainu and others couldn't help but wonder if Sengoku was overly sad and heard CP9 wrong. Otherwise, how could I tell mythical stories in full view? "Kong, did you hear that? I didn't wrong him. This guy is clearly telling a fairy tale." As soon as Sengoku's voice fell, Garp said immediately. Excited, he didn't notice. Kong Kong's old face changed after listening to Sengoku's words. Sometimes panic, sometimes unbelief, sometimes nervous, asterisk. Chapter 50 Kong Kong, that man, he's back. Old Marshal, what's wrong with you? Is it uncomfortable? Why is your face suddenly ugly? The only woman in the office, Momuzagi, suddenly noticed that Kong Kong's old face, which was so beautiful when he entered the door, was suddenly so pale that he couldn't even see a trace of blood. I'm fine. Kong Kong made a difficult smile. But before he could say anything, everyone was horrified to find that his optimistic pillar-like burly body staggered and fell directly to the ground. Marshal Kong. Kong. Old Marshal. Kong Kong suddenly fell down, and immediately shocked everyone present. Seeing this scene, even Garp and Sengoku, who were about to make a big fight just now, didn't care about getting angry with each other, and rushed to Kong Kong to help them up. "Kong, Are you suffering from an incurable disease? Here are my own people, you are not afraid to say it. When Garp said this, he almost didn't let Kong Kong belch directly. Can you speak? If you can't speak, just shut up and go away. Sengoku glared at Garp, then helped Kong Kong to his position. Okay, stop arguing. I'm fine, not to mention any incurable disease. Kong Kong took a deep breath, and after a while, the pale complexion reappeared with blood. It was no longer the same as before, half-footed into the coffin of the living dead. Then why are you looking so bad? I fell down just now. Everyone looked at Kong Kong suspiciously. Although the years are not forgiving, the strong man who cannot survive his youth cannot escape the ravages of the years. Kong Kong is no exception. But how they look at it, Kong Kong is at best as strong as it was at his peak, and it is not a problem to beat admiral candidates at the level of Momuzagi and T-Dolphin. It's impossible to walk a few steps and fall down after a few words. I'm really fine, I just. Kong Kong said this, his voice suddenly stopped. The pale old face once again showed a look of horror, restlessness, and powerlessness. If Crane was not dead and he was still in the marshal's office, he would definitely recognize it at a glance. At this time, Kong Kong's expression was exactly the same as that of Don Quixote da Flamingo, who recognized Luo Feng. Just what? Seeing Kong Kong hesitating to say something, but he didn't dare to say something, Garp and others were curious and puzzled. It's just that man, he's back. Kong Kong took a breath, then paused every word. When he finished saying this, he let the Buddha and the people fight, and finally emptied his whole body strength. The whole body was weak and weak, his eyes languished on the marshal's chair, which symbolized the supreme power of naval headquarters. He's back. Which him? Marshal Sara can be scared like this, even Gold Roger can't do it? Garp, Sengoku, Kizaru, and others looked at each other, looking at each other. They are all a little hard to imagine. What kind of character can make the commander-in-chief of the world government just mention the other party, and even the name is scared? Let me confirm first. Maybe it wasn't him. Facing the Marine executives who looked probing, Kong Kong did not explain much, but reached out and picked up the phone worm in front of him. I am the commander-in-chief of the world government, Kong Kong. You immediately send someone to look at the top of the crack, to see if there is also a crack that is exactly the same size in the sky directly above it, and it is also not dissipated. Although Kong Kong didn't say much, when Garp and others heard him, their expressions changed suddenly. Also left a crack in the sky? Can't disperse? How can this be? Wait. Why does Kong know this? Had he seen it before? Thinking of this, whether it was Garp, Sengoku or Kizaru, Aokiji, Akainu, their hearts were suddenly overshadowed. An unspeakable anxiety and depression appeared in their hearts out of thin air. Report. Report to Commander Kong, exactly the same as you said. Just above the crack in the sea, there is an exact crack in the sky too. After a while, the voice of CP9 came out from the phone worm again. It's just that his voice is intermittent, everyone can hear it. This CP9 is trembling, in fear. Is that so? That's right. That man, he really came back. Kong Kong, just like the drowning man who lost the last straw, collapsed on the chair. It seems that there will be no more time to stop the haki from Garp and Sengoku when he comes out. He now looks like a dead old man who is going to burp at any time. Marshal Kong, who is he that you are talking about? Why does the mention of him make you so scared? Sengoku exchanged glances with Garp and others before asking Kong Kong. Asterisk.